Good morning. It is 9:02 a.m. and I will call the meeting to order, and I'll send it over to Secretary Armijo for roll call.
Good morning. Secretary Armijo is here. Chair Burt,
Here.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Here.
Commissioner Chavez,
Here.
Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Gibson,
Here.
Commissioner Manus,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor, and Vice Chair Voigt. Here. We have 8 present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Secretary Armijo. And next we'll go to Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Manus and the Salute to New Mexico flag led by Commissioner Carrillo.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the sea of symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All right, the next item is approval of the PEC meeting agenda, and I will move to approve the PEC meeting agenda.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion or comment from commissioners? Seeing none, Secretary Armijo, if you could call roll.
Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Vice Chair Voigt,
Yes.
and Secretary Armijo votes yes. It passes 8-0.
Thank you. Next item is open forum. I believe we have 9 people signed up to speak, so we will ask that speakers spend no more than 2 minutes on their comments. And I will allow some flexibility for Ms. Brown to get people. We do have people in person and online, so we'll be moving people in and out that way.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We will start with people present in Mabry Hall, and you'll come up to this microphone, please. First, we have Mateo. And I'm going to ask you to please spell your last name. I'm not going to attempt to spell, just to say your last name. Okay, well, is Peter Lorenz then? Oh, Pete, okay. Mateo.
I'm Peter Lorenz, Peterlorenz. Good morning, commissioners. I'm the chair of the board of directors for the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. I'm also the CEO of UNIREC, which is a leading manufacturer of soda products in North America. And I'm a founding board member of Solar Collegiate Charter School in the South Valley of Albuquerque. So good to see some of you guys again. And hopefully I can take 5 seconds to thank you for your service. I saw your agenda for the week, and it's very admirable what you guys do for our kids. So thank you. So I want to express our support for MAS Charter School and its request for an enrollment cap increase. And why am I passionate about coming here to Albuquerque this morning and express my support? Great public schools and great education leaders need supporters in their corner. They need people to tell them they've done a good job, and people who encourage and help them expand the impact they have on others. That's what the Chamber is to MAS. Our business community recognizes and values their success and believes it will make for stronger children, stronger economy, and a stronger community in our city. And we feel you have a similar opportunity in front of you today as well, to tell a school that is working wonders for children and families that they are appreciated and eagerly welcome to serve and impact hundreds and hundreds of more children. So a couple of thoughts. MAS, I believe we all recognize, has an outstanding track record, and they have a great leader, a great team, and a culture that is made for successful expansion. So for the sake of time, I might cut my comments on the track record a little bit short. I'm sure others will speak on that. But I want to talk about the school and the impressive and inspirational leader they have in Joanne Mitchell. Joanne has put the right team in place. She has set the right expectations with her team for what success looks like. And she has built a school culture with teachers, students, and their families that is inspiring. I attended MAS signing event with seniors and their families last May.
That's time.
It was an inspiring evening and a memory I won't forget. Leaders like Joanne are hard to find, and we need to support her. Thank you. That was fast 2 minutes. Thank you.
It's a fast 2 minutes. I'm sorry. And I do wait until after you guys spell your names. So I'm going to alternate the people online. So I'm going to move Forrest Verde Dudek to the panel. Again, please spell your name for the court reporter, and then you have 2 minutes.
I missed what you were saying after you said you were moving me to the panel.
Please spell your name for the court reporter, and then I will start the timer and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Forrest Verde Dudek, and it's spelled Forrest Verdedudek. Thank you. I'm a parent of 3 students at La Tierra Montessori School outside of Española. On November 2nd, my 7-year-old son was assaulted by a staff member at the school. It's been 6 weeks now since the event, and I still have no clear answers from the school regarding the event. The interim head learner and president of the governing council of the school have been very obstructive in this process. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We organized a student walkout of students and parents to address the issue. I've written countless letters to the governing council to step in because the interim head learner has not provided proper documentation. The staff member who assaulted my son is still on campus with other students. I have had to remove my children from the school for their safety. Excuse me. In every meeting that I've encountered this discussion and trying to address it with the governing council, the president of the governing council has cut me off. He has insinuated that I'm out of order for bringing this up in those meetings. There has been no real clear communication from the school, from the interim head learner, from the governing council on this matter. The teacher who called me to notify me that my son was assaulted called me on his personal cell phone because the interim head learner would not call on the official school line to notify me. That teacher who used his personal cell phone has now been fired. He is no longer at the school. The school is in crisis. This is not the only event that took place, but this is the one that's most personal for me.
Sir,
And
if you could wrap up your comments at this time.
yes, absolutely. Currently, the only recourse we have is a petition to recall the current governing council president. And the only reason why I haven't withdrawn my children from the school is so that their enrollment and my signature still matters on that petition. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next, we will go back to in person and Mateo. And if you could please, I'm not going to even try. If you could please spell your first and last name, and I will start the timer when you're done spelling.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We truly appreciate all of your work. My name is Mateo Peixinho. It's Portuguese, and that's Mateo Peixinho. Thank you. I'm here today with a heavy heart. I have had students enrolled in the school since the day it opened. My daughter is 21 and she's now an educator in Albuquerque. She after school programs, she's going to school as well. and she attended NMSA. My 17-year-old is about to graduate from NMSA, and I have my son with me today. He's been following this process quite closely, a lesson in civics, and he's 13 and will be hopefully going to NMSA next year. So this school has been a part of our family since its inception. I'm a general contractor in the Valley of Española, and I was president of the PTA when the school first started, and was vice president of the PTA, and I've always organized work parties and had great relationships with governing councils, governing council presidents, of course, had to coordinate with head learners and principals. You know, it's part of our community, and the school like this can only function in a community like ours with community support. Unfortunately, we are having a massive crisis of leadership, is the only way I can describe it. I have not participated as much in the school as I used to, because I'm also work with the homeless shelter locally and have a company, 18 employees that I run. And then last June, things just went off track. And I've just been monitoring what's been happening and hoping for the best. And come November, the very beginning of November, when Mr. Crane was put on administrative leave, I just called a group of parents together to hear because we're all hearing rumors from our kids. That's the only information we had. Called parents together. Is that my time already? Okay. And the list of issues was so huge. No special ed. Lunches are horrible. My son doesn't really complain about lunches, but no one at school to greet children. You know, the place is a mess. We parents are available to help, and we want to help. We want our school to be better. We don't want to waste your time with this conversation. I wish I was saying what the previous presenter said about how beautiful the school is, because that's what I would have said a year ago. We are a community in recovery. We're trying to make our community better. Schools are vital. We appreciate your help. I'm really here to beg your help on how we as a community could recall this head learner and reclaim our school for the purpose of our students, because we love them, you know. Thank you.
Next to speak is Ishel Dudek, and I am promoting you to the panel. Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter. Ishel, you can go ahead and spell your name and make your comment.
CHELDUDEK on the lunch. Okay, CHEL DUD on the lunches. So first off, I want to say that I'm a vegetarian, and at the school there is nothing healthy for me. I'm fed breakfast for lunch. When I see my classmates eating burgers every day and raw chicken nuggets. That's when I say I am not going to eat. And there are so many others that have said that too. Number two, my teacher. Whenever he was fired or quit or whatever, I don't know the story. My classmates were willing to protest against the school because it's not fair that he was fired. And since I don't know the story, I'm not going to speak much on that, but I know it's probably not a good one.
Are you finished with your comment? You muted yourself. Okay, we'll move to Benjamin Pierce.
Good morning. My name is Benjamin Pierce. BenjaminPearce. And I'm another parent with La Tierra Montessori School of the Arts and Sciences. I want to say thank you for your time, Honorable Council and Commission. Our school is in a desperate need of help. The students don't want to go to school. They're not experiencing a full education. The teachers are depressed and dreading to work. The administrative faculty is stressed beyond belief. I would like today to ask the commission to please, whatever methods are available, if they could provide some guidance and instruction to the governing board to improve our school and bring it to what it should be, what it can be. The past year, when we first started our children in the school, it was great. And then there has been a lot of turmoil since the beginning of June that has caused the quality of education, Montessori leadership, Montessori style to disappear from the school. When parents have gotten together to just talk and figure out what's going on and what we can do to help with the school, we've been met with veiled threats from members of the governing council that have shown I really don't know what to say about it. It's sad. We've reached out to the members of the governing council and asked, please, can we know what's going on? Can somebody speak with us? And we've received letters stating that just by asking the governing council to say something, that a group of private citizens meeting to just try to figure out what's going on and try to figure out some sort of solution in a way that can be helped would be interfering with investigations. We've been threatened with violations of FERPA for some reason by the administration when a parent speaking freely about their child, by basic definition and common sense, cannot violate FERPA. The governing board and the governing council of LTMAS desperately needs to receive guidance, education, and something to restore the faith in the community and the faith that we can send our students to school where they want to go, where the staff isn't walking on eggshells. The administration isn't stressed out and going insane, and more communication from the governing council. I know I'm not as verbose as everybody, but I just need to ask this commission to please help our school and to please, in whatever ways possible, provide better guidance to the governing council. And I would like to say again, thank you, honorable commissioners, for your time and for listening to us today. Thank you.
Next on the list is Prairie Beaumier. I'm promoting you to the panel. Please spell your name, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, my name is Prairie Beaumier, Prairie Boulmier. Got it?
Yes, thank you.
All right, I'm going to try and talk fast, and I've written a speech which I hope to be able to get through in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, commissioners of the Public Education Commission of the state of New Mexico, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to outline to you a vision that I have, a Montessori unit lesson in civics. First, a little background. While it is true that Roger Montoya and I are listed as co-founders of the school, there are many more individuals who contributed to the effort in the 7 years it took from a vision I had to offer something truly different to the children of Española, New Mexico. One of those individuals was named Noel Amador Madrid, and he called me Mom, though he was the son of my best friend and fellow Montessorian, Prairie Rose Quintana. Noel, as a young child, was passionate and articulate regarding his views on the rights of children, guided by his inner voice and other things like the UN Declaration on the Rights of Children, and like the framework of the Sudbury Democratic Schools, and like the philosophical foundation of Montessori education, Noel became a passionate advocate for any avenue that the school could put in place that would allow him permission to use his voice, his words, his thoughts, his feelings, his education. He pushed us to make sure that we were including these things in our charter. He demanded it, along with his demands for adults to show him through actions how to deal with the realities of the world that he found himself in. When I saw the pictures of the students of La Tierra Montessori schools in the Rio Grande Sun with signs saying, "We want Montessori. Where's our teacher? You failed us," I just broke down. We cannot ask Noel what he thinks of the students speaking out democratically for himself, because he is gone. He is a lost, he is a lost soul to La Tierra. He is no longer with us on the planet to ask.
Please wrap up your comments.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the middle of a Montessori unit study on civics, and I ask the PEC to allow these children to have a good unit study where they can see that there is an avenue for their voices to be heard and for them to participate in their own education according to the charter. And if it cannot be so, I ask that you take steps to revoke the charter of La Tierra Montessori School of the Arts and Sciences. Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Next on the list is Melissa Salazar. Please spell your name for the court reporter.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for time to speak. My name is Dr. Melissa Salazar. It's Melissa. Last name is Salazar. Thank you so much for all you do for the state of New Mexico and for charter schools. I'm here as a parent of a 4th grade student at La Tierra Montessori School outside of Española. I'm speaking on behalf of my 10-year-old who is in fourth grade currently, and he's actually at school today because he loves the school. So I'm going to tell you why he loves to go there and why I hope this school can recover from the crisis that it's in. He has autism as well as a number of other special education needs, and I have had him at 5 elementary schools. This is his 5th elementary school. We made a pact this year that Montessori education was going to be a good fit for him and that we would do everything possible to make this school work for him. He absolutely loves Montessori-based education, and he has thrived for the very first time in his 10 years. And as a parent, if any of you are parents, you know what it's like when your student isn't thriving at school and all the things that go with that. He has cried every day of 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, and kindergarten. This is the first place he doesn't cry. So I want this school to succeed, and I'm speaking on behalf of seeing a school that is collapsing because of the lack of leadership by our governing council. I am an educator myself. I have a PhD in education. I have supervised teachers in the Valley. I have trained teachers out of Northern College. I have also coached teachers throughout Northern New Mexico for the last 15 years. I have never seen anything like what I see inside the building of La Tierra. I see a lack of qualified staff. I see full-time subs that are not being communicated to parents, and I see very little to no communication to parents about who is teaching their children and what is being learned inside. So I say all this with this double-edged sword. My son loves the school, and I'd like to see it survive, because we don't have any options here in Espanola except for me to leave our community, which I refuse to do. So I'm here fighting for him to have a school where he doesn't have to have a long-term sub or no staff at all at the door when we enter.
Okay,
I'm
thank
sure.
you. That's
Thank you very
time.
much for
Thank
your
you so
time.
much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Peter Botting. Remember to please spell your first and last name.
Good morning. My name is Peter, P-E-T-E-R, Botting, B-O-T-T-I-N-G. Am I coming through clearly? Looks like it from my.
Yes, you are. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I too, as you can see, I'm a parent of an LT8 Moss student, La Tierra Montessori Arts and Sciences as well. As you can have experienced, there's a pretty good presence of us who aren't exactly thrilled with the way our school is serving us as parents. It's the way it's serving our children and the way it's serving lunch. Generically speaking, as an observing parent, I haven't been trying to do the interactions the way some of the former speakers have, just because my days are different. You know, I've got to focus elsewhere. Now, my hope is that by sheer numbers and by sheer presence, that you will choose to, as the board, undertake a review of what's going on. Part of the biggest problem that we're having is we don't know what recourse is. To review and recall a member of the charter, it takes 33% of the student body parents, but yet it also takes a vote by the people who we're trying to recall. We merely ask that in your oversight capacity, that you bring us back to a Montessori school where the needs of the kids are provided for, the needs of the teachers are supported, and communication with the parents becomes more proactive and active Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service, and I yield back.
Thank you. You were spot on your time there. Our last speaker today is in person, and it is Mr. Matt Paul.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Matt Paul, M-A-T-T-P-A-H-L. I'm speaking at public comment this morning, which I don't normally do because I missed the afternoon of the work session yesterday. And when you went over your forms, I thought Patty Matthews gave great feedback on behalf of charters at large and particularly her clients. But I did see something in one of the forms that I just wanted to share with you as you get to that item, which is on the enrollment cap increase form at the very bottom of it. It's like the standard documents that must be put in there. One of them, at least on the version that I saw on the G Drive, said meet NMCI. And I don't think there's anything to meet there. NMCI is the condition index from PSFA, and just wanted to flag it just to if it makes sense to you all, we can figure that out, but did want to flag it because I think that could be just kind of a weird hurdle in the way. So just wanted to flag that for your future discussion today. And with my 1 minute left, I'll just say thank you for all your work this week. So I'll have more compliments for you later today. So thank you.
Madam Chair, that is all the public comment.
Thank you so much, Missy. All right, that will take us to item 4, which is the consent agenda, and I will move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion that needs to happen on consent agenda? Great. All right. Secretary Miho, if you could take roll.
I can. Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Vice Chair Voigt,
Yes.
Secretary Miho votes yes, and Chair Burt.
Yes.
That passes 8-0.
Thank you, Secretary Miho. Seeing as there's no items removed from the consent agenda, that will take us to item 6, introduction of new head administrators. If there's anyone on, I know we just.
Missing out, can we skip and come back? Because there is someone that needs to be promoted.
Okay, I could try to do, what's the name? Of the, okay.
Chair Burt, her name is Dr. Maria Arteaga.
Good morning. All right, Dr. Arteaga. Did I say it right? Arteaga?
Yes, that's
All
correct.
right. If
Thank
you could,
very much.
yeah, good morning. If you could introduce yourself to the commission, and congratulations on your new position.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Maria Arteaga. I am from Las Cruces, New Mexico, of course, and I am very excited to join Raíces del Saber Sinachli Community School. I worked with Las Cruces Public Schools for 30 years. I recently retired from there and coming to work, back to the workforce. I have experience in early childhood. I've been a kindergarten teacher and Title I coordinator, Head Start director, early childhood, the executive director of early childhood and federal programs. I've also taught in higher education with Doña Ana Community College and New Mexico State University, preparing our our students to be either educational assistants, teachers. Some of them have gone to social work. So I love education. I'm here to support the students from Raíces de Saber, Sinatli Community School as best as I can, and parents. And thank you for the invite. And I look forward to participating in more meetings such as this one. And then recently I'm in Hawaii. My brother is retiring from the Navy today. So I will be joining you for this morning, part of the morning, and then getting ready and heading off over there. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Yeah, commissioners, any questions, comments? Commissioner Voigt.
Yes, congratulations, Dr. Arteaga, on your new post.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, congratulations. We definitely have an opportunity for you to work with us right away. We just introduced our new academic performance framework. So go look on the PEC homepage and take a look at that. There's also a link for you to comment. So just want to make that plug that we already want to collaborate with you right away, and we want to get your opinions on that. And yeah, how exciting. Hope you have safe travels. We're jealous. We'll be here this afternoon, very likely. So while you're off to Hawaii, we will continue being in cold Santa Fe. So we hope you enjoy your trip, and congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm already actually in Hawaii.
Oh, you're in there. Oh,
yeah, my
all
brother,
right, you're already there.
I'm there. My brother, his retirement is in a couple of hours. So it's like, there's about 30 of us here from New Mexico joining him.
Got it. That's wonderful. Well, congratulations on that. And yeah, it's very early in the morning for you to be joining us.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Thanks very much for getting up so early for us. And congratulations.
Thank you so much. We'll see you guys next time. Well, there's one more on number 7. Do I need to stay for that one?
You can stay as long as you would like at this point, but you're free to go join your family again, and make sure to tell your father, correct? Is retired?
My brother.
Congratulations on the retirement.
I sure will. Thank you so much.
All right.
And thank him for his service.
Thank you.
If I may also say hello to you, and just Dr. Arteaga, and just mention that item number 7 that you're looking at is actually, it's number 4. The governing board member changes is a consent agenda item where you do not have to be here for that. It's pro forma. So we're just, you won't need to speak, but you're welcome to come to any of the PEC meetings. And I look forward to seeing you in Las Cruces.
Sounds good. Looking forward to seeing you as well. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. All right, that takes us to item number 7 on our agenda is discussion and possible action on La Tierra Montessori School intervention ladder. And I don't know if there'll be people coming in online that need to get moved in, but I will be passing this over to Director Chavez.
Apologies, I closed my window completely, so I'm going to have to queue everything up. No, I can do it. Just somehow close the PEC.
In the meantime, Mr. Casados, is there anybody else from your team that you would like me to promote to the panel?
I believe Patricia Herrera is on, and Brenda Atencio should be on. I don't know if Charlie Reddick is on as well.
Okay. Commissioners,
Mr. Casados and everybody from La Tierra, I'm ready to share that today we're providing an update to the PEC as per the expectations that the PEC set forth in August 29th, 2022. And so part of that was that the PEC wanted some updates on the expectation for the school obtaining training on the charter schools fiscal policies, the roles of the governing board and financial subcommittee and staff. And so the update is that as of the 12th of December, 4 of the 5 board members completed all 3 hours of the fiscal training, and there is 1 member who did not complete all 3 hours. They completed 2 of the 3 hours. And if you have any questions about that, I will defer to Ms. Brown, who could provide clarification. Any questions? No? Okay, I'll go on. The second was that the expectation that the board create a budget development plan, and nothing was due this month. Last time I reported, La Tierra did submit the enrollment projections, and that was information provided to the PEC. Item number 3, notification is required to be submitted to the PEC through the CSD for all governing board member transitions. And as of December 12th, La Tierra has no additional transitions on the governing council membership. Number 4 was in regards to the early childhood education program, the pre-K program, and the PEC was concerned that SEG was being used to implement that program. And as confirmed when we visited the school in September, the school actually ended the pre-K program. The CSD visited the school again in November, on November 3rd, and did not observe a pre-K program. So the school has met the requirement there. Other updates that I wanted to share. Everybody knows that the school received a notice of concern from the PEC November 15th, 2022. The CSD has met with the head administrator and the governing council chair on November 3rd and again on November 29th to discuss the mission goal implementation. And at that point, the chair raised a concern about the legitimacy of La Tierra Montessori board minutes, which is in the school's contract. So it was an issue that needed to be resolved at the La Tierra level. And last night,
Director Chavez,
yeah.
just real quick, if you could clarify, you're not talking about me specifically, but the letter from me on behalf of the commission?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
I know I saw Commissioner Gibson look over at me like, you did what? So it's in the letter on behalf of the commission that went from the chair.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right. And so the chair that raised the concern about the legitimacy of the La Tierra board minutes was actually the La Tierra board chair. Sorry if that wasn't also clear. Mr. Casado said that he would send a letter in response to the letter of concern that the PEC sent. I just uploaded that. I got it last night and I apologize, but things at the school have been progressing on a daily basis. And so I don't think that I have had a chance to fully read and incorporate into the update for the PEC any of the points that were made in that letter. I did get another email from Mr. Casados about the board retreat that occurred on December 10th, where they discussed the mission and the mission goals, and they provided some updated information about that. And so I did include in the update to the PEC what the prior charter term mission statement was, what was in the contract, and what the board approved on December 10th. They're very similar, but significant. Similarly, I included in your update what was in the mission goals for the contract with the mission goals that were approved by the governing board on December 10th. I don't believe that the forms that are required to amend the mission has been submitted. I have not had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Casados. As everybody here knows or should know, we have been in hearings all week. And so quite frankly, we probably needed the information a week ago, but I understand that the board was meeting December 10th. And so this is all very rushed. Nonetheless, PEC has all the information. The other information that the PEC requested that we provide was some updates on our site visit and student academic performance from the 21-22 school year. So as I mentioned before, a team of staff from the Charter Schools Division visited the school November 3rd, 2022. And the CSD team observed a stressed school environment. That day, many teachers were out, and the current interim head administrator was clearly overtaxed with many issues that were referenced in reports this morning and that you are well aware of. She is also responsible for developing the school's special education program. And in terms of an update on how that's going, I think that it's in progress. I'm sure the school could provide a more up-to-date report on that. We will note that we have seen improved board functions at the governing board level, despite what seems like a chaotic and distressed school environment. I want to just quickly give an update on student academic performance based on statewide assessments for the 21-22 school year. Those indicate that 38% of students scored proficient or above in ELA. This is slightly higher than the state average of 34, and 27% were proficient or above in science, which is below the state average of 33. We do not, we have math proficiency as less than 20%, and early literacy proficiency is 5%. La Tierra's assessment participation rate was low, unless that was updated. Was La Tierra's? Okay, so we may have an update on the exact numbers, but I have a table that shows ELA participation rate at 63%, math at 63%, science at 69%, and access for ELs at 61%. We did get an update yesterday from the Assessment Bureau on participation rates, so we're verifying that those numbers are actually correct.
Director Chavez,
Yeah.
the numbers did not change except for the science participation rate, which is 61%.
Thank you. I also want to call to the attention of the PEC two additional documents. One is 7B. So that was the update to La Tierra Montessori. 7B is a memo regarding mission goals that was sent by the La Tierra chair, Casados. And so that's 7D. And then the final document in your folder is 7C, which is La Tierra's response to the PEC's letter of November 15th, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Chavez. The next thing that we're going to do is go over process with Ms. Barnes. So what has happened and then what moving forward is the process and what we're discussing today.
Thank you, commissioners. So let me back up. you know that the school had a previous contract. This is one of the schools that entered into an amendment of the existing contract. And so there's a contract document, an amendment document, and an updated performance framework. The updated performance framework and the amendment made what the school presented to the PEC as a slight mission statement change. Those were negotiated, as were every single contract, with the board chair and the head administrator. They did provide, as did every other school, board minutes, showing that the board had approved that. And those were attached, as were your approvals at the board meeting here, where you all accepted the amendment, which incorporated the contract and the new performance framework. The new performance framework has 2 mission-specific goals, which are directly related to Montessori. This school, as every other school, was approached to do a scoring sheet for the mission-specific goals, which was, how is the school going to collect the data and show that they're meeting their mission-specific goal? And this school has, to my knowledge, never completed that. I think that Director Chavez could update us on the number of times, but I think it is over 5 times that the school has been approached to do a scoring sheet, both by Rachel Stavosic and then Director Chavez joined into the process. You do not have that. I think you'll need to hear from the board as to whether their mission-specific goals have been implemented. It is my opinion, as the lawyer for you, that this school has a valid contract and amendment, and that they need to be implementing the performance framework as written. You issued, under the intervention letter, you issued a letter of concern on August 29th. They, following your meeting down in Ruidoso, as part of that letter, it indicated that because you'd received a lot of information about things being kind of chaotic right at the turnover of part of the board. And we specifically, I'll just read the sentence. The PEC specifically asked you to work with your lawyer and business manager to provide confirmation that appropriate fiscal processes were in place and were followed. Budget, financial reports, and educational plans were appropriately created, and the approval of appropriate documents by the board took place. That was a letter of August 29th. I think those issues are still continuing. The board is continuing to make the same comments that things weren't done appropriately. However, the first request that you made of them to correct anything that was incorrect was August 29th. I think Director Chavez just updated you. There were expectations of the school. I think she just went over where the school is on that. Several of those issues have been resolved or are in process. And then the issues were continuing at the school. So again, you all took action, and Chair Burt followed up with a letter under the intervention ladder that added educational and mission specific irregularities. Those were not in that earlier letter. So on November 15th, that was expanded to indicate the previous violations of the PEC contract in the school's bylaws. And then in addition, to add the fact that the mission and educational program and mission specific goals, which are related to the Montessori, were not being made. I think that The letter also included what Director Chavez has already indicated, that it's almost a daily report of something else at the school, and you all meet monthly. And actually in November only met in a limited way. So those concerns were included, including the safety concerns regarding the children, the concerns about the head administrator potentially not being available, and overall putting the school on notice that there is a concern of that they're not acting in conformity with the contract on an educational level, fiscal level, and organizational level. Student safety issues were raised, staff issues are continuing, and that there were serious concerns. So that letter went out by Chair Burt on November 15th. The letter also indicated that you might take continuing action at this meeting under the intervention ladder. You have issued a notice of concern. If you escalated next, the intervention ladder allows for you to issue a breach of contract. I'm going to go over the provisions of the contract that I think are potentially implicated. And then if the commission decides to take action to move to revoke the charter, it is appropriate to do a notice of intent to revoke. That would happen today, putting them on notice of a January discussion on revocation, not the revocation hearing itself. However, at that time, CSD would compile a list of everything that appeared to be a breach of contract and the evidence that you would show, that they would show. So the school was on notice of what the evidence would be regarding that. And then you would set a date and time for the revocation hearing. So it would not happen at the next meeting. You are again in this loop where you meet monthly. So I think you are at a point where you could indicate through a motion that there is a breach of contract. I think the intervention ladder allows the school, and I want to be clear about this, it allows the school and puts the onus on the school to come up with a corrective action plan. I think that CSD has been working diligently to try to say, why don't you try this? And here's our concerns, that the intervention ladder at this point would place that corrective action, presenting a corrective action plan onto the board, and it would be presented to CSD for them to look at. So there's language in there. I'm going to pause for a second because I want to turn to what the contract terms are.
Okay, so any questions about that in particular right now?
Let me make a comment in terms of what I think is appropriate for your discussion and for the school and everyone to discuss, is what is in the contract. And you have received some documents that I felt were not related at all to the contract and that were completely outside of the contract. So those were not put into the meeting documents. Director Chavez has put into the meeting documents the things that relate directly to the contract. And I believe that all the comments, public comments, were very appropriately towards the issues at the school that you can look at. So I guess I would urge you not to get off onto something that doesn't have anything to do with the contract. And I think you're often very clear about what is appropriate and what isn't. However, I think Director Chavez gets many things that feel outside of that, and one was forwarded to you that I didn't see any connection to the contract. But let me turn to the contract. Sorry, they had it. So let me walk through the elements of the contract that I think have been raised. The contract's very oddly numbered, so sometimes I'm gonna say like two, I don't know. And sometimes I'm not sure I got the numbering right. However, it all is in the contract. So the first is the charter school has an obligation to designate a charter representative. And that is both the head administrator and the board chair during the contract negotiations. Those people were there at that time. And then so that's under the scope of the contract to designate a charter representative and contract negotiations with the PEC, and a failure to comply with the contract by the present board in following or representing that it is through its designated charter representative. We do not email in the contract negotiations. We don't email the entire board. We emailed every single time the chair and the head administrator. The purpose of the school, the mission of the school, the comprehensive educational program of the school, and the performance framework are all sections. The performance framework is an attachment to the contract, are all things that relate to the mission and the educational program of the school, and the performance framework has the two indicators, the mission specific goals, school specific goals, which were both Montessori related. Section 4.5, I think one board member is slightly out of compliance with board training, but anyway, that's in the contract. And there's much broader duties of the governing body to comply with all provisions of the contract and law. And then there's many issues at the school right now that have been raised to CSD and to others. That comes in to the contract because the board has to hire and oversee the head administrator. So if the board is not overseeing the head administrator, and the head administrator is not taking many actions that the head administrator needs to do, or is not available, or all the kinds of things, then that is the only contract provision. You don't have any role in the hiring or firing of staff, but the board does through the head administrator, which is in your contract. Section 4.6, regarding the operation of the school, section 2II, 3I, and 8 is to comply with all federal and state laws relating to the education of children with disabilities, complying with all laws related to safety, and notifying the commission of allegations or inappropriate contact with a student. Those are the provisions of the contract that I think relate to safety at the school. And potentially any incident involving a child. Section 5.2, I, 2I, and 4 relates to the state participating in state required assessments and meeting the state standard of excellence. That's where I think that some of the issues about participation on statewide testing and things like that are referenced in the contract. So I think that should guide the conversation, in my view, on a breach of contract, if that is where you're looking to go. And again, if you move forward on a breach of contract, then I think it's appropriate to move towards a corrective action plan that the school provides, and that the school submits that to the Charter Schools Division And then in our processes, things are due to you the Friday before. That means that CSD has to have them long before that. So I think both Director Chavez and I, in trying to have complete documentation for you, often if something comes in late, we make a decision through the chair as to whether that should be uploaded. But that has added to it, making your job difficult today in my view. So they need to provide the appropriate documentation on the appropriate forms in the appropriate way. And I've put I put in the proposed motion January 6th, if that's where you need to go. That is in order to give CSD time to meet the deadlines that the executive committee has asked of CSD. And then finally, what is not in front of you today is, but it is in the documents, is a possible amendment, but it's not on an amendment form. It wasn't provided timely. It hasn't been analyzed. So it's not in front of you for consideration. I think it's in front of you to sort of, because I think the school wants to show you what they're trying to do. Any questions on that? I do have a question as to on the form of motion. So if there is a motion that comes out of this conversation, I do want to look at that, and in particular so that it gets in the meeting minutes appropriately, and particularly for our court reporter.
All right. I am going to go ahead and now go to Mr. Casados. And I'll let you, if you have any, I would love to give you the floor at this point for your comments now.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. We appreciate this opportunity. And I know Delisha and I will probably be going back and forth. So if we can indulge her and allow her, and I think it would be appropriate to call in our head learner, being that a lot of the issues that have been kind of brought up are issues that are kind of beyond the purview of this board, and are issues that our head learner has diligently worked on to address. Many of these challenges are issues that do involve FERPA and do involve issues where we did allude to many of the overview issues. So I want to kind of go down the list that Attorney Barnes did kind of go over, and then I will go back to our response to your letter, because it's important that we have that information as accurate as possible.
Okay, and Mr. Casados, as you go, you're more than welcome to just kind of go back and forth between the three of you as you'd like. You don't need me to call on each of you, but I will let you know that for both Ms. Gordon Brown and Ms. Herrera, we can't see. I can see you on my screen, but if your video's off, we're only going to be able to hear you. We won't be able to see you on our screen. So just want to make sure that the two of them know that we'll hear you, but no one's going to be able to see that you're on the screen at all.
Thank you.
That's all right.
So
I have a disabled camera on my work phone, so.
No problem.
I know in our August 1st meeting, we had talked about the designee representative as far as making sure that the chair or a head learner was present during that process. And we have worked diligently to ensure that there is continuity of instruction at the school. We were thankful that you all had the opportunity to meet Mr. Cliff Thompson. Unfortunately, he did retire, and that was kind of his plan moving forward. We are very fortunate to have Ms. Herrera there as she brings a wealth of knowledge. She did come back out of retirement, which we are thankful for, to take over this post, which is very challenging. She's dealing with a lot of day-to-day issues that could be remedied very quickly, but they seem to continue on a daily level. The board is really only here to provide support to her. We can't involve ourselves in the day-to-day operations, in the hiring and firing of staff, but she is trudging through this process with clarity and purpose, and we thank her for her dedication. I know that there was some maybe allusion to the idea that she's not doing her job. This woman is putting in hours over her contract. and dealing with issues that a head learner should not have to be dealing with because of petty politics and other challenges that are constantly being berated at her. When she's getting threats on campus, and you have parents that are coming up to her and threatening her and or me, that is not a productive environment to be in. All of us are, for us on the board, we're all volunteers. And I think this week I put in about 71 hours kind of going back and forth and dealing with responses and other issues. And it's a vast challenge of trying to figure out how do we do that. So going over Barnes scenarios, and then we'll go into kind of my response. So we have had a designated representee or representative on the chartering process. I took over in July of 2022. Ms. Herrera came in right around September, late September, early October, as we began that process. She was already looked at to become a teacher at La Tierra as a special education teacher, and has done an incredible job really keeping the boat afloat as we move through that process. I know Attorney Barnes had referenced that both the head learner and chair through the chartering contract process received the documentation that was presented to the PEC when we were going through the chartering process. Unfortunately, our board was not provided that information. And a meeting was conducted in a special meeting outside of the Open Meetings Act without the 72-hour notification of members. I wasn't present at that, nor was our secretary at that time. And we still try to figure out where the minutes from that meeting came from. As it was a meeting called by the former chair as well as a former head learner at a time period that was less than 48 hours, which was deeply troubling to us. As far as the performance framework, it's really important to us to ensure that the mission and the program of the school is successful. I think I have alluded into my contract that the goal is we've begun discussions with the Indigenous Montessori Education Center out of Albuquerque to look at how do we best provide educational opportunities to our students, but also our teachers. One of the biggest challenges that we faced in our former board iteration is that there wasn't a lot of training in Montessori occurring. We had one Montessori educator that was there, our former head learner, and not having a full staff that was trained and certified. This was a key area. You can go back to our minutes that showed I brought this issue up countless times. Where was the training? Where is the certification? And how can we ensure that we're adhering to the mission and the purpose? If we are claiming to be a Montessori school, we need to be at that level. So we are having conversations right now with the Indigenous Montessori Learning Center to provide that coordinated process to ensure that those performance framework elements are met. The other part that this board has really focused in on is the idea of providing documentation to our parents and the administration to know where our students currently are scoring on a daily level. In the contract that we read, we saw that observation was the key area, and that is a tenet of Montessori, to observe and then not necessarily always report. Through our testing services, through NWEA, through iStation and other areas, it's important that we be able to get those numbers and those statistics and ensure that if there is a challenge in some area, that the board can then ask the head learner to rectify those challenges or find other programs to ensure that possibility is there. We have tasked that goal and have already had those conversations with Ms. Herrera. And she is coming from the public school environment. She also looks at it from the perspective of, I need data. I need to be able to know that when a parent is ready to send their kid to New Mexico School for the Arts or another school area, that they have that opportunity to say that student is proficient in reading, writing, arithmetic, and science. If we're not doing that job effectively, then we're failing our students, and that's not something that we can do. As far as the mission specific goals, we did rework those. That it kind of was a last minute scenario through our board retreat. It was the first time that we could really get everybody together. And we did, if you look at the documentation that we sent you all, our goal was to, one, ensure that the time period that these students were tested. So the first one is kind of the performance framework that essentially looks at the, hold on one second here. that looks at the mastery and supporting documentation that's provided back to the charter school division. And so that is what we've done. We've now added documentation to the family administration supporting such mastery. The planes of development are really important, but there were other planes of development that this board does not have any authority over. Early childhood development, early scenarios where young children are not in our purview. And so we really wanted to clarify where the school would have an opportunity to participate in that process. But also ensure that if that mission specific goal is to be carried out, that number one, documentation supports that prerogative, because if we don't have documentation, then we can't act, we can't ensure that there's clarity through that process. Mission specific goal 2 really said that the training opportunities would be outside of our environment. We felt that it's important to draw on the technologies or the techniques that are being done in community. And that's why the Indigenous Montessori Training Center is so important, because we are a Montessori school located on a tribal reservation. We felt that it is important to have that coordinated effort because we do serve a Indigenous population, because we are on a tribal reservation, that it's important to have those aspects pulled into the process. And so that all we did was add another area that essentially provides our school an opportunity to be able to have our staff achieve those goals locally instead of out of state, which locally costs about $3,500, out of state about $14,000, and that's per person. As far as board training, the only individual that is requiring board training is a new member of our board, and she is still moving through the new member training process. But all of the remaining board members have completed fiscal training. Delisha, as she mentioned in our last meeting, does come with a large background from the UC systems as far as finances, and she has been very good at helping us kind of repair that budget. And we're thankful to Mike Vigil at the Vigil Group for kind of guiding us through that process and ensuring that if there were challenges in that budget, that we present the appropriate bars and prepare that budget. We are still dealing with about $122,000 deficiency, and that deficiency came from a PED error. The good news is we've been able to find ways to balance that area. There are some other additional funding areas that we are looking at reallocating that will help us get to that level and ensure that there is an opportunity there. As far as the oversight of the board, we run everything through the head learner. This was a contention point that was brought up in our August meeting that, and I know Commissioner Robbins, I know Commissioner Carrillo and others had brought up this idea that this board may have been stepping on the toes of the head learner. We have allowed the head learner to do what they need to do, and specifically when there are ongoing investigations that include personnel, that include children and FERPA, we take a very timid approach to that process, allow that process to play out. And if there are ongoing investigations that occur, we as a board can't necessarily get involved until those investigations are complete, or we are asked or directed by the head learner to get involved. I can tell you thus far that we have included in the response about the child safety issue, there was a police report that was appropriately filed. That report does call into question or discount that the assault did occur. And that was by another staff member, and the other two individuals that were mentioned in that police report provided secondhand knowledge of the incident and never saw it happen. The sheriff's office has told us that they cannot corroborate the allegation. And that was something that Ms. Herrera was very diligent in moving through that process, conducting her own internal investigation. As far as the issue with Mr. Crane, I can't speak any more to what that issue is because it is still ongoing. It is now outside of our purview as a school. It is outside of our purview as a head learner or administration is concerned. Ms. Herrera did inform the board and in the executive session as to the elements of that issue. And I can only refer you all to other entities that have taken over that investigation. We are thankful that Ms. Herrera responded quickly. We are thankful that she was able to ensure that there was continuity through the process, ensuring that there was a substitute, and ensuring that the classroom environment was secure and safe. The other part of this is, yes, we have had to move through the element of subs and staff. And I think there are staff shortages all across our educational system. That was one of the key areas that the LESC looked at a couple of weeks ago, as far as where teacher retention is at this current level. We've had the same issue. We've had 4 staff members, including Cliff Thompson, that have left and or resigned. But Ms. Herrera is looking at staff that can come back into that into our program where our budget will allow. And as I mentioned, I mean, $122,000 deficit does not play nice when you're looking at just hiring random staff members. So she has to be very diligent and careful on how she's moving that process. And she updates the board on where her negotiations or discussions are with various individuals that she's looking at bringing forth in this school. As far as the operation of the school and the safety of the school takes, we as a board take this very seriously. We have had various town hall meetings. We continually open up our meetings for open forum and public comment, and then take those comments and then go back in our work sessions and say, okay, how can we ensure safety and security and ensure that process is safe and secure for our students. And I think this issue only elevated because of one student. And as I said, it is an issue that we allow the external individuals to take over that scenario. And Ms. Herrera did an incredible job in ensuring that process played out. When it is taken outside of our purview, it is something that this board cannot necessarily respond to because it's outside of our appropriate methods of bylaws and protocol, because it now follows state law, and we then only become a party of in providing and ensuring that process plays out. As far as statewide testing referenced in the contract, it is incredibly important to us to ensure that we see numbers and we see data. That is one of the key areas that this board has really focused in on. We focused a lot of time in our discussions, not only in our work sessions, but also through how we're looking at mission-specific goals to ensure that data and that information is provided to the administration and then can provide it to the board. It was deeply troubling to us to only see dash plan numbers at the beginning of this year. We had asked multiple times to see data, to see information. We were constantly met with, that's outside of your purview. You're not allowed to do that. That's not Montessori. And it's those areas where, for me, I'm a data-driven individual. I need to know if we're scoring at 35%, 65%, 75%, what do we need to do to increase those participation numbers from a board perspective? Do we need to write and draft new policies and procedures? And do we need to direct the administration to really look at, okay, what are the performative measures that we need to take to ensure that these processes are guaranteed? And I can say that Ms. Herrera has done a great job in ensuring that process is playing out. As far as the response and moving through, I have kind of alluded to many of them as far as the mission specific goals that were alluded to in Chair Burt's email. Non-compliance with the expected outcomes and deadlines that were referenced in the August letter. We have met many of those issues, if not all. And it was important for us to kind of take the bull by the horns and ensure that we addressed every issue as quickly and diligently as possible. We have been in contact with Director Chavez. We have been in contact with Missy Brown as we've moved through these processes, because it's important that we ensure that process is playing out. As far as our issues where we may not have oversight over our budget and our funding processes, and where there was a pre-K-12 program, the pre-K-12 program has been removed from the program. That was after that last meeting. We immediately disbanded that program, and the next day the students received a letter and a notice, and they were not allowed to come back to school and had to find another area. through the leadership of Miss Delisha Gordon Brown, who brings expertise to this area, we've been able to ensure that there is full compliance with the budget and ensuring that we have fiscal oversight over that process. Both she and I sit on that committee, and it's helped us to kind of move through that process. As far as the board interfering with any administrative tasks, we don't do that. That's not our purview. That's not our area. And I understand that that can frustrate a lot of parents. But when we respond back and say that is outside of our purview, we do not have authority to do that. We have to move through our head learner. It can be a challenge. But we are thankful that Ms. Herrera constantly looks at where she can make the best impact, and then updates the board in areas that she needs help. And we have a very good working relationship. We did address the issue of the altercation between the staff member and the student. And you can read more about that. And disputes between staff and board members. This is a ludicrous accusation. This board has had no interaction at all, zero, with our staff members. The last time we saw our staff or we engaged with our staff members was at a town hall meeting. And even then, that process, we would call on them and say, hey, tell us what you think about this. Tell us what you think about that. Tell us what you think about this. Ms. Herrera is our intermediary between our staff and this board. And the board really took a very hard look at this process, because we were accused at an August meeting of interfering with staff member issues, which was never an issue prior. We ensure that if staff needs to make a comment, they are very vocal, they get onto our meetings and they're able to engage. And so our head learner and Ms. Herrera, when she gets on, can speak to that process. If there's an issue that needs to be elevated, she's the person who communicates that issue back and forth. As far as our high staff turnover, that is something I already alluded to, and how that process is playing out, not just for Lautaro, but as a statewide issue as we're moving through that process. As far as board minutes, all of our board minutes, if you go to our website, are up to date. Our board secretary, who's Ms. Gordon Brown, within 24 hours of our meeting, has those board minutes posted. We have 2 board minutes that will be approved at our December 20th meeting coming up. We also post our town halls as well as our work sessions, because it's important for us to ensure that people have an opportunity to participate through that process. They may not be able to engage, but they do have an opportunity to be able to monitor the process and then bring that information back to the board as we're moving through. As far as our site visit, we did have a challenge on the day that the administrators from the charter school division did visit. We had a staff member who had kind of announced a revolution, and many of those staff members, additional staff members attached to that person, called in sick. But Ms. Herrera, as always, was able to respond quickly and ensure that that process played out accurately and without any interruption to the school environment. So with that, I think I've covered most of the areas from both the letter response as far as the issues that Ms. Barnes brought up. And what I'm going to do is pass it on to Ms. Gordon Brown and then Ms. Herrera. Ms. Gordon Brown, do you have anything to add to that?
Not much to add. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Other than as far as the budget oversight, I do want to include that since I joined the financial committee, we do have complete budget oversight. We have monthly meetings with our business manager, still the Hill Group, and we worked very closely with them. And while their findings are not made public yet, I can say that we worked very close with the state auditor during the audit this year, and things are running a lot more smoothly than they had in a very long time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gordon Brown. Ms. Herrera, are you there? Your audio is not working for some reason.
Oh, you know what? This computer, I don't know, I'm gonna have to speak very loud, so I'm gonna take my forehead off of this video. I apologize. Can you hear me now?
I can hear her faintly. I don't know if they can hear her.
It's faint here as well.
Okay, let me get in on my other computer. I apologize.
It's actually better here now. I don't know if she's just closer to her microphone, but that was better.
Right there?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. Okay. So yes, there have been some ongoing issues, and As most of you know, we can't discuss personnel matters with outside entities, parents or anybody else. As I explained it to a parent one day, she said, well, I want to know what's going on with this teacher. And I said, well, didn't you just get a new job at this other place? And she said, yes. And I said, well, how would you like it if the person who sits next to you was talking about you with an issue that may have occurred last week with somebody on the phone and discussing a personnel matter that belongs in your building and between you and your supervisor? So she, like, I didn't look at it that way. And I said, well, thank you. So I had to also explain to a few parents because there's a misconception that this is a private school. And you're taking our rights as parents away as because it's a private school. And I had to explain that we are a public school and that we still follow, if not all, but most of the PEC guidelines, being that it's a charter school. So there are some things that are a little different. So the parents like, oh, well, I thought we were private. And I said, no, you don't pay tuition. And we gain our funds through the New Mexico Public Education Department, and I have to follow certain rules and guidelines. We are working on our lunch situation. We are working on trying to get a new RFP and gaining, hopefully, maybe a different provider. But here in the Valley, it is hard to find somebody to provide meals on such a large scale. I did speak with the person at the McCurdy schools the other day and asked about more vegetarian meals. And he said that he had provided some. And I said, well, you know, let's look into providing more and probably more with more intent on lunch. I am here. I don't know where it is coming from that I'm not ever here. I am a part-time employee and I actually work beyond my contract hours that I'm not getting paid for, and I'm not complaining. It is a concern at my home that I'm working more than I should. And I'm just being honest, you know, but I'm here for these children. It's all about the kids. It's not about me. It's about staff being here on time. It's about people adhering to the code of ethics that are outlined when we sign our contract and sticking to that code of ethics. And making sure that we get things done that educators know that they need to do on a monthly basis, such as iStation, getting our map testing done in a timely manner. And so we're working on things like that. There were some systems that I feel probably might not have totally been in place. And I've even had to put a note on my door that if I am in here, I'm probably on the phone or in a meeting and it's private and confidential. I've been approached, so you know, I've been approached a few times in the parking lot. I've been yelled at, I've been threatened. I was yelled at one day at one of our grocery stores here in town. I am doing the best that I can with what I have. I'm a part-time special ed teacher, part-time administrator. We are getting our ancillary in place, and I feel that we do have a good placement on them now. And when some of these other issues that I don't have to constantly deal with angry phone calls and things from parents or putting out little fires, I am able to do the other job that what I was hired to do. And I know that the governing board has had to repost for head learner. And I was told by a parent the other day that you're not even a real administrator and you should just go because your 30 days are up. When you're approached and treated like that by what's supposed to be a community for children, it's difficult to do your job. So I just needed to respond to some of the things that were being said. I feel that this is a great little school, and to me, I told a friend of mine the other day, it's the little engine that can, and it will. not that could, that will. So with that in mind, I just would like to say that, I feel that we do have great teachers here. Not all of them are certified teachers. That was put in place before I came here. And some have left before I came. So the attrition or the exodus of educators was before my presence here in this building, other than other personnel matters that I had to take care of according to the law. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, President Casados. Thank you, Ms. Herrera. Thank you, Ms. Gordon Brown. All right, so now we will go to Commissioner questions, comments, and you will just have to help me with directing who your question is specifically for. If it's to CSD Director Chavez, to Ms. Barnes, or to the school themselves, so I can help facilitate who's responding to your questions. I have Commissioner Gibson first. Floor is yours.
Thanks. Yesterday we talked about
if you could, make sure it's
sorry.
right at you. Thanks.
Yesterday we talked about indicators of distress and using that. This is clearly a community and a school in distress. I'm in distress over this, that we keep coming back month after month and circling around the same issues. We've all received email, if we're talking about, we unfortunately close schools more often because the adults have misbehaved, and the emails that we've received from varieties of people about, she said this, he said that, you did that, is a clear indication that the adults can't behave professionally. And that is going to spill into every moment in the classroom. It is an environment that right now is toxic, and something needs to be done. I don't have a good solution for it, but I truly believe at this point in time, to get clarity on the issue, we need a notice of breach and potential revocation so that we can get clear-cut information once and for all. Are they serving special ed students appropriately? Is the Montessori program being conducted with fidelity? I want absolute assurances in regards to the policies and procedures for protecting the rights of children, what the policies are, and that those procedures were followed appropriately when a potential assault took place. I'm sorry, but just taking the word of someone that we handled it appropriately. I need documentation of what that policy was, that they followed all those steps, and that it's been cleared one way or the other. It is I'm very concerned that if we're looking at providing for the safety, providing a safe environment at the school, that if staff isn't safe, because this is a community in distress over this. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but I clearly need to know that special ed is being served, that children's rights are being protected, and that the Montessori program, the issues about we didn't get the contracts, I'm done with that. It's clear they got they received the contracts. We have that documentation. All those documents are clearly on our website. They can be accessed. They clearly are in violation of the contract if they are not following and conducting the appropriate activities to fulfill their mission-specific goals. because the school did sign that contract. So, at this point in time, I don't have any other questions because we've gone around this before. I think we just have to move forward and get the clarity of information, because all we are is asking the same questions time and time again, and we're getting the same responses from the school. So we're getting nowhere in this conversation. So thanks, at least for now.
Okay, so I have Commissioner Voigt, then Commissioner Robbins, then Commissioner Carrillo.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we've been going in circles since August, and it's apparent that what is said and what is done are two different things. I think we're at the point now that we need evidence of what is being done and accomplished. This started back when there was no head administrator, then there was a head administrator, then there was no Montessori program being implemented. There was violation of contract, and all of these issues that we've been talking about for going on 5 months have not been resolved. So I would definitely support breach of contract with a possible notice of intent to revoke this charter. And it's sad to say that because there's so much promise that could be held for this community in Espanola. But it's apparent that they need something to help push them into that direction of what needs to be done. A lot has been said. Accusations have been made, claims and blames. But at this point in time, we need to see what's been done and what's been accomplished moving forward. So that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you. I think my concerns are similar to what Commissioner Gibson said in my views. When we have 8 parents and / students appearing before us today, many of them actually driving here to talk with us in person, and the numerous letters that we receive, there's clearly a problem. Complaints about being stifled by the board, not being able to speak out, not having their concerns addressed. I understand you may feel that it's a small segment, but it's a very vocal segment. And I think there are concerns when you've had so much change in head administrators. And I understand you have a head administrator that maybe going beyond her contract, but you don't have a full-time head administrator to maybe address some of these issues that are arising. And, being able to manage a crisis, being able to manage a difficult situation takes a specific skill set that not every individual and not every individual who's a head administrator may be capable of doing. I am extremely concerned about an allegation. We're told that it was clear that the sheriffs found no evidence. We don't have that evidence ourselves. We have the allegation by a parent that their child was assaulted and that another staff member told the parent that, but we don't have any evidence, that was presented saying, here's the police report clearing the situation, or that it was unsubstantiated. So I too would agree to move forward with a letter of breach with possible revocation. I hope the Governance Council, the members would take seriously and respond and continue to act in the best interest of the students and their parents. I don't want to see any charter school fail because of a lack of following the contract, a lack of actually addressing the concerns of parents, simply because the way a group wants to do things is different. You have to be able to come together, because without the children there, without the parents supporting that school, it will not succeed. Thank you.
Commissioner Carrillo.
Question first for Director Chavez. In the update, we have the 22-27 contract mission statement, and then the third column on the right for December 12, it's the board approved. So it's clear that that's the La Tierra board approved a new statement that has not been brought to us yet to amend the contract. Is that correct? Okay.
That is correct.
So first, my concern with that is it's a very slickly worded mission statement that basically lets you step away from fidelity to Montessori. Because the new mission statement reads, an integrated public education that includes, and this is the phrase specifically, Montessori-inspired environment, as opposed to the contract mission statement, which is night and day, families and authentic Montessori environment that fosters collaboration, that sticks to the Montessori ideals. And I know that we brought this up in August, that this is a Montessori school, not just a brand that you can throw around the name Montessori. And so that was, I know that was a concern for me at one of those last meetings, and it's a concern for me today. So we have 93 kids enrolled. And when I look at the number of letters that I've received, which, by the way, anytime someone sends me a letter, I forward it directly to Director Chavez. And generally, I've explained to the parents that have reached out to me with the same kind of desperation, if you will, that Benjamin Pierce expressed this morning. I always tell them there's limits to what the commission can do. I can't call and intervene. I can't get involved in any of this. What I can do is let the director know what's happening, so she's constantly aware of everything that's going on. And I'm certainly aware of what is going on based on these letters from parents. I was very, I don't know if she's still watching. I'm going to butcher her name, Ishal, because Ishal Topete this morning, the student who spoke. I truly hope that whoever decides to, and I think the RFP was around meals, make sure that there's certainly appropriate food for those people that have dietary restrictions. And it's the same thing. It's a public school, and that's the same thing we certainly do with any district school. So yes, that definitely the concern of fidelity to Montessori. And if you want to come to us later at some point with a request for an amendment, you're certainly welcome to do so. So is Ms. Herrera still on? Ms. Herrera, are you Montessori certified?
You know that I'm not.
Well, I know, but some of these things I'm going to ask, it's like when attorneys ask questions that they already know the answer to, you want things to be in the record. Okay, that's why I'll ask what I asked. So yes, I know you're not, but thank you. So how many staff or teachers are budgeted for with your school? And that would be for you or for Mr. Casados?
Okay, well, I have a kinder teacher, first and second grade teacher, third and fourth grade teacher, fifth, sixth teacher, seventh, eighth teacher. Those are the classroom teachers. I have a teacher that teaches math, and I have a Spanish teacher.
So some of it was garbled and I couldn't hear. So was that like 7?
Correct.
Okay. So how many of those 7 are Montessori certified?
As far as I know, only 1.
Okay, so I can tell you that's a grave concern for me. And I know that I probably wouldn't suggest sending children to a Montessori school that didn't have Montessori people certified. High turnover, obviously, for staff, and a number of the letters that I received, it just seems like a lot of parents are at that point where they want to pull kids, which actually just breaks my heart. So let's see, on the safety issues, just as I believe
Commissioner Carrillo, before you continue, I do see that Mr. Casados put his hand up, so I don't know if he wants to answer that question before you move on to another one.
Sure.
Okay, great.
Correct. So our budget does call for approximately 7 staff members, permanent staff members, and then EAs. However, in your comment, none of our teachers in our past 2 years have ever been Montessori certified other than one. Angela Feathers was the only individual that was certified Montessori in the last 2 to 3 years. Only one, and she has been the only one. So I will leave it at that.
Well, that's certainly concerning. But then I also remember when we came back for renewal, there were all these plans and to get more people certified, which was really great to hear. I mean, there's a reason we had approved the renewal, and that's because the commission had the same hope for the future that that your staff and you, and well, you were on the board then, but that basically the staff had. So, and you know, I'm concerned you have a new person on that needs to complete board training, and I would just encourage you as the board chair to set a deadline for that. What's not scheduled doesn't get done. So if you set a deadline, this person will definitely meet that. And since Ms. Herrera is at a 0.25, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, that would indicate to me anyway, that you don't have a full-time administrator and essentially haven't had a full-time administrator for months. And because I don't think Cliff counts, given the amount of time that he was absent and the amount of time that he was absent. So, you know, I mean, if there was a vote for breach, I'd probably support it. I really want to make sure to say, I want this school to succeed. Okay, the Espanola Valley needs a Montessori school, a true Montessori school. I'm not, you know, the commission can't intervene in how this gets done. This has to be left to everybody, you know, and, you know, I use sports analogies all the time. When you want a team to like go over 500 and get to 750 or whatever, you can't have all these outside people telling them what to do. They have to come up with a way to do it themselves. And, you know, my hope has, I would say, diminished, but that doesn't mean that I don't have hope. I really want this school to pull it together. Espanola Valley needs La Tierra Montessori. So if there is a vote for a breach, the way I would look at it is not a punishment, not, oh, they're coming down on us and you're victims. No. You're here because you're here, and everyone at your board and all you did this, okay? All of you did this, which is why this has been on our agenda so much. But I would encourage you to look at any action that the commission takes as an opportunity to right the ship, okay? And, you know, and if you don't take that opportunity and, you know, we come back 60 days later and things haven't really changed, then man, it would be heartbreaking to have to revoke your charter. So, you know, when the vote comes along for whatever it may be, I would support a breach as an opportunity for this school to right the ship. And this, you know, this might even mean that current board members need to really take a self-inventory and say, am I part of the solution or am I part of the problem? And are there others that can maybe step in that don't have any baggage with the school, but maybe they have, maybe it can be somebody who's a corporate consultant in the Espanola Valley that says, look, I've been following this, and here are some steps that we can take to get the right people in, and procedures that we can do as a board, and procedures that Ms. Herrera or whoever the head learner might be can institute so that we can better things, you know, one step at a time. But recognize, I think that you all need help, probably help from the outside to help your board do what it needs to do. I'm not familiar with all the board members. I haven't read all of the minutes. It seems like there's conflict, but perhaps there are board members that should really say, is this the right place for me in terms of the solution? But be clear. I want a solution and I want this school to be in the Espanola Valley. Okay? Okay, thank you.
So I actually think I have a little bit differing opinion. So I know when I've worked with families across the state before, it's very difficult to explain the various avenues of authority to families. They're like, this is my issue. You fix it. I'm talking to you. You care about me and what's happening to my student and get this done. And it is very difficult to understand what the board is able to do, what the principal is able to do, what CSD and PED are able to do, what the PEC is able to do, right? Like we have all these avenues that we have an understanding of, but as a family, you're like, this is my kid, just fix it, right? Someone needs to come in and like, this is serious issues and fix it. And so I have a lot of sympathy for families who are going through what they're going through, because for them, it's their whole world, right? This is one of 50 plus schools that we're looking at. For them, this is their whole world that's going through them. So first, I want to just say like my sympathies to families that are going through something with their any student and school. It's a challenging, difficult. It's very challenging and difficult to go through. The next thing I'll say is one of the things that I will say in working with this particular board since July, when we have written something to them, and I'm going to say outside of one piece, when we have had something in writing that we have notified them of, I have received responses and it's correct. Many of the financial things that we talked about, a lot of the things that started this whole process have been corrected or have been verified. Minutes are being posted. Things are being done differently now in response to us becoming involved. So I don't necessarily think this is the board needs to fix it and you need to get your stuff together and do it differently, because I think it's the adult community in this school. I think if there's a tension between the board and the community, I don't think the board is really going to do anything that the community might say looks right. And I think this school may be in that space where they could do everything right on paper. And I don't know if it's going to feel right to the community at this time. So I'm going to kind of take a step away from, for lack of better words, the drama of what's going on with the adults and the he said, she said things, because I do think that is the appropriate space for the principal to be involved, for the different parts of the different authorities that are involved to be involved. And I think it is correct that we cannot get involved in personnel matters. We do not want to get involved in personnel matters. That has nothing to do with what we oversee. So I'm going to kind of take my comments and put them in the confines of what we are able to do, because I do think we have the ability to take some action that I think, once again, will continue to guide the board on what the expectations are, what maybe we have seen that has gone astray and needs to be course corrected. And I before I get into that, my hope is that the teaching community at La Tierra and the head learner can come together to create some kind of resolution to the chaos of it, and can work together for the betterment of these students. Because at the end of the day, it's the families and students they are being impacted by the adult actions at this school. And it's not the board that's going to come in and fix this. So I do want to, it's not going to happen. The adults in this community, the teachers who are there every day, the principal who's there every day, you all need to get along. I mean, you need to put the stuff that's happened aside, start moving forward, because these kids are suffering because adults cannot get along, and it's not okay. Your community, your kids deserve better. And at some point it needs to be put down. There are some things that we have heard about that do need to continue being looked at and dealt with. Those things need to be dealt with in the appropriate avenue. But at the end of the day, this needs to be moved on from the adults. Now, that being said, there are some issues that I think have been going on that I think we can address and be specific on, that I think could really benefit the school moving forward. I agree with Commissioner Gibson, special education, we keep hearing students are not being served. I think that's something that we need to investigate further, to look into. And we need to get report back from, I would like Mr. Casados to start looking into that, be able to provide evidence of this and support of what the special education is doing in the school, that students are being served, IEPs are being looked at, that they're being met. And then for Director Chavez to start working with the special education department and getting evidence from our side as well. The other thing that I think there's another misstep that has happened that needs to be corrected. And I think it does lead to a breach of contract because of the level of concern I have. So the mission of the school, and Mr. Casados, I heard you say, so it was renegotiated by the school and the PEC and approved in the contract negotiations. That did happen. So there has been a different mission. And I heard that there was unclear where the minutes came from, but I can show you. So if you go to the website, go to your contract, under the contracts in the amendment, on page, and I'm being very specific, on page 24 of the amendment, there are minutes from the board that is a vote on the charter renewal and amendment. So the contract itself, the amendment itself, and then right below that is the performance framework. And it was voted by the board, yes, 3-0 for the 3 people who were there that day. In that performance framework is the mission and the mission goals as were approved. So that is what the school is currently to be abiding by. So that's number one. So on page 23, 24 of the contract amendment, there are minutes that show that the board approved the performance framework and the charter renewal and amendment. And so that is what is in effect. So before I will call on you, Mr. Casados, I promise. So I would say that's the first thing, is that is in place. So for me, when I'm looking at what is the school to be doing, I'm going to look back on this contract, back on the agreed to performance framework. For me, I have evidence that it is valid. And for me, when I hear that the mission has been adopted differently, that the mission goals were reworked, to me, that means nothing's been done this semester on what's currently in the contract. And so there has been an entire semester now of students that have gone through the school who have not, the mission has not been adhered to, and the current mission goals are nowhere to be found. There's no evidence of them. There's no scoring guide that's ever been done. I know, I've seen the communication about mission goals. I know that that's been something that's been asked over and over and over of the school. Hey, we need the scoring sheet. We need the scoring sheet. Every other school that we've worked with has been able to provide that, except for this one. And so the evidence of mission being implemented as agreed to in the contract, for me, has been breached. Evidence of the mission goals being followed and evidence that they are being done effectively is nowhere to be found. For me, that is also a serious concern. And once again, I'm going back to the fact that this is an incredible opportunity for students in Espanola. And that's what's so frustrating about this is, and I know Mr. Casados, you and I have talked when you're here, this school needs to be in Espanola. These students deserve to have a quality education option, and they don't have any other if it's not for you. You know, they don't have another opportunity to get a free Montessori education if it's not for your school. And the promise of your school is to provide that to your families. And for me, not having any evidence of that this entire semester is extremely concerning. So I'll stop with that. You don't necessarily have to respond to any special education concerns right now unless you want to. But I definitely am, the mission and mission goals and the Montessori guiding the school doesn't seem to have, it seems to have been lost in this chaos. And that's in my most kind way of allowing that to be used as a reason to not have done it. but it hasn't happened as far as I can see in evidence. So Mr. Casados, you're free to respond.
Chair Burt, thank you so much. And I think I'll comment also to something that both Gibson as well as Carrillo brought up as far as the Montessori methodology. Montessori makes up 1/3 of our entire mission. Our other 2/3 are arts integration and science. That is something that we have strong fidelity to. And the process is, if you come in as a new board president in July, you're essentially left with the scenario where you're having to mend all of these challenges in a short duration of time. I wish I could wave a magic wand and tomorrow everything goes back to where it needs to be. The challenge with that is that's not the way that process works out. It takes time to get us back to those areas. And the unfortunate circumstance is if we were going 3, 4, 5, 6 years, 11 years, that Montessori was not being adhered to, we hire a Montessori educator and now we become the official Montessori school when the other 2/3 of what we were doing was also imperative to the overall structure of that student environment, where 65%, 60 kids of that we've had at La Tierra have gone to New Mexico School for the Arts. That is not a Montessori school. None of our children have the opportunity in Espanola to go on to a Montessori school. The challenge with Montessori and Espanola is this, and I believe that it is an incredible structure. I think the ideology is profound, but this is the type of educational environment that provides students an opportunity in Santa Barbara and Palo Alto, in other areas where you have a vast saturation of Montessori educators and administrators. We have to pull in all of these individuals into this state. And thankfully, the Indigenous Montessori Teaching Center is coming online to help us with that process. And I'm thankful that Director Chavez said, hey, here's a Montessori school doing something at Kiwa and doing something with language integration. How can we bring that process in? I've reached out to countless other Montessorians that are doing Native American programs all across the country because I want to see how that process plays out. And they have had to create their own scenarios and their own framework on how that process plays out long term. Now, going back to the specific mission and why that process plays out. If you go to our website, you will not find those board minutes. And the reason those board minutes were never posted is because that special meeting was conducted outside of the Open Meetings Act. It is the reason why I wasn't on that meeting. It was the reason why Secretary at that time, Brenda Atencio wasn't on, who is an attorney, said we cannot be at a meeting called within less than 48 hours that was not an emergency meeting. If it was an emergency meeting, that's that process. If you go to the contract, it says a special meeting. And those requirements are 72 hours. And so that is where we've had an issue where now we're saying, okay, how do we have fidelity to all 3 areas of our mission? And in that contract, that mission is incredibly important to us. Montessori, arts, and sciences. And so that has been the directive of the board to Ms. Herrera is how do we ensure that these 3 areas are being met? I believe the first one that we're addressing is through the Indigenous Montessori Training Center on how we get our teachers to understand what that process is. If we only have one certified Montessorian that's at that school, I have said it, and I said this earlier, you can go back to all of my minutes, going back from the time I came onto this board, and my questions have always focused on the idea of why do we only have one? And what are we doing to satisfy this? Now, this isn't a what past administrations have done, because I'm not going to go into that area. We are now in charge. We now have fidelity to the school, and we're trying to find remedies to solve that issue. The second part is how do we ensure that the arts integration is performative? And I think that's where these adult issues have come about, where Moving Arts Espanola has been an incredible asset to this community. They provide that arts integration through this scenario. I'm sure you received an email from Prairie Bomir, and you saw the statement from Representative Roger Montoya sent to all of you. And it's those issues where we have been really focused on the idea of removing that toxic environment out of the process, because we as a board can't respond to any of that stuff. That's not in our purview. Whatever those issues are, we don't make those contracts. I've been accused that the only reason I'm on the board is to carry out the representative's ideology because it's a moving arts project. But moving arts is the only provider of arts integration. As far as the science, we're already beginning to look at how do we include NASA and other areas into that process to ensure that that STEM process is carried out. And thank God we have an incredible educator who's there, who is carrying out those STEM processes for those students. So those are really the three areas that we are focused in on and how that process goes out. As far as a performance framework, that is an area and the sheet and the guide. Our first conversation that we had with Director Chavez was in November about this issue. This was something that should have been conducted prior to the actual approval of the contract. And then we're saying the sheet does not exist. So the first part was to get the mission specific goals addressed, which we did. Now the second part is saying, okay, what are the performance framework scoring methodologies that we need to ensure are adhered to so that that process plays out? And Ms. Herrera and I have dedicated our time to ensuring, going over hours to ensure that that process plays out so that we can now inform the PEC to say, okay, here is what we've done. Here's how we've carried out these processes. And the good part is, if we weren't carrying these conversations on with Director Chavez, or we were responding to you or ensuring that that process played out, I think then that would be a huge violation. But any communication that comes from you or comes from Director Chavez calls me at 8:30 at night and says, hey, we've got this issue. What do you think is happening here? Or what do you think is happening here? And I'll respond, or we'll say, we'll follow up with an email based upon these areas. As far as evidentiary support, we have done whatever has been placed in your official letters. We respond with evidence. There are certain areas, and I know Commissioner Robbins wants to see a police report. We're not allowed by law to give you that. We're not allowed to provide you that information. All we can do is say, here's what the information we've received. Here is the information that has been passed to us by individuals that can receive those police reports, and then summarize it in a way that presents that information to the commission. So with that, I will stop my comments. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, well, and I guess this is what I'm going to be more clear on. I think from my understanding, the reworking of the mission goals has recently happened, correct? Like just several days ago.
On December 10th during a work session.
Okay.
And that was something that we are planning on presenting back to the commission, but we
Okay.
needed to move through that process to ensure that if our mission was inadvertently changed and the board was not informed about that, well, then we're saying, listen, you go back to all of our board minutes and they have our old mission statement, because that was what the board was working off of. And that was a challenge to us to see that immediate shift. And we're thinking, how did this happen? And how did that occur?
Sure. And I guess this is where I'm going to just be very blunt with you. In black and white, there is record of the change, the adoption, the agreement. So until that changes again and it's approved, that had to be adhered to. You can't, like the current mission as agreed to, we do have, I mean, I have it right here in front of me that the board voted on it. There's minutes on the website. There's minutes that say that it was looked at. It doesn't, I will tell you, and maybe this is where the confusion is when you look at the minutes, it doesn't say specifically that the mission, like it's nothing specific about the mission. It says that the contract and the amendment were approved, which the change in mission was a part of. The performance framework was approved, which the mission was a part of. Mission goals were approved in the performance framework, which the governing board did approve. It doesn't look like it's a special meeting either. So I think I would like to see an acceptance of what was there. This is what was there. If it needs to change, there's appropriate ways to do that. That makes sense. There's appropriate ways to do it. Having looked at it again, believing there needs to be an update, presenting that to the commission, that's the appropriate way to do it. But for the past 6 months, there has been something in place. And for me, that is what's not been followed yet, right? That's not been followed. And I mean, you can't even assume that whatever's proposed to the commission in the future is going to be accepted. So what's in the contract, what's in the performance framework now has to be addressed. It can't be abdicated because it doesn't make sense, or it's not what's actually in place, or it's what the previous folks had agreed to. That had to be followed. And that's just what's in black and white, right? Like if I take out anything, any of the external conversations, anything extra, there's things in here about the mission goals that are very clear. And I will say that I actually think there could have been fidelity to this during this time. There's just nothing, there wasn't any evidence that shows there was. That's what's frustrating is maybe you were doing these things, right? Like the first mission goal was that that your primary and lower elementary students with 4 semesters of attendance. So already you're limiting your students who you have the most responsibility for, and the upper elementary and adolescent community with 6 semesters will receive and exhibit mastery of Montessori lessons presented for their plane of development. Maybe that's happening. I mean, that could be happening. And I don't think it's taking out what you're doing in the arts and sciences. I don't think that we're not saying, oh, you're doing nothing. But for me, this is really, that's specific, that there's a specific Montessori plane of development that should have been followed over this last semester. And I just don't have, CSD hasn't been presented with evidence that has been happening. Then the second goal, which once again, it sounds like this is part of what you're looking at already. It's just not being presented. The evidence isn't being provided. It's that lead Montessori classroom teachers will be Montessori certified by a MACTE accredited program within 3 years of employment. So that also gives you lead time of figuring, I mean, you have 3 years of everyone being employed to do it. So it's mostly just like the plan. And if anyone's been there for 3 years, are they certified or not? I think those could have been addressed, right? This over the course of the 6 months, instead of looking at being like, oh, well, that's what they did. And we don't understand, we weren't a part of it. It's difficult for me to see minutes that say that the governing board, 3 members were there. I mean, and once again, if there was we did ask in August if there were issues for it to go back and be corrected. And so evidence of that just hasn't been presented to give me any other knowledge other than that for this semester, it's just not being addressed. And once again, I will say, Mr. Casados, I don't think that this is actually, I think, I'm clear on what your role is oversight and just ensuring that these things are happening. It ultimately comes down to your head learner and your teaching community to provide these things. You're just checking up, making sure it happens, coming and talking to us, having to be the face of it, right? When you're coming and talking to us. But I do think, once again, I will say when the PEC has written out and been specific in our expectations of the governing board, I have seen follow-up on 99% of it. Like I see those things then change. So I am also encouraged to think that if we talk about, hey, we're concerned about these items that are part of your contract and we've asked for evidence, or we've asked, CSD has asked, we haven't gotten it still. It needs to be corrected. I believe you're going to go back and do it. I do think that. I do have confidence that you're going to go back and you're going to provide, by the time we see you again, how you're going to address these things. But it has to be parallel to your plan of changing it, because we do have something set in place right now. So it has to be done in parallel, not waiting for that next part to happen and go along. So I think that's where we can go back and forth on the May approval of it or how the contract went into place. And if that's what we want to spend our time doing, we can figure it out. But we don't have any evidence or concern that there was anything wrong with the approval of these. So that's where I'm kind of standing is I don't see anything where I'm concerned about how these got approved and how it got done. It seems like the process was followed. I do understand if there's miscommunication, misunderstandings, but once again, that seems like an internal part of the whole chaos that started at the end of the last school year. So that, to me, once again, and that's where I get concerned about, I know the head learner changing over is gonna cause disruption. I mean, it just is. And that's I know the board like has tried to keep replacing every time someone leaves, but you're gonna have chaos. The community will have like the changeover in the head learner is gonna create destabilization. I mean, it just is. That's normal. That's typical with any school, no matter how great the school was before, if it was already having problems or not. It's just going to create fluctuation in any organization. We know in business and anything, if you have 4 different CEOs in the span of 3 months, that's utter chaos in any organization. So I am grateful that at least the governing board hasn't changed over more, right? Like that's seemed to have stabilized a little bit. And it seems like there's a governing board who's through the chaos has stayed, which I think sometimes can be difficult when you have the chaos going on around. Like, I mean, governing board members are volunteers. And oftentimes if they're like, I don't need this, like I don't have to be a part of this. And they leave, when there's chaos. And I am grateful, I want to say, to the governing board for staying and providing some kind of level of consistency to being able to follow through. Because I can only imagine if we also had the chair of this board leave and we had a new chair and another person come, the lack of response from the governing board would probably be a concern. And it's not. The response from the governing board, they do respond. I just don't know if we're getting the complete responses we need in order to be able to continue moving forward in a positive way. And so I'm going to support moving to another step because once again, I think that at this point now I am concerned about the academic success of the students. And that's what's most concerning. And I also believe in Director Chavez, please absolutely correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there were some filings that were missed during this transition of head learners. So I'm concerned about the timeliness of just the school being able to provide just the basic parts of being a school. So let me make sure that was correct, that I had read about that. They're conversing to make sure I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay. Chair Burt,
Mhm.
I think that the negligence in reporting occurred under a prior chair. I feel like the school has right-sized itself in terms of that.
So the since September, the school hasn't missed any PED reporting requirements.
Correct.
Okay. So it was prior to that. Okay. All right. So I will apologize for even bringing that up then. But those are the kind of issues that I get so concerned of, like when there's adult issues and there's lots of transitions, that sometimes those are the kind of things that slip through the cracks. But right now it doesn't seem like it's like a slip through the crack thing. It seems like the teaching community seems to be butting heads. Once again, I don't know to me, it feels like I don't really know if the governing board could do much right by the families and by the teachers right now, because I do think there's some external factors of people leading some maybe misinformation or information about what's going on or how things are happening that's causing and creating additional chaos instead of coming together to support who is there, who's leading it. There is a governing board. There is a school leader. The community really needs to come together at some point, support the leadership, and be able to start moving forward in what's in the best interest of the kids, instead of just constantly butting heads about things that have happened in the past and who should have been hired and fired and how things went. It needs to be settled down and move forward. So I am concerned about the education of the schools and the Montessori specific. Maybe you're doing the arts and sciences great. I'm concerned about your participation rate of your assessment. So I like that you already said, okay, we're going to look at how can we support as a governing board, but hopefully the principal is the one that's really looking at, how do we get more students, making sure we're equitably testing all of our students so we can really see where they're at. But yeah, it's difficult because there's some things that are in here that, once again, I'm just going to keep referring back to the contract, what's been agreed to. Are you providing evidence that that's what we're following? That's what we're doing. The other things that are happening, the community really needs to come together in a collaborative way, put the fists down and start working together, because the chaos is going to lead to further issues and to revocation at some point if we can't make it to where the adults come together to educate these students in a good way. Mr. Casados, you can respond, and then we're going to go. I have commissioners raising their hands, waiting for me to
Excellent.
finish.
Well, thank you so much, Chair Burt. So I think your comments are taken to heart. It is one of these things where coming into a new position, you're learning about all of these processes as you're moving through it. And I think the Montessori education hasn't changed. What has occurred at La Tierra Montessori School has continued. And we have ensured if you have the same staff that is there, they're continuing on that specific element of Montessori education that is occurring. And Ms. Herrera has ensured that process plays out. That's number one. Number two, one of the things that Mateo and I, so Mateo kind of is part of this ad hoc group that they started. We finally sat down for the first time last night and had it out for about 2 hours and just kind of talked about all of these issues, saying, there are personality issues, there's challenges that are ongoing. And we need to look at what is in the best interest of the school to ensure that there's fidelity and ensuring that 2 years from now, we may be going through challenges that we can now turn to it and say, hey, this is a blue ribbon school. We're able to do X, Y, Z, and we got to this level. And being that this school provides an opportunity for such a marginalized population, it would be a travesty to have a school like this leave this environment. But the overall opportunity is that this board is doing whatever it can. When we are addressed with a specific issue, we meet it. We address the issue immediately. But it seems as though we're constantly berated by multiple issues, and then we come before the PEC and we get tacked on with 4 or 5 other issues, and we're constantly addressing. Now, I understand if our board said, not a big problem, PEC doesn't have authority over us, we can do whatever we want. We're not going to communicate back. You just let them do whatever they're going to do. That's not who we are. 5 of us are lock, stock, and barrel. We work. This is probably the most united board this board has ever been, or in our history of our school. It is one of the most diverse. I'm the first Native American. We have 2 members of the LGBTQ community who sit on it. We have an individual who comes from a CYFD background. We have another person who comes from a social work background. We have another that's an attorney. It's not that we just have random folks sitting on a board, and it is a lot. This past week, it's 71 hours is what I've logged doing this as a volunteer. It's a lot of work. And I don't do this because this is political for me. This is an aspiration for me. This is not something I would recommend that someone do if they want to move in politics, because you're never going to satisfy everybody's request and everybody's issue. But I do it because I want children like me who were born and raised in this community to have an opportunity to one day go to Georgetown University like I did, to be able to look at themselves and say, okay, how do I become a leader in my community? And we are trying our hardest. We are trying our hardest just to keep this school alive. And it's a lot. And so with that, I know Ms. Herrera has her hand raised, and you can call on her if you'd like, but it's a lot. And none of what you say is taken with the grain of salt. From what Commissioner Carrillo, Gibson, Robbins, and Voigt say, we are constantly looking at everything you say to find ways that we can rectify these issues as clearly and as concisely as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, and I the last thing I'll say is I think that it is I guess it's just the avenues that we have. I think what's difficult is when we have folks that come and speak to us and want us to help. Our avenues of helping are generally not positive. I don't know how else to explain that. Like, our options are to, it will lead, if things don't get better, our option that we have in front of us is school closure. That's what, our extreme ability to help the school, if it doesn't correct itself, if the people at the school cannot fix these issues, that is the option we have, is to close the school. So I also, it is the adults at the school that have to fix these issues. We as the PEC cannot fix these issues. It is the adults at the school. It's the people in the community that have to come together to fix these issues. So I do want, like, I'm worried, that things get more extreme. That's our avenue. That's what we have as an avenue. And I don't think that's what the community, it's not what I'm hearing what the community wants, is for the school to close. So once again, that's why I'm encouraging adults to come together and remedy these issues. I think I saw Commissioner Gibson first and then Commissioner Robbins.
Okay, thanks. I just want to mention one other thing. The contract, the comprehensive educational program that's in the contract that has been publicly available since it was signed does not indicate a STEM program and does not indicate arts integration. It clearly says that there will be arts offered weekly and that the agricultural program will be part of it. But number one is certainly the Montessori instruction, so that this notion of STEM and arts integration, there is nothing in the signed contract with the educational program at this moment in time.
Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you. And, Mr. Casados and Ms. Herrera, I appreciate the time. And I understand fully that, someone will say, oh, it's only going to take 3 or 4 hours a week, and you wind up taking 20 hours a week to do something, to do it right. So I do appreciate the dedication and your commitment to it. As Ms. Gibson, Commissioner Gibson just said, we have to go with what the contract says right now. And one of the concerns is some of these changes that the board approved, nothing has come to the commission as a contract amendment change or a renegotiation of the contract. So although the board has approved it, the school cannot implement those changes until such time as the contract has been approved, changed and approved by the commission. You mentioned that you can't give us a copy of the police report. Police reports are public record. Names can be redacted in order to meet FERPA. That's the only requirement that I understand in FERPA, is that individual identities have to be protected. General information and a police report is public information. Again, I respect your efforts. As Commissioner and Chair Burt said, the adults have to come together. Although this is not my district, and I understand that there's been an issue raised regarding the commissioner for this district. If invited, I would be willing to come, provided I can work that out with my schedule and my family's needs to help mediate if necessary. I don't know if any other commissioners, we don't need a whole group, but it to be there to listen and offer advice, but it would not be in an official capacity. We cannot do that. But if you wanted to seek that outside experience, that might be something to do. Get someone from outside who can actually work with the parties to mediate what's going on. As you may know, I'm leaving the commission in 2.5 weeks. So my role on the commission would no longer be formal, or in helping charters or anything like that, would not be as a commissioner. But I want the school to succeed. I want the students to succeed. And I want the employees at that school, the teachers at that school, to feel that they're accomplishing something and their work is meaningful for the students and for themselves. Because there's nothing more, dissatisfying, not the best word, but for someone who's doing a job that they hate or that they don't see that there's purpose to. So, Mr. Casados and Ms. Herrera, Ms. Brown, I wish you the best. I do think the breach is the correct path to take. And as Commissioner Carrillo said, don't view it as punishment, but as an opportunity, because this is kind of the path that we have to take in order to work with you to try to correct apparent ills that the school has. Thank you.
All right, Director Chavez, and then if there's no other commissioner comments, we're going to take just a short break so that commissioners can talk to Ms. Barnes and make sure a motion is clear. Director Chavez?
Thank you, Chair Burt. I wanted to just clarify a couple of points that have been discussed. One is a mistake that I made, but the team was able to clarify when they visited the school in November, and that is the head administrator contract. I believe I reported to you that it was a 0.25. It's actually a 0.19. And she's also on staff at a 0.5 special ed teacher contract. So just wanted to clarify that fact. The other thing I wanted to clarify is the May 11th minutes that are included in our contract. We did check for evidence that the board had approved those minutes, and there is no evidence that the board has approved those minutes that they provided to us, and that is part of our contract. So I just wanted to clarify those 2 points. And then the third thing is that actually in September 6th, whenever Deputy Director Russell and I visited the school, we sat down with the then head administrator, Mr. Thompson, and we walked through the contract and the performance framework. And it is my practice that anytime there is a new head administrator in place, I sit down and make sure they know where the contract is and what it says for that school, and that they understand the performance framework that is attached to the contract. So in fact, we have been working with the school to point those things out. There's just been a change in personnel. And Mr. Casados joined me when I met with Ms. Herrera to work on the worksheet that had not yet been complete. And that's when he alerted me to a confusion. And I said, you need to fix it. And then we need to find out how you're going to implement these goals. So also one final thing is that we are within the time frame for submitting the amendment because the school just voted on those things on December 10th. They are Commissioner Robbins, they are still within the time frame to be able to submit the paperwork in a timely manner. So I wanted to make sure that we're waiting for the amendment request to come through. And I hope that it gets in sooner than later because it is really hard, Mr. Casados, and it's outside. I encourage you to read the policy that to be sending us information last minute is not okay. So I would encourage you to work on that paperwork as soon as possible to talk about those amendments. And one final thing, I know that somebody mentioned that there's, new things that are being mentioned all the time, and, time marches on and there's new things that are due. There's new reports that need to be submitted. There's new plans that need to be made constantly. I mean, that's why I think it's so important that the head administrator be attending to what's in the performance framework, because it's all there. There's several indicators and several things within that performance framework that constantly need to be addressed. So I just wanted to point that out. It's not like I think we're trying to pile on additional things. It's just that there's plenty of ongoing things that occur, and time keeps passing. So things keep needing to be due.
Okay, so I think with that, we're gonna, if you all indulge us, we're gonna take just hopefully no more than 5-minute little break right now. Commissioners, if you're interested in either making a motion or ensuring that something that you have should be in the motion for whoever's going to make it, if you can come over here and meet up with Ms. Barnes. And thank you once again, Mr. Casados, Ms. Herrera. We do appreciate you joining us today and speaking with us and giving us information every time we request it. We are grateful for that aspect. All right, we'll come back in about 5 minutes. All right, thank you so much for allowing for that quick break.
For a motion.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be ready for a motion. And so Commissioner Gibson.
Okay. So I move that the Public Education Commission issue a breach of contract notice for the breach of the following charter contract provisions. Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. Should I not put La Tierra Montessori in that first sentence? Yeah. So I move that the Public Education Commission issue a breach of contract notice to La Tierra Montessori for the breach of the following charter contract provisions. Section 2, scope, paragraph 2, I and II. The school must act through the designated charter representatives in its contract negotiations. The governing board breached the contract either one, by representing to PEC that the charter contract was negotiated by a person with authority and approved by the board, when the present board now represents that those people did not have such authority. Or two, if the designated charter representatives were appropriately acting on behalf of the school, then the present board has failed to comply with the signed contract and implement it. Further, if there was an issue with authority to enter into charter contract, the school failed to remedy any possible issues related to the contract from the time period May to July 2022, even after being directed to correct these issues by the PEC on August 19th, 2022. Section 4, 1, purpose, 2, mission, 4, comprehensive educational program of the school, and section 5, performance framework. The governing board breached the contract by failing to 1, to institute a Montessori program with trained Montessori staff, to provide documentation to CSD regarding how the mission-specific goals are being implemented, and to fully implement the mission and educational program as negotiated. 2, to set up the mission-specific goals and set up scoring sheet for the implementation of the mission-specific goals. And 3, to timely seek to amend the contract if the board had concerns with the contract when this requirement was requested of them in August of 2022. Section 4.5 VI, VI, II, and IX. Comply with all provisions of the contract and law, hiring and overseeing the head administrator, and comply with board training and requirements. And section 4.6, operation II, III, VI, and VIII. Comply with all federal and state laws relating to the education of children with disabilities, comply with all laws related to safety, notify the commission of allegations or inappropriate contact with a student. The governing board breached the contract by inadequately overseeing the head administrator to ensure that 1, the educational program is being implemented in the school. 2, the school staffing is appropriate and the staff is trained to implement the mission and educational philosophy. And 3, the school is not appropriately working to meet the needs and requirements of special education students. And 4, to address safety and health issues at the school. Section 5.2 I, II, and IV. Participate in state required assessment and meet state standards of excellence. The governing board breached the contract by failing to meet or make substantial progress toward achievement of the department standards of excellence or student performance standards identified in the charter contract, including achieving academic outcomes and participation in statewide testing. And further, the school must, 1, have a corrective action plan submitted to the Charter School Division on or before January 6, 2023, fully addressing how each issue set forth above will be remedied. And 2, if the school wants to request a proposed amendment change to the PEC to submit a complete amendment to CSD prior to January 6, 2023. The school and CSD are directed to look into the compliance with the rights and education support for special education students at the school and report back to the PEC at the January 20th, 2023 meeting of the PEC. Finally, the school has put on notice that the PEC may issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter at its January 20th meeting if all contract breaches set forth above are not sufficiently addressed through a corrective action plan, a complete proposed amendment, or any findings of issues with the special education compliance at the school.
Second. I'm sorry, Commissioner Gibson, could you repeat that? No. All right, commissioners, any comments? All right, seeing none, Secretary Mijo, if you could call roll.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Vice Chair Voigt. Yes. Secretary Mijo votes yes. Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
It passes 8-0.
All right, thank you. Mr. Casados, thank you for coming and representing your governing board in school today, and I know we'll be communication moving forward. All right, that we do have a school who is present with us today. And so instead of taking a break, hearing a couple other schools that are online first, I think I would like to move item number 10 up to right now, so that we can allow them to go back to educating students instead of waiting on us. Okay, all right, great. So we're going to go ahead and go to item number 10, which is discussion and possible action on Mission Achievement and Success Charter School enrollment cap amendment. And so if the school would like to, you can start coming down here to our little desk panel. And I'll go ahead and hand this over to start with Dr. Russell and CSD.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mission Achievement and Success Charter School is requesting PEC approval to increase its enrollment cap for its campus at 1718 Yale Boulevard from 1,140 students to 1,560. The enrollment cap for the second campus on Old Coors will remain at 1,140 as that campus is still adding a grade a year and has not yet reached its cap. The proposed change would not require additional teaching staff or curriculum resources or any additional facilities. The school currently has 4 sections in each grade and could accommodate up to 30 students per grade for a total of 1,560 students, the cap they're requesting, in each grade from kindergarten to grade 12. So currently, under their enrollment cap of 1,140, if students are distributed evenly across grade levels and there's 4 classrooms for grades, the school can accommodate an average of 21.9 students per classroom. So they're not actually asking for additional classroom space. The e-occupancy certificate for the Yale campus allows a maximum of 1,794, well over the enrollment cap requested. So CSD reviewed whether Moss has met the requirements in the amendment request, and with the exception of, I know that the PEC wants 3 years of data. What we do not have, the only data we do not have is organizational performance data for the 21-22 academic year, because Moss renewed its contract and signed that in 2022. So we have provided the reading, math, and science proficiencies for both Moss campuses, which are above the district and state averages for 21-22, as well as the high school graduation rate, which is 95%, well above the state and district averages. We have provided
screenshots of the organizational and financial performance framework for the years of the contract, which we do have the prior contract. CSD will answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. All right, and so we will go to the school. If you all want to introduce yourself first, and then talk to us about your amendment. I know. Hey, I'm right here. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and talk about your.
Okay, so first, I'm Joanne Mitchell. I'm the CEO, the founder of MAS. But just to clarify, there's just a point of clarity. It's not a cap increase just for one campus. It's the charter. And that was our understanding, is that it needed to be, but that's what we want as well. So I just want to clarify that it's not just for the Yale. Yale would be impacted first, right? Because Yale is already at cap at the Yale campus. Old Course is not at cap only because we haven't scaled up. Oh, I thought I had to just hold it the whole time. Oh, you just push it once? So I'm still on. Oh yeah, that was like hurting my thumb. I was like,
old days.
okay. Yeah, I was like, that's fancy. Okay. So anyhow, so that just to clarify. So again, I'm Joanne Mitchell. I'm the CEO, founder of MAS, and you're on now.
Oh, great. Hi, I'm Sherry Hubbard. I'm the chief of schools for MAS Charter School. Good morning.
And I'll just introduce, like, so obviously Patty Matthews is our legal counsel here. And then we have on the Zoom call, David Campbell, who's also an attorney who's done like a lot of the work with us on like the traffic and things like that, like, because I know that was a question. And then Jim Strozer and Shauna Bailey with Consensus Planning, who have also supported us in that process. So we've got them here remotely to answer any questions on that. So good. So tell just a little bit about, you all know about the school a bit, but I just want a little history on, especially for folks who maybe didn't know us and kind of like what happened. So when we first started, the intention was to be a secondary school. And it was in our first couple of years that we recognized that like 80 to 90% of the students who showed up were not proficient in reading or math. And we knew, I mean, that was really the intention of our charter, was to serve underserved students. I just don't think we understood the magnitude of how big the gaps would be and how many kids would be impacted by that upon arrival. So within the first couple of years, we ended up coming back before the commission to ask for an expansion to serve the lower grades. And so we did that. That was approved, and we did that. At the time we'd asked for, when we did it, we'd only asked for 60 seats for elementary. This was just, I'll be honest, like, just bad thinking, like never having done this before. And what we were finding was that the demand for our school was secondary. There was a huge demand, and also in talking to other charters, everybody would say that, the elementary is not where people are flocking to charter. So we thought, you know what, let's just go 60 per grade, like for the elementary grades. And then that would leave 60 open seats for, middle school kids to kind of come from all over. And so then as we worked with like folks around the nation and started working with Charter School Growth Fund and other folks, they were like, where did that plan come from? That was not very logical thinking. And I was like, well, that came from somebody who had not done this before and was like, in my mind, it sounded logical. But what we found and the data showed us was that our kids who were with us when we disaggregated the data, so the kids who were with us over time were significantly outperforming the new kids, the kids that came in 5th and 6th grade and things like, or 6th grade, 7th grade. And even though our kids would grow substantially, like in middle school, right? Even if they had just started in 6th grade, we saw the data was really improving. It didn't make sense. And that's where we had to kind of reconsider, maybe this was not the most solid plan. And then we also started to run into this weirdness where then we decided to flip it, because as you all know, the cap only applies to the number of schools. At the end of the day, there's no regulation around like how many kids you can have in grade. I can have them all in kindergarten. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter as long as I don't exceed that cap. So what we did internally is we inversed it and we said, okay, we're going to fill the elementary first. But then what happened was that, we would start having to like, just be very mindful about not backfilling any of the grades, the upper grades, because we ran out of space, right? So that's why what we're looking for with the cap increase is to even it out where the 120 per grade is per grade. To be, frankly, we probably won't ever hit that number. And you might be like, well, why are you asking for it? Because we need the hypothetical that if we never lost a kid, and that as we scaled up, I never had to worry about playing the numbers game of making sure I didn't exceed. It's easy not to exceed the original, right? But then if I have 120 kindergartners and then they go into the first grade and kids don't leave over time, it was making it complicated. So we wanted to, one, serve more kids. We had the space, we had the capacity. Two, I'll be really transparent too, from a funding standpoint right now. And that's as I think Bridget who shared that our that we didn't need additional staffing and FTEs, and that's all covered in the application. And it's because we already have the staff. The rooms aren't filled right now because of the funny way that and it was really brought on by me, like the way that I presented it originally when we did the elementary, is that those rooms aren't really completely full. So we have the capacity to bring additional kids in, which would bring in additional resources to the school. And quite honestly, with some of the resources, I mean, there's a multitude of things that we would do with the increase in funding, but a lot of what we want to do is increase the teacher salary for us. And I think I've shared this with the commission before, but one of the gaps for us is that we have a significantly longer school day than other schools. And so the state requires the 990 instructional hours for students in grades, I think it's K through 6. We provide 1,375. It's a lot more, right? K5 plus only asks for 175 more hours. Like we exceed that by almost several hundred more than what's required, but yet we get no K5 plus funding because the formula allows only for days. And I know there's conversations right now, we've really been pushing for a consideration of a change in legislation. But even with that, even if they said, okay, we're going to now fund up to 175, we're still a couple hundred more than that right now. And one of the challenges that we find is that it's hard to retain people when they're not getting paid that much more. And people, and you all know this, but people will say, well, you have the autonomy to do what you want with the budget. Yes, kind of, but there's only so much money, right? So some of, this is really, we want to serve more kids. It makes more sense. I explained kind of why we originally asked the way we did, but the increase will help us to be able to provide a bump in salary for our teachers. And I think that will support a reduction in the turnover because I think we do a phenomenal job with professional development at our school. It's a key part to our organization, a key piece of what I think helps us to put really strong teachers in front of students. And this allows us to do that even better, like by being able to keep those folks in place. And the last thing I'll share is, and I think most folks are aware of this, and I think I've referenced this in the application, but we have 2 teachers in all of our literacy classes and 2 teachers in all of our math classrooms to provide intensive instruction to students, like especially our kids who are struggling the most, whether they're students with disabilities, second language learners, or kids who are just not where they need to be. And again, the funding, we're slim on like the admin side. We don't have a heavy admin staff. Like we're not heavy on the ops side. Like we really put our resources in the classroom. So this, and I don't want to make it sound like it's just, for the funding, it's to serve more kids, but this will absolutely help us with some of those gaps that we have in trying to figure out how do we pay our teachers so that we don't have that turnover as well. And this really will help us with that immensely. So, and the last thing I'll say, and then I'll stop. I know there was a reference about not having 3 years worth of data, but I'll just highlight like just a few things if I could, and I won't go on, but a few things like just to kind of highlight, some of our performance. I know early on when we expanded and went to elementary, sometimes the conversations that we've had and expanded to a second campus, a lot of folks would ask like, can you sustain the model? Can you become that big and still do what you do and do it well, right? And I think that we've really killed the narrative on that it's not a problem. In fact, I think we've done better since we've done that. We've become more systematized. We've learned how to do this better. We've worked with folks around the nation to figure out like, how do you scale successfully so that you're really not diluting the quality as you're getting bigger, right? And it's a conversation we always have about like, how do we continue to keep focused on the mission and don't like deviate from what we're trying to do, but just a highlight of some of our results. So first, I'll just highlight some of like our best results from like this year's data. So for our second grade reading results, and if you look on the website, they will not be right, and they still have to make an update because what happened was we tested our kids. So our new students, we test them right in the summer, like right in July, we start testing. But what happened was PED included that in the calculations for the accountability data, because we were like, wait, why did our scores drop so much? And what they were doing is they were counting in the new kids that we were bringing in for the new school year, if that makes sense. So once we all figured out the error, they fixed it, but I don't know if they fixed it on the website. But anyhow, our second grade data, 77% proficient for literacy. The state average was 25%. Our ELA for language arts for fourth grade was 46%. The state was 36, so about 10% higher. Eighth grade, and we have not had a single eighth grade class yet that's come up from kindergarten. Right now, our kindergartners that we started a number of years ago are only in seventh grade right now. So these eighth grade scores are based on kids who are with us for either at the most 2 years. They would have been with us for sixth, seventh, and then eighth grade. We were at 51%. The state was at 33%. So that's after only 2 years of having kids at the most. We were almost 20% higher than where the state was. Fifth grade math, 31% for the state, we were at 45%, and eighth grade science, 29% for the state, we were at 46%, right? And so I just highlight some of our like really, really bright spots, but just one other piece here. And I always share this with caution because it's never meant to be disparaging. I know sometimes there's the debate about charter and, public or traditional public, and it's not about that, but we do need the reference point to be able to say, well, how are we doing? Are we doing any better? So when we disaggregate the data and we look at what we did is we looked at APS as a whole, and then we disaggregated our subgroups, and then we disaggregated further and we looked at, about 6 schools in APS that serve a very similar demographic to ours. So when we look at APS as a whole, when we look at, and this is all grades, ELA, we're 12% higher than APS when you look at minority students for math and English. Students with disabilities were 9% higher for English, 7% higher for math. When you look at economically disadvantaged, all ELA, this is all grades, 14% higher for ELA, 13% for math. And then English language learners, 13% higher for ELA, 14% for math. Now, when you go apples to apples comparison and you look at schools that serve almost identical group of students, demographic, it changes substantially. So minority students, we jumped to 27% higher for ELA, 23% higher for math. Students with disabilities, 14% higher for ELA, 11% for math. Economically disadvantaged, 24% higher for ELA, 20% higher for math. English language learners, 18% higher for ELA and 18% for math. So you'll also see there's not a discrepancy either really in how we're performing for math and ELA. We believe we can continue to do this better. We did this despite COVID, we did this even in the midst of that, right? And we think that there's just things that we've done that we continue to look at, like, how do we not just serve more, but our conversation is always, how do we serve better? How do we perform better than what we're doing now? So I'll stop the data. Okay.
All right, thank you. Commissioner questions, Commissioner Voigt, Commissioner Robbins.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Mitchell, Ms. Hubbard, Ms. Matthews for being here. You certainly don't have to convince me. Your school, it just exceeds every ounce of value, metrics, achievement, and it's exemplified in what you have in place as far as your capacity, your sustainability, the grants that you're receiving.
Thank you.
All of that is just exemplary. And I'm glad that you clarified that this the enrollment cap increase wasn't just for Yale.
Yes.
Because I was thinking, but that's great because the school that you have on, is it Old Course?
Yes.
You have a lot of space out there and people want to come to your school. They're seeing the results. They're seeing the great program you have. You have such a really diverse teaching staff. The times that I've been there, I've just thoroughly enjoyed visiting the classrooms and seeing the curiosity and feeling the learning going on in your school. So I would fully support this enrollment cap increase. I think it's fully justified.
Thank you.
And it speaks to the great work that you're doing at your campuses.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you. I also want to second that the success of mission achievement success. It's such an appropriate name for the school. You've lived up to it tremendously, and actually beyond, I think, expectations, maybe even beyond the expectations that you had. Again, the recognition you have nationally and with the extra funding through the grant that you were given, you can do more. Make improvements to this school, or you can do things with your transportation. You can do things, expanding your parking across the street and everything. That was a great thing. And, hopefully Mr. Campbell can work with the city to help alleviate some of the neighborhood concerns. We haven't heard anything lately, but, again, we need to look at how to help schools fit into the community rather than forcing the schools to accommodate a few loud voices. Because again, I understand any school that's near a community, and most of the elementary schools are in neighborhoods. I mean, there's houses and things, and you have a lot of people driving. I mean, when I went to school, you didn't really have parking. When I was in elementary school, there was no parking on site. It was all street parking. And I walked to school. My brothers walked to school, it's like we walked home, but things have changed. And so the city needs to work. This is one thing that I felt that the city likes to do its own thing. They say the schools do their own thing. City and the schools and the county, they need to collaborate more. And I think what you've shown with success of your students is admirable. Can you just maybe let us know graduation rates, and if you're able to follow those students, how many of them go on to either career technical training or into college?
Yeah, that's a great question. So before I answer that, if I could just kind of throw out there too, we could pivot and have David and Jim talk too, whenever you guys are ready to hear just a little bit about what's going on with the traffic stuff. But I do want you all to know that we have come to an agreement with the city, and the city is designating us as a school zone finally, and has agreed to all of that, has agreed to the improvements that we're looking to do, has agreed to the parking structure that we're looking to change, and has and Jim and David and Patty have been instrumental in helping us navigate, like, we'll just call it nicely, the bureaucracy of the process. We'll just call it like that. And so, so yeah, and they can speak more if you all have questions about that. So for the graduation, I didn't come with the actual number, but like we have, we've boasted that 100% of the kids who are with us graduate. And what we found in the data, because they do the, they send out the, I don't remember what it's called, but for the shared accountability of graduation. And what we find is between 40 to 50% of the kids who leave our school anytime in high school never graduate. That's what our data has showed consistently over the years since we've had graduating classes. So we do everything we can when we have high school students to not let them leave. And when families want to leave or whatever, sometimes they have to move, right? To another state, and there's nothing you can do about that. But when they look to make choices locally, we put that data out there to parents because we really hold them down tight. So for our graduation rates, they're high. I think when you look at the state, I don't remember, I'm sorry, I know we're up in the high 80s, like that high 80%. And you guys know that comes from that shared accountability model, because when kids leave and they don't graduate, they count against you, right? And we understand that. That's why we try really hard to not let them leave, right? Sherry and I, we just got back from New York. We were part of the Yaz Prize. MAS was recognized out of 2,700 applicants. We made it to the top 32. So we netted $200,000. Our fingers were crossed. Sherry and I thought we were walking away with either the million or the $500,000, but we had to settle for 200,000. And, but we were very proud to be in the room with such high achievers who are doing such remarkable things. And so anyhow, when we were talking though, that was one of the conversations we had on the plane, while we were sitting there, was just some of the things that we want to do to continue to build and improve our high school program, right? I think we do a phenomenal job with the dual credit. We brag about New Mexico's dual credit program because not every state has that. And so when we talk to other states, they're kind of surprised that we're able to do what we do. One of the things that we've talked about a lot is looking at more of the CTE stuff and getting kids into internships, getting kids. So we really are trying. That is one of our big pushes and goals right now. And to your question, to track, because people ask us what happens when they leave. We don't know. I'll be really honest. We try our hardest, and I'll tell you how many families reach out to us, to reach out and tell us their kids are doing well. We had a student who graduated with us 2 years ago, and his mom reached out to me because she wanted her daughter, who's still at our school. She's in driver's ed. She wanted the son, who graduated a couple years, to attend the driver's ed weekend thing, just to be able to like learn how to change tire, windshield wipers, all that stuff. And so she reached out to me, and in her message, she told me how well her son was doing, about some of the scholarships he continued, and that she went back to school because she was so inspired by what he was doing. We hear stuff like this all the time. So we know that we make an impact, not just on our kids, but on our families, right? That's a place that we know we have room for growth. That's a place where when we look at, people are asking, how are you going to spend that money? And we're like, we don't have a plan right now, to be honest with you, because we're trying to be very strategic, but that's a place we know we need grant funding, is to be able to look at how do we track and support kids once they leave? Because that's one of the biggest things we hear from kids, is that once I got out, not really, you guys aren't there anymore, because we do so much handholding. And even though we stretch ourselves and we say call, some do, but the other ones who don't, like, there's not a system. And what we know about some of the highest performing networks around the nation is that they have systems in place to support those kids beyond the give us a call if you need us, right? Like, so we're looking to do some of that. Like, that's really a growth area for us over the next couple of years, is to really further develop our high school program so that there's more opportunities to get kids into job experiences, internships, like just let them experience a little bit more, because we also think that if you can get kids experiencing it, then they'll go through the tough part of the classes that feel meaningless sometimes. I mean, to be transparent, they do. Sometimes you hear from the kids, why do I need this? And sometimes I have to say, I'm not sure. It's part of the trajectory. Like, you have to do it. And I think that if kids can feel the career, and not just a dream in their head, but like actually feel it by having that internship experience, I just think it provides that intrinsic motivation that's needed for them to recognize, okay, there really is a light, and I got to taste that career, and now it's worth kind of getting through these 4 years. So that kind of long answered your question. I hope it answers that. But.
It does. And I just want to give a shout out to Mr. Campbell. You know, I worked with him for 1 week back in 2011 when he was with the city, and I worked with and the mayor's office for 1 week. Got to know each other just a little bit, but I appreciate your efforts and your experience in the diplomatic corps of the United States. I think has served this school well. I wish you well, and I wish the school the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thanks, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
You truly are the great example of how you can expand. My concern always is with the expansion conversation is there are very few schools that are going to do it the way you do it. It's like, yes, you can look at them and say, they're a great example, but how many people can sustain the model that you do? And that's what I appreciate from you, the dedication, the commitment, the work that you put in. And I don't think there's that many that fully understand. It's easy to say this is a great program, and it is, and we should be everywhere, but dig into what it takes to be you. And there are very few entities that are going to do that. There really is. So I hope if people are looking at that, they spend a week with you, and if they think they can, stand up to that. But I think there are very few people that can stand up to your standards.
Thank you.
So, I'm fully in support of the amendment, but, it's just, and I am so grateful that we're not blown up.
Me too.
I was like, I don't have Zoom on my thing. It's like, oh, please. So it's like, thank you, holiday season.
Right? We said the same thing. We brought crystals and everything, whatever it takes.
Commissioner Correa.
Thank you very much for being here, and congratulations to the school.
Thank you.
It means a great deal. And for anyone out there listening, it means a great deal to us when people that are pretty nearby, Albuquerque, I'd say, is nearby, come here to address the commission and address their concerns. And I can say that I always feel like the commission is slighted when people don't, or they don't take it seriously to just come see us and meet us. So I have a couple questions for you. There's no question that you're a very successful school. Oh, by the way, you have a 95% graduation rate.
Thank you.
At least based
Sorry.
on the report that I have here. But the thing that I'm I'm very supportive of the increase. Okay, done.
Thank
So,
you.
but the thing that I'm concerned about is while you're succeeding much more than many other schools, there are numbers that still to me, they're challenging when we have proficiency scores.
Mhm.
And I'm sure you've got the same information that I have, where it's definitely higher than the state and the district, but I know it's not where you want it to be.
Mhm.
I know you're working hard on that. So I just want to say that I'll be looking to the next, couple annual reports to see that there's progress in these areas.
Thank you.
Because for me, and I know that Commissioner Robbins feels the same way, graduation rates are great, but not if the kids can't fill out a job application when they leave,
Mhm.
or as Commissioner Gibson had an experience where the person couldn't even figure out 20% of the bill.
Mm.
And it's like, and this was here in Santa Fe, so she probably went to Santa Fe Public Schools, and I'll own my part of whatever happened in the last however many years. But the kids need to be not just or they need to be proficient as opposed to just graduating. But I'm fully in support. And clearly, I received a couple of letters. There are people that spoke this morning, and you're filling a need for a really serious academic environment. And I love that there's a lot of people who are willing to go to put in those extra hours in staff, but also kids and parents that see the need for that and how it's benefiting their kids. So thank you very much for your commitment to our kids.
Thank you. Yeah, and if you don't mind me responding, I just want to share with you that Sherry can vouch for me. Like, this is one of the things I think my staff probably sometimes think she's never happy, because what I always tell them is that when we celebrate and we look at that data, and I tell them that 53% of our, or 51% of our eighth graders are proficient in English, I remind them that, but there's 49% who are not, and so we're not done. I tell people all the time, and I think, and this is not to excuse where we are, right? But Sherry could attest for me like that. I'm relentless about this because that's somebody's child, that's somebody's future, right? I'm relentless about it. And I'm telling you, sometimes I think my staff are probably like, she is just never happy, right? But I tell them I won't be, because I know what the outcomes are for kids who don't get this, right? Who do not get there, right? And so again, not to excuse the data, but to explain it. We backfill, and I could tell you a lot of really high performing charter networks around the nation won't backfill after the early elementary grades. We'll backfill all the way up to the high school spots. And that's challenging because you get kids who come to you in eighth grade. And I'll tell you, our kids, we can show, I should have brought it, but when we disaggregate the data and we look at kids who have been with us for a year, 2 years, 3 years, it's substantial, the difference in how kids perform the longer they're with us, right? And we have mobility, right? I think we're about a 15% mobility rate. COVID made it worse. I'll tell you, like, we've seen more mobility over the last couple of years than we've ever seen in the history of our school. One of the things that we've talked about of how do we kind of address some of this is that we're really trying to address the community part a little bit. And when I say community, I'm talking about our parent community, because we can work so hard with kids in school, but if we don't support and lift the family as well, we won't ever really make a change. We have a trip coming up with some of our grant money, but this was planned before we even got that funding, was to visit Harlem Children's Zone. And I don't know if you all are familiar with Harlem Children's Zone, but they're very, very well known. Jeffrey Canada is like, so some of you might have read some of the book, like the Whatever It Takes book. But we're going on a visit to Harlem Children's Zone. And it's not just to see the school, it's to see all the community support, because that's what they boast of the most, is their community support. Like, their grades, all that stuff is great in the school, but what they'll tell you is we didn't get here just from the work in the school. We lifted the community. So that's another one of our shifts, is like, where are we going in the next 5 to 10 years? We're trying to figure out, how do we change our community outside of the school setting? How do we lift families, right? And so it takes funding for that. And that's one of the reasons we're going, is because we have to ask, how did you do it? Because we've got to find new resources to do this, because it's not the operational dollars of the school that can fund some of these different things, right? And we have ideas, but I know that this is going to radically change some of the stuff that we do, at least as far as the outside stuff, because we do, I think, a fair amount right now, especially relatively speaking. I know there's so much more we can do. And I think that this will help to impact, reduce mobility, and ultimately build those relationships that we need with families to make them so invested in the school that this gets easier. Because some of those high performing networks, they'll tell you that we didn't do it alone with just great teachers. It was the families. They become partners in the education. And so I think our families are very supportive, but I think we're missing some ways that we can get this even better. So I appreciate your comments, and I just wanted to give some assurance that we're aware and we're already working toward that.
Well, I appreciate your response very much. And, you know, there's happy and then there's content, and we're never content until we
Absolutely.
reach all, we'd be happy all the time, but we're never content until we
Mhm.
reach those other kids, because it's exactly what you said. And we had the pleasure actually of earlier this week renewing some just phenomenal schools. And, you know, one of the things they all had in common was the parental piece, really focusing on the day doesn't end at 4 or 3 or whatever it is. And so I love that you guys recognize that as foundational to your success. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'll just say, I mean, I'm very easily supporting an increase. More students need to be at your school. That's what I believe. More students should be a part of your program. One of the things that you said, and I've heard, I believe I've heard you talk about before, it may have been a renewal before, but, and that you said today that piqued my interest was that you'll pay your teachers more because of this increase. Because I know you have a much longer day and a longer school year than many traditional schools. And you've been concerned that you need to pay teachers more to be at your school, and just like the time itself, but also I know the standards and expectations for your teachers are also very high. And I know your school is very courageous in ensuring that the right teachers are at your school, and you don't allow teachers to stay at the school that are not, you know, diligent with the standards that you expect. And so what does this look like for teachers and recruiting in order to have more students providing more money to your school so that you could pay teachers more? What does this increase tangibly look like?
Yeah, it's
for
a
that?
great question. So we talked about this at a staff meeting this morning. Sherry and I went to the building first, did our staff meeting, then, you know, came here and we shared, you know, again, that we're coming up here today and that this is part of what we're hoping for the outcome is that this will help. I don't have a number right yet, right? Because some of that's contingent, and it will be contingent on this and the K-5 plus for us to look at. I mean, we'd like to see a substantial, to be honest with you. I mean, a number in Joanne's head is at least a $10,000 increase for each person. Because when you mathematically do the hours, if you look at the hours of what our teachers work compared to AP, it is so radically different, right? And it's hard. We lose people. And I think sometimes, and people are like, well, you know, teachers aren't in it for the money. I'm like, but teachers shouldn't have to go work a second job to sustain their families, right? And they're giving so much to other people's children. They should be able to go home and give to their own children. So we pride ourselves too, that most of our teachers, their kids come to our school, which I think says a lot, right? But I think that this will really attract better folks. I think it will retain folks. And I think it'll make our teachers feel like they're valuable professionals, right? Like what they've gone to school for is valuable, right? And they really make a huge difference. So that's a Joanne number in Joanne's head, right? But that's going to be, we'll work very closely with our business managers, right? To make sure that it's a sustainable budget, because we would never want to be in a position that we provide this increase and then we're like, can't hold that, right? And because again, when we got the Mackenzie Scott Award, you know, a number of people have said, are you going to give bonuses to everybody? I'm like, we're not blowing it on bonuses, right? Like that's not what we're doing. Like we want to be able to make sure that we can provide salary that's sustainable and that really recognizes and compensates like the high performing folks that we have. We, you know, during the pandemic, like one of our responses to COVID for how do we staff was to go out of the country and find teachers. So I think I shared at the renewal that, you know, 50% of our teachers right now are H-1B or J-1 teachers. And we're not worried about the turnover on that because the H-1Bs can really stay here as long as they want, as long as we're willing to sponsor their residency here, right? Their permanent residency. And so that's been a really viable solution, but I think that we'll be able to continue that balance or maybe even it out a little bit more and have more teachers right from here because people won't want to flock to someplace else where they can work a significantly shorter day. I don't want to belabor this, but just to add context, 7:30 to 4:30 is our teacher day. That's long. 7:30 to 8:30 every morning is professional development, 182 hours of professional development every year of just that 1 hour before. That's not counting 10 full school days of professional development before the school year even kicks off. 40 hours a week, 80 hours, right? On top of that, 5 more days built into the year. Like, I mean, we provide so much professional development. It equates to a 197-day contract for our teachers. That is substantially longer than the public schools, but we can't compensate that much more. And you can only, I think, weigh on the grace of people and like the good heart and the altruistic acts. I just don't even think it's fair to ask people to do that. I think that we are very fortunate to find very passionate people, but they deserve to be paid for the work they do.
Is that where you primarily see this increase? I mean, this is going to lead to an increase and hearing that it's going to require no additional staffing, right? Because then it makes it to where, because if you're just balancing out, like you have more kids, but you're hiring more staff, then none of that changes. So is that where you see this primarily moving towards?
I would say a good portion of this. I
Okay.
mean, certainly we would look at kind of places where we're light on staffing. We're not light in the classroom. I can tell you we're very strong in the classroom as far as the instruction and the depth of that. But certainly we would look at some additional supports like parent engagement person, somebody to engage. Like, I mean, there's positions that in our minds are critical. A college position, somebody to support our kids. There are definitely positions that this would support us funding and sustaining the funding, right? So in our minds, we have ideas of where this would go and stuff. And again, we have a very rough idea of what we want to do right now. And once the numbers come in, that's where we will stamp things.
Yeah, it's understandable. I
Yeah.
know, like, once you actually have to have those seats.
Absolutely.
The
Filled.
kids in the seats before you can really
Right.
figure it out. It made me happy to see that because I know your teachers are working extra and you're right. I know they're caring, loving, and teachers know what they're going to get paid when they choose it as their ed prep program. Like I'm aware of that, but it does, like, it's when you're drained at the end of the day and you're like, I don't get paid enough
That's
for this.
right.
Right. Like then it's like, oh, I don't get paid enough for all that. Right. And I'm sure your teachers are putting in everything, right? They're putting in everything. So you don't want that to be like what they fall back on, right? Like,
Absolutely.
I don't get paid.
Yeah,
Right? I had a
absolutely.
rough day. And so now there's this too. Yeah, easily supporting. Okay. So, yeah, I think we are ready for a motion.
Okay.
And Commissioner Voigt.
Okay, thank you. Harlem Children's Zone, that's awesome.
I know, we're excited.
I just want to share the most exciting charter school I ever went to before I became a charter leader was Tiger Woods Charter School in Anaheim. He built his charter school right next to the public course where he learned to play golf. It's a
Awesome.
really cool little school.
Very cool.
So I would like to move that the Public Education Commission approve the enrollment cap amendment request for a Mission Achievement and Success Charter School to increase enrollment from 1,140 students to 1,560 students at either campus, as long as the students are in facilities where there is sufficient occupancy to house the students enrolled. Was there a?
Second. Okay, thank you. Motion and a second. Hold on one second.
Instead of at either.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
So at both
ask
campuses?
Yeah, I'll ask for a friendly amendment to
Okay.
at both campuses instead of
Thank
either
you.
campus. You'll accept that?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you. All right, so we will have comments from commissioners on the amended motion. All right, seeing none, Secretary Mijo, if you could call roll.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Vice Chair Voigt,
Yes.
Secretary Mijo votes yes, Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
and Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
That passes 8-0. Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You made our day.
We're gonna take lunch until 1:15.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. We are on item 8, which is discussion and possible action on Cesar Chavez Community School Education Program Amendment. And to get us kicked off, we'll go to Director Chavez.
Thank you. So Cesar Chavez Community School has requested from the PEC to approve an amendment for the educational program in its contract and to modify the curriculum, methods of instruction, and formative and summative assessments. And commissioners, what you will see in the Google folder is the actual request document that Cesar Chavez submitted. That's 8A, and 8B is the amendment analysis conducted by the CSD team. So in there, we point out the approval factors that are part of the so a little clarification on timeline is that after the mediation, there was an agreement that a draft would come to us and we would provide some feedback to the school. And so that arrived in accordance with the timeline that we had agreed upon. And the CSD responded also in a timely fashion back to the head administrator. And so the document that you see that's part of our analysis towards the bottom is a box with blue font. And those are the questions, because we more than anything, we had more questions about how Cesar Chavez would go about implementing the program. And we also wanted to be able to assess the community interest. So you'll see that our questions, our administrative completeness check was to make sure that the school had submitted all of the documents that are part of the amendment. And the school had, although they were pending a board meeting, and then later on, Tani did include that information. But really all of our questions centered around the narrative and the questions that were the prompts that are part of the narrative. So those were the questions we asked the school to respond to. In the analysis, you'll see that we pasted the approval factors, and those two things that are part of the PEC's policy is that the educational program amendment request does not change the essence of the school's program, and that the applicant demonstrates capacity to successfully implement the requested change. The policy also requires that we present to you all Cesar Chavez performance data, including academic, organizational, and financial for the last 3 years, similar to the CAP expansion. So what you'll see in the amendment is a paste of the indicator performance ratings from 2019-20 through 21-22, and an explanation for any ratings that doesn't meet standard. And so tied to each indicator. So you'll see in the analysis, page 3, where there's an explanation for which indicators are either yellow or red, and the reasons why. We also provided some assessment participation rates and proficiencies. And at this point, let's see. Did we do the participation? No, excuse me. That was just the assessment. Yeah, it was. And I'm going to ask Deputy Director Russell to ensure that there's no change to the participation rates, but you'll see the proficiency for ELA, math, science, and access data. Also, we provided 21-22 attendance and current enrollment information and graduation rates. And I would say that when we were looking at the proficiency rates, the attendance, retention, and even recurrent enrollment rates, we were getting a little concerned. And then when we looked at the graduation rates, we were really encouraged to see that the school has actually increased over the years, the percentage of students that it's been able to graduate. Yes, please.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, the revised participation rates changed a little for Cesar Chavez. The original participation rates for ELA, math, and science respectively were reported as 51%, 51%, and 57%. The revised figures that accountability has provided with us are 56%, 56%, and 62% respectively. The rates went up a bit, but they are still in the does not meet the standard category. Thank you.
So we will make that correction to the document that's in your folder and also replace it with the document that's online. Thank you, Dr. Russell. We made a notation about the submission window because this was a suggestion to the school at the beginning of us understanding that the school was wanting to implement its program online. And so just wanted to have that for the record that this could have been submitted a while back. In terms of professional development, I think the school did a good job of describing how they have to this point conducted professional development to prepare their students to function in this capacity. They didn't really provide a plan moving forward. I'd say that because Cesar Chavez has been implementing an online school, there are existing capacities that have been developed. And when we conducted the 21-22 school site visit, there was some reflection that there was effective instruction and student engagement that was observed as part of the online classes. In terms of evidence of support, there were parts of the narrative that that acknowledged that there were a percentage of students and or families that were concerned about going to online instruction. And you'll see that in the questions that were posed, we wanted to learn more about that. We wanted to have a more complete story about what was the survey and what were the responses. And then because the school said that they had created a plan to address those students' needs, we wanted to understand that better. I don't think that we were able to when we got the final amendment request. I think we still have some questions about that. And really, I think that the stakeholder involvement in the decision-making process has been a question that I've had throughout. And so in conclusion, I feel like there's more questions that are unanswered. And so that is where I will end the analysis.
Thank you, Director Chavez. Now I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Tani Arness and Mr. Hill.
And while we're getting the folks online, I wanted to, just as a sort of personal matter, just say, I'm not going to stick around to the end of the meeting, and I wanted to thank the outgoing commissioners for their service. Sad to see you go, so appreciate your time and your service. I think the other thing I want to say is just the school leaders plan to be in person today. Unfortunately, COVID's still happening and happening to them particularly. So they're going to be remote for health reasons. I think they're in good enough shape to participate, but understand that they would want it to be here, but they couldn't because of that unfortunate circumstance. Tani, I think it's your show now.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Dan. Hi, everybody. Yes, please. Thank you for understanding that we weren't able to be there. We really wanted to be in person today and had that planned. but we will do our best through the medium that we have. So thank you for providing that medium. We are here today with Nathan Everett, our Dean of Students, and Anaceli Verde Claro, our Governance Council President. Our social worker had wanted to attend with us as well, but due to the timing had to attend to students. So again, we are happy to be here today to present our amendment proposal to you and to give you more information and context about the direction of our evolving program at Cesar Chavez Community School. We hope to be able to answer all of the questions that you have. We know that the process of discussing the amendment to our charter has been at times confusing and difficult, and we really want to extend our hand to develop the collaborative process among us and continue moving forward to meet the very real needs of our students and our community in quality and exemplary ways. As you know, our school is building from our 19-year history of successfully utilizing flexible learning platforms, including synchronous and asynchronous learning options for students who need that flexibility. Our CCCS community was happy to learn how shifting to high-quality virtual classes actually deepens learning and engagement, as well as our relationships with students. That being said, we are also excited to focus on the areas where growth needs to continue. As we have communicated, CCCS has an active DASH plan, a 5-year plan, and several committees focused on continuous improvement in areas like equity, attendance, and systems of intervention and support. Cesar Chavez is a school built on the strategy of multiple layers of support and service. And this is an area where we are constantly analyzing our data and reflecting on which academic strategies, structures, and interventions are most effective and where we need to refine our approaches. While we are always tracking and focusing on our data, we know today's meeting is not just about data. As you can see in our amendment narrative, and I do want to clarify that you have, I think you have our most accurate narrative or our most recent narrative. I think it's the 31-page version, not the original draft. So I want to make sure you have that, and it sounds like you do.
If I may, Tani, yes, we do. All the attachments are combined, so it's a very long PDF.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, we had another 80 some pages of curriculum samples. So thank you all for, I know you must be tired after your week of, of all of this information. So we really do appreciate you taking the time to work with us today. Yeah, you've seen that, and you can see that our ongoing data is in alignment with our pre-pandemic numbers. Today, we do want to focus on our school's mission and our contract to our families and communities. At Cesar Chavez, we have personally witnessed students who have previously refused to go to Albuquerque schools for years. Their reasons include depression, anxiety, health issues, not feeling supported, and personal and family problems. In our online environment, students have been open to engaging with our teachers and social workers for personal growth and support. One of my mentees, for example, missed an entire 2 years of school, both brick and mortar school and the first year of the pandemic. Absences started with personal and family problems, and at some point turned into, well, what's the point anyway? Once at Cesar Chavez, this student was referred and agreed to meet regularly with one of our social workers. He began learning new coping, self-care, and self-regulation skills, and was able to, over time, take actions to shift his situation. There was a turning point where he suddenly took off and started getting straight A's. He became a leader in his classes and is preparing to graduate this May. It is impossible to overstate that miracle of witnessing deep personal growth as it translates into academic success and then into new dreams and possibilities. This student has now already worked with our academic counselor to enroll at CNM and plans to pursue the study of digital arts. Incredible turnarounds such as these absolutely cannot happen unless there are necessary structures and flexibility in place and a school culture of rigor, caring, and trauma-informed response to students. Cesar Chavez wants to continue providing these opportunities for academic growth for our students and the community they come from. We want to continue to provide opportunities for community engagement, self-expression, and creativity to students who have been dealing with difficult histories, both outside of school and in school. At Cesar Chavez, our students are given opportunities to take rigorous core classes as well as creative electives on Zoom. Some of our electives include guitar, painting, poetry, and digital art. We've also been able to create new career exploration classes and independent study opportunities where students can design their own elective course in collaboration with their teacher. Many of our students come to us feeling lost or hopeless. Cesar Chavez scaffolds learning to provide universal access and help students find their confidence and their voice. One student recently wrote and shared a piece for our student creative writing website called The Drum. The beginning reads, "Who am I?" That's a question I've gotten asked a few times in my life in different ways, but I never really knew how to answer it. I've always said, Jay, her name, or even, I don't know. When I would get in trouble with my mom, a question she asked me was, "Who do you think you are?" And I would tell her, "Nobody." But I am somebody. Sorry, this chokes me up. I know this student. But I am somebody. I never really thought about who I was before. I guess it didn't matter. But the more I grow up, I get asked that question a lot. Who are you? I ask myself the same thing. I guess sometimes we just have to dig deeper. Who am I? Well, I am a vessel made up of 11 elements with a brain and a heart that go to war with each other constantly. I am a woman trying to find the true meaning of life. This writing sample goes on, and it's just one example of how our students continue to amaze us in our online environment once we have established trust, relationship, and a non-authoritarian culture of collaboration. Another example is a student who just graduated. She attended Cesar Chavez before the pandemic and struggled with low motivation and poor attendance. In the virtual classroom, her teachers saw her showing up every day and participating. Then in late 2020, her father passed away from COVID. The family was devastated. The school was able to reach out with condolences and provide social work and counseling support, as well as the flexibility of self-paced learning. When the student graduated at the end of last year, she told us she kept going because she knew she had to graduate for her father. She told us how grateful she was for our school and our support. Her younger sibling now attends our school and is being successful in our online program. In addition, parents frequently tell us, "Thank you so much. My daughter used to hate school, but you have given her a love for school again." Another parent shares that her son was going to drop out and get his GED, but he decided to give CCCS a try. He told his mom he liked our school because, quote, "the teachers talk to me like I'm an equal human being." He stayed and graduated last May. Students who came to us with a transcript full of Fs tell us now, "My classes are going amazing. I love my teachers." When asked, "So what changed?" This student let us know, "The teachers actually help me here. They care." Our students, through their daily interactions with us, know how much the staff care about them. And our structures support students in ways they have never experienced. We hear this frequently. A grandparent of one of our students last year told our staff mentor, "My daughter has been to a lot of schools over the years, and nobody has ever communicated with us like you do, or ever been able to help her like your school has. I'd like to write a letter to the governor about how amazing your school is. Our teenage students are also grateful and write notes to teachers and mentors. 2 notes we recently received read, "Thank you guys all so much. You are all so very helpful. So glad I came here." And "Thank you for taking times out of your day to teach us students something we thought we couldn't do, what we thought impossible, until you guys made life easier, and I appreciate it." These stories are endless, but I'd like to conclude with the words of Valerie Martinez, the former director of the History and Literary Arts program at the National Hispanic Cultural Center. Director Martinez recently wrote a letter of support stating, quote, "I write to support your decision to meet the needs of CCCS students through a thoughtful, intentional, effective, and educationally sound online approach to education. CCCS has become a haven for students who are not able to find the options that CCCS provides at other schools. CCCS has a proven record of excellent staff, structures, and services, and has cultivated this work for 19 years. You know your students and you know how to meet their needs. For these reasons, CCCS is indispensable. Without you, where would these students go? It is essential that CCCS continue to exist. I can't imagine the educational landscape in Albuquerque without it. Commissioners, we appreciate your support, and we are excited to continue expanding in our development using new technologies and flexible learning to continually improve how we are serving our students, families, and community. And if I could clarify one other thing, the participation rate on the testing is an ongoing discussion with Lynn Vasquez. Our testing coordinator, Tracy Silva, actually has our science participation rate at 95% and our math and reading participation rate at 83%. And they're trying to figure out how to get this resolved. And they're going back and forth on names and working on that. So just a side note there. And again, thank you all for having this discussion and for reading over our proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Arness. All right, so we will go to commissioner questions and comments. If you do have any questions about this amendment as the outcome of mediation, Ms. Barnes is happy to help explain anything about that. Otherwise, make sure, once again, just direct your question at someone specifically, just so I can help facilitate the conversation. I have Commissioner Voigt, then Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Gibson, Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you, Ms. Harness, for that. I really appreciate it. So I just had a couple of questions. And thanks for all the documentation that you provided for us to look over. It's great to see that since you've gone blended, that you have a big decrease in your mobility rate. Do you think that's because the students feel more safe or anonymous? I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah. It's really interesting. And that was one of the things our social worker wanted to talk about today, because our social worker has over 20 years of experience and has worked at our school, I think, for the past 5 years. So she has seen a lot of different things. And she has found that the students are definitely expressing feeling safer, feeling less anxious, opening up more deeply in terms of talking about the issues at a core root level of what's going on for them. And so that's been really powerful. And I think for the particular students that we serve, school can be a very traumatic, traditional school settings can be a pretty traumatic environment for some of these students.
Right, I see that. And I know before, because I remember seeing your students at the campus, and, you know, it was fairly crowded. There were bodies everywhere, so I'm sure they don't feel as threatened. You know, just being in the presence of, you know, another student that might give them the mad dog eyes or something, you know what I mean? So that's
Yeah.
good. That's really great to hear that, that your mobility is really stabilizing. When you mentioned that a class, like if a student wanted to take a pause on attending classes, they wouldn't have to re-enroll. So does that class just kind of stay open for them and available for when they decide to come back?
You know, we try to be as flexible as possible with students. And of course, if a student we feel like if a student can't attend any classes, we shouldn't keep them enrolled, in the sense that, like, we don't want to be, you know, saying we have students who aren't there. So, so what we do is we will sometimes, depending on the situation, if they're going for treatment or various things, we'll try to get them services to help them in any transition they're needing. Or we will sometimes disenroll them, and then they'll come back when things have stabilized in their life. So those situations can really vary, and we sit down with you know, the relevant parties, the parents and students and staff, and try to help. Really, sometimes it's like a brainstorming session, like, okay, here's the situation, what can we do?
So it's really individualized, giving the kiddos situation and what they might need. Do you provide devices, one-on-one devices for kids to have at home?
Yeah, that's one of the nice things at our school, is we give every student a Chromebook, and we also help them get internet. So if they don't have internet, we work with them with T-Mobile's Project 10 Million, which can give them free internet in most cases for our students. Sometimes they'll go through Internet Essentials, which is about $10 a month for internet. And then in some cases, the school actually purchases hotspots and then lets them come get a hotspot.
That's very cool. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Did your students get the Get Out to Vote postcards that I brought by?
we had to do that digitally. So thank you for doing that. And yeah, so not the actual postcard, but you can get a digital image and email that out to folks.
Okay, super. Maybe next year. I mean, because they're open, you know, for any year.
Yeah.
So thank you, Tawny, for making this amendment, because I think it's going to be so much more suitable to what you're doing successfully right now for your kids. And I know starting out, it might be kind of trial and error, but it seems like you're off to a really great start with it. So I commend you and your bravery for taking that on and making that change.
Thank you, Glenna. I really appreciate that support. And I have to say, we have learned so much in this process about, there's something about being in like a Zoom classroom where it focuses like a microscope on the teacher's practices too. So we've really learned a lot about what kinds of things can be effective. And the students have commented on many of the shifts in terms of our pacing and how they're able to respond. We can get 100% engagement responses on things and get instant teacher feedback, and they're really liking that. So yeah, it's been an adventure, and you know, we're actually excited to see it. We feel like we're just at the beginning of what is possible with the, you know, there's so many tools and possibilities now.
Yeah, it's a new horizon. So that's exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Correa.
Thank you. The only question I have at this time, because I have some things later, is helping us all understand why we're doing an amendment here as a result of the mediation.
All right, we'll go to Ms. Barnes. We'll go to Ms. Barnes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks.
So thank you, Commissioner. As you know, the school had invoked a dispute regarding the contract, and that triggered the mediation provision in the contract to go there. At the mediation, there was not a proposal presented that would result in a change of the contract. So the mediator kind of worked to see if there was something the parties could agree to. and the parties could agree to them just bringing you an amendment. So there wasn't an agreement about how you would address the amendment. There was an agreement and an opportunity that I think the school took advantage of to present the amendment, a draft amendment to CSD and get some feedback. And I think that Director Chavez responded to some of the feedback that she gave the school. But the result was, so there wasn't really a resolution under the contract, notice of dispute of contract, but rather to use the regular amendment process.
All right, Commissioner Gibson.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm somewhat confused as well, but so I'll just ask my questions based on the amendment. I have an understanding that blended learning is significantly different than online instruction. And the amendment in some of the narrative, it talks about an online instruction, and then in some, it talks about we're creating a blended model. To me, a blended model is either the students are in twice a week, they get instruction twice a week, or they're in part of that's asynchronous and synchronous instruction going on the campus during the day, or they, like I said, they've got 1 or 2 days a week that they're home and it's online instruction, and 1 or 2 days a week they're on campus. That's blended learning. You're blending online and live instruction, synchronous and asynchronous instruction. So I'm somewhat confused as to the direction this amendment is going, because it speaks to both.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
So, and my concern continues when we're looking at the facility, and a facility that's being funded for lease reimbursement for all the students being on campus. And if that's not the case, what's the long-term plan for that building and the lease funding of the building? Because I think there has to be some notification, not only to us, but to PSFA regarding this. I think Commissioner Robbins can certainly speak more eloquently to this than I can, but that's part of my concern, is that I don't deny that this school has not served their community fully, always supported that, but this, and in the narrative where there's the discussion about, 2 years ago, 95% of everyone went online. That is very true, but we're in the moment of everyone coming back and us realizing that we do benefit from the human interaction. I know there are students that need the anonymity, and online instruction is appropriate for them. I have no qualms about a school saying, we have 1 or 2 students that can't do this. That's different than creating a whole different school, which is online instruction. And the school, even in their in documents that had been presented earlier, was how devastating going online was. So the shift is truthfully difficult for me, but I don't see this as a blended learning model. And that's what really concerns me through this amendment being couched as a blended learning model.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Gibson. I really appreciate it, because we have looked into this quite a bit, and there are a lot of models for blended learning. It can really look a lot of different ways, and I don't think there's one particular accepted definition that fits everything. But What I will say is you mentioned a blend of synchronous and asynchronous, and that is often a part of the blended, and we are doing that. So I think one way to look at this is to think about how it's different from a more traditional, purely virtual online school, like maybe Academy or Connections. So we are offering daily synchronous Zoom classes. Our live instruction is 6 hours a day available to students, and then we also offer them some asynchronous opportunities. We have our campus open for various supports and learning opportunities. We had students in there last week doing work keys assessments. So we're using a very flexible model. Knowing our students, we want to leave some in-person supports available to students. So we're setting our model up to say that, yes, we will do some in-person and virtual. We're going to have these daily synchronous Zoom classes, and then we're going to leave this flexibility in there to respond to needs of students as they arise.
But see, it's there, to me, I need an explanation, a detailed explanation of how that, you know, daily opportunities are. Do I just get to drop in if I need to? Or, you know, to me, there's no real direction in any of this as to what those opportunities are, how many students are being served daily at the building, how many opportunities for direct instruction are coming on campus on a daily basis. I appreciate any and all supports that are given to students, counseling, social working, whatever. I appreciate that, and I acknowledge those opportunities. But like I said, online learning, blended. It is clear that blended learning is a blend of synchronous and asynchronous, and it's not just we offer opportunities for the asynchronous. That's, you know, that's what I'm not seeing.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And so we did put into the amendment that there would be daily synchronous Zoom classes, right? And then we said that there would be a selection from a list of different supports, including tutoring, assessments, of course, will have to be on campus, certain special education supports. So it's really going to be part of their individualized scheduling plan and part of what we work out with the student to meet their needs.
Yeah, and I saw that. That's what concerned me. Blended learning is a blend of synchronous and asynchronous instruction, not other opportunities. And I appreciate all the efforts on tutoring and everything else. And I acknowledge those supports and commend you for them, but that's not direct instruction. And that's what I said I did not see in the plan. I read the rest of it. So, but I appreciate your response.
Okay, and just to clarify again, the asynchronous instruction right now is mainly through Edgenuity, and the synchronous instruction is mainly through Zoom. Thank
All
you.
right, Commissioner Robbins.
Well, getting to that synchronous, asynchronous, can you break down, because you say daily, what percentage of instruction is synchronous versus asynchronous?
So that depends on student choice in terms of how they do their schedule. However, our teachers are teaching a full load of synchronous Zoom. So the Zoom classes are set up much like they were pre-pandemic, where we have first, second, third, fourth, fifth period, and students sign up for a Zoom class at various times. And so the teachers are, it's not in where some of the models have teachers only doing, you know, very limited live lessons. Our teachers are in their Zoom classrooms doing direct instruction, you know, all day, daily. besides their planning period, and then they have some time to work in intervention and tutoring time with the students.
Okay, what percentage of your student population is special ed and what percentage is English language learners?
Right now, our special ed population is about 21%, and our English language learners is, I believe, 31%. It varies usually between like 30 to 34% on the ELLs.
So it's higher than the district and
Yes.
higher than many charter schools, and I understand that. Of the special ed, how many are physically disabled? Do you know? I mean, without, getting into HIPAA problems. I mean,
Right.
there's
Thank you.
a significant
Yes.
portion of them physically, mobility impaired, or is it some other, reason for being special ed?
We do not have a significant mobility impaired population right now. We are wondering, if this may be appealing to students who are mobility impaired, in terms of the accessibility of the online is quite simple. But at this time, we do not have significant numbers. So I don't think we have any right now that are mobility impaired.
Thank you. Your results are actually worse in many cases than APS, and lower than many charter schools that are even nearby. So I would assume, although you may have a slightly higher ELL population and special ed population than some charter schools, the general demographic is similar to some charter schools that have much higher proficiencies than Cesar Chavez.
Yeah, let me tell you a little bit about that. This is a great question. And I respect that. I very much respect a focus on proficiency and rigor. I really believe that every school needs to earn their place with our community. And our mission is to reach out to students who need intensive supports and need to reconnect to school. And we actually reach out to local high schools and ask them to send us their dropout students and their failing students. And that is what they do. And we work with those students to try to help them reconnect and re-engage. And so it's a distinct population that we are reaching out to serve. Of course, we're open to anybody, but that is part of our mission, is to specialize in what kinds of supports are needed for students to reconnect and re-engage with high school.
Thank you. Getting to the building usage, you have a almost 27,000 square foot building. And, if you only have 25% of your students on campus at any one time, what is the maximum number of students that you have on campus at any one time?
We don't have a cap on it, but I mean.
No, not
right
a cap.
now-
How many, what is the maximum number of students that you've had on campus this year?
This year.
This
Okay,
year.
I would probably, like 30, maybe something like that.
30. So you have a campus of 27,000 square feet for 30 students, basically, and some administrators. Yeah, I would venture to say that you probably don't need more than, 5,000 or 6,000 square feet. If that's all if that's the max you've ever had on campus. So I would, strongly urge, and one thing that I've been talking with people on the PSCOC is having a policy in place that building utilization has to be sufficient enough to warrant lease assistance. You're receiving a substantial amount of money for a building lease. And for 2 years, almost 3 years now, you've gone to online. Now, I understand for the first year and a half or so, it wasn't really much of an option because the state required for a few months. They encouraged students to go back in 2021. You didn't. 2022, they've really kind of dictated you will be live unless there is a reason not to be on campus. And just because you have a lease in place, if you only have 30 students on campus, whether they're special ed or some other reason, it seems to me that the state is paying a substantial amount of money for a building lease that is unused. And that goes contrary to constitutional provisions of making a payment for something that is not used and useful for the public. So how do you answer that? And what steps are you taking to reduce the size of your lease or move to a campus that is more in line with the physical needs of the student being present?
Thank you, Commissioner Robbins. Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And it's something that we are definitely looking at and that we have been researching, and we are committed to falling within correct parameters on how to navigate the building use. It is also part of our 5-year plan in terms of how to expand possibly building use, how to get community input on building use, and where we want to go with that piece of things. So I want to know that it's
understand, building use for community purposes is not what lease assistance is for. The lease assistance is for the school. Opening it up for activities in the evening or the weekend or something like that, it's for school activities. So I want to know, what are you doing to reduce the number of square feet that is needed for actual school instruction? Because I mean, you don't need 27,000 square feet when you only have 30 students on campus at one time.
right. And I appreciate that. And this is something that's in process in terms of talking with all invested parties and calculating a plan for next steps.
Well, I don't feel you've sufficiently answered the question, and I think, the school needs to, and the governance council needs to take immediate steps to come in line with the intent of lease assistance and not be paying for, 20,000 or more square feet that's unused and unnecessary. Even if you use it, well, we use it one for 2 or 3 hours. That to me is insufficient to warrant $160,000 almost, which would be this year, $160,000 in lease assistance for something that could be a fraction of that. Thank you.
Thank you. We do make a commitment to continue following up on that, Commissioner Robbins.
Commissioner Manus?
Thank you for the answering the questions. I had similar questions. My questions are more in line with what Commissioner Gibson was asking about. The first question that I have is regarding do you have any attendance requirements for your synchronous sessions that you say occur daily?
Yes, thank you for that question, because this is something that's interesting, actually. As we've been researching other online schools, we've noticed that a lot of the traditional online schools sort of say, well, we just don't look at seat time. We are continuing to look at seat time to some degree. We are building in flexibility, like I said, in some areas, but our Zoom classes, we take daily attendance just like we would in any other class. And so attendance is an interesting area for re-engagement students nationwide. There's a lot of the most high quality research actually supports the idea that you should not hold re-engagement students strictly to seat time, that it's not the best use. You should be using a mastery-based learning approach with flexibility tied into the structure. So we do use mastery-based learning and flexibility. However, we have not fully let go of the seat time thing because we feel that helps get more teacher-student face time. And so we're trying to really make sure that we have access to our students with as much direct instruction as possible. So we tell students that they are required to attend class every day in their Zoom classes, and if they're in an Edgenuity, and that if they do have an absence, and this is where the mastery-based learning piece comes in, if they have an absence, they need to then meet with that teacher to make up that absence and what they missed in that class. And all of our students are held to turning in all of their assignments, projects, and assessments, so that we're making sure that even as students may be struggling with life issues that are making attendance difficult for them, we do not want to short them on the learning that they need.
Thank you for that. What has been your attendance percentages? Do you have kind of like a, on average, what percentage of students are actually attending those live lessons? And for those that are not, how many are actually following up with the instructors later on?
The students who are signed up for Zoom classes are, I would say, all of them are attending because they cannot earn credit in that class unless they are attending. So when I say they're able to make up work that they've missed, we don't say, well, you can just make up the entire semester that you weren't in class. We say, like, if you missed a day, you can make up the work. So they are required to attend, and they are attending. If a student is not attending classes for whatever reason, we meet with them and try to problem solve and work on what they're needing. So some of those students might take an independent study class along with maybe a Zoom class and an Edgenuity class. So again, we try to really work with students to figure out what can work for them, but always with the goal that we want to maximize quality learning time. And we don't think that the most quality learning time is in a canned curriculum.
So I just want to be clear, I guess, for my understanding is you have the students, they sign up each week or each day, whether or not they
I'm sorry.
Or how does the sign up work? Because I guess
Yeah.
the attendance part, I guess I was thinking that it's like more of a, like it's a mandatory thing, like you're sent out a Zoom link, you should be there at such and such time. So I guess I'm a little confused on that.
Yeah, that's correct. It's a mandatory thing. You get your Zoom link, you need to be there at a certain time, and it's the same time each day. So if you have a 10 o'clock Zoom class, you go to that 10 o'clock Zoom class each day. So that's how that works. It's a little different than the more kind of what I'm calling now traditional online schools, the ones that have been around for a while with different models. They are doing more of a, you show up once in a while for some face-to-face instruction and maybe you sign up for it. Ours is much more, again, we're trying to focus on consistency that our students need. And so ours is at the same time each day, you log in, you do the whole class period with the teacher. It's not an optional thing.
Okay, so is just also additional question for clarification. If a student signs up for a Zoom class, is there an asynchronous component within that that course? Or is that course strictly a Zoom class? And also, do you have some courses that are more of the Zoom oriented class and some classes that are more strictly like an asynchronous based class? Because I want to understand the blended aspect as much as possible.
Yeah, thank you. Again, I really do appreciate these questions because I know what we're doing is unique. The Zoom classes, the asynchronous aspect, if you want to look at it that way of a Zoom class, is the Google Classroom. So our Zoom classes are built around a Google Classroom where they load in different assignments. And we've also learned some innovative lessons around the best ways to use Google Classroom for our population. They will put assignments in Google Classroom and the students have access to that. And then when they come into Zoom, the teachers are interacting with the students, doing some direct instruction about the material that's in Google Classroom, sharing a screen, going through demonstrations, doing Jamboards, conversations, asking questions, assessing students as they work. So a student can open their Google Doc in their Google Classroom and the teacher can have we'll have a tab open that shows all the students working in all of their Google Docs. So they can just click on each one and see exactly what's happening in real time. And that's really nice. The students and the teachers like that because you can get in there and write a comment to the student and say, hey, this is really great. Try and add a little more detail here. Or I like the way you're thinking about this logic problem. Here's a question to consider. And they're jumping into different documents and interacting with students in real time. And then they can come in, they've got the Zoom open at the same time so they can talk to each other and do verbal discussions as well and group activities. So it's really cool, actually. Like this is a whole new world that's been opened up in terms of what's possible.
Yeah, I really like some of the aspects of Google, the options that are on there for students. As far as each Zoom session, how many students are in a Zoom session at a time? Like, what's the student to teacher ratio?
Yeah, good question. So we will do a Zoom class as we could do, like, I think we had a special ed class that was like 4 students. So it could be really small. And then we would max it out at 15. But where we find kind of a sweet spot for our students in terms of participation is maybe that 10 to 12, where you can really spend a lot of time with each of the students. So it depends on scheduling need of which students are needing which classes. So some of the classes might be bigger than others and that kind of thing. But I would say that's right in the ballpark we're in.
Okay, yeah, and I think that that's great because some of the classes that I've taught, they're college classes, but I've had upwards of 30 to 40 students on a session, and it can be challenging to address every student's needs with that large of a class size. I think my last question that I have is related to what are there any requirements associated with students having to have cameras on and interaction with the instructor? Is it, are they required to have their camera on so they can have some of that face time that they are missing by being in person?
Yeah, so another good question. This has been an interesting issue that's been evolving over the years too. We've been reading a lot of different research on it as well. And one of the things that we find is that the interaction with the teacher is essential for our students. So that real-time interaction. So our policy is that if you are not responding to a teacher during class time, you will be counted absent. So how they choose to respond, the teacher and the students work that out together as a class. So some students want to use cameras and they'll work that in there. Some students don't, and then they give them microphone options or different ways to respond. We do address that need for social connection in a lot of other ways as well. So they're seeing and hearing each other in some aspect in the classroom. And then we're also having that one-on-one time with students, and we can go into breakout rooms, we can do pairings. So there's different ways to really be flexible with how that works.
Okay, thank you. I guess thinking about it, you had said your class sizes are 10 to 12. I understand that some may have COVID concerns still, but if you have those smaller class sizes via Zoom and you have such a large facility, it seems to me that the facility and in-person instruction could actually be okay with such small class sizes because you are in small groups. So it seems kind of conflicting to me because I know that whenever I taught college courses during the height of the pandemic, we had enough social distance in a classroom. It's a typical class size. I think it was of about 30 students could actually fit in that class, but due to COVID restrictions, social distancing and whatnot, it could only accommodate 8 students. So I know that based on classroom sizes, typical classroom sizes, the class sizes that you're mentioning would facilitate well for that small group instruction.
Right. Yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, we have looked at a lot of those considerations as well. Again, I want to emphasize our class sizes do vary. So it kind of moves around a little bit on that. But the other piece here is that while this did start, of course, with COVID, what we have found is that the benefits of this program are what is keeping us going in this direction in a long-term capacity. We're seeing a lot of value in what we're creating, and we're getting a lot of positive feedback from our community. So we're really looking at this from a lot of different angles.
Okay, because I guess it may have been my misunderstanding, but I thought the reason for staying primarily online was still due to COVID concerns. So
yeah, that's thank you for that. Yeah, I would say that's one factor that we look at as we're looking at whole picture. I would say our main focus right now has really been looking at the needs of our students and families and figuring out what program is going to best meet the most needs. And we really feel that this online program that we have developed is the way to go.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, Ms. Arness. I have some questions as well. So I'm going to be just really succinct and get right down to, I do like data. I want to see numbers. And I think, you know, the amendment provided a lot of narrative. And so I'm hoping to get some data that you have to support some of the narrative that you provided. So the first thing that I've heard you talk about a couple different times is that you've seen a lot of value and success. What data are you using to support that? What is being used and measured to show that it is successful and that it has value?
Yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, I acknowledge that the first part of the amendment proposal is a lot of narrative. And then as you get deeper into it, there is more data embedded in there. And we have been collecting data throughout the pandemic years. And we are seeing our short cycle assessment growth rise. We're seeing our mobility rates decline. We're seeing our attendance around the same. We're seeing, we did see a dip in graduation. The first year of the pandemic, I think, was the hard year where everybody was a little bit flipped out from the pandemic. And then as we worked and learned more strategies, we really stabilized and had a much stronger year last year in some of these areas. And all of our subgroups are showing strong growth. We're meeting our mission specific indicators. We're able to really see the feedback from families and students overwhelmingly positive. It's really been interesting going through the data.
All right. So one of the things that I'm also interested in is, you know, I can imagine there's going to be families who, as you made this transition, they're like, you know what, it is best for me. The students are like, this would work for me. But what was your re-enrollment rate over the last 3 years? Because I'm wondering how many students left your school because of this choice. And so they're not being served by another, you know, by maybe as great of a re-engagement school as yours, or maybe they're not, you know, because you made this choice. I'm interested in how many students are not being served any longer that may have been served by a quality school at Cesar Chavez in person.
Yeah, that's a great question as well, Commissioner Burt. Thank you. This is something we track. We look at all of our withdrawal data. And I don't have the exact number on hand with me at this moment, but what we found was there was, gosh, I'm going to say maybe 4 or 5 students who went to an in-person school. Nate may know this. And then we did have students, the larger thing that we saw, the larger trend that we saw over the last 3 years was students who went to get their GED because they needed to work full time. And the financial impact of the pandemic on our families was very intense. And students were juggling family responsibilities and working full time and trying to figure out how to walk through really a crisis period for a lot of our families. So that would be, I think, the bigger exodus was just students who left because they were working full time, and we tried to work with them like, okay, we're going to flex with you. We know you're working full time, but maybe we can fit a class in here and a class in there, and we'll work with you. And some of our students are doing that. We have a actually significant number of students who are working full time and are working with us to create a flexible schedule that can allow them to stay in school. Other students just were exhausted, I think was really the truth of it. They would work all day and then they'd have a class after work and they'd be like, I'm too tired. I can't do it, miss, that kind of stuff. So, so we were seeing, I think the majority of our withdrawals were due to students who had some kind of family crisis / work situation.
Okay, and I am wondering if maybe CSD has like the numbers.
I do.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we ran the numbers real quickly through the stars. What we looked at was the student count from prior year enrollment. We subtracted the student count that withdrew and then divided by the total. So for what we see is a steady increase in student retention rate from 2019-20, 53%, 2021, 66%, and 21-22, 76%.
And I have to say, thank you for that, Director Chavez. I apologize for not having those numbers right here. But that aligns with what we've been seeing. And I've been at this school for 18 years, and that 53% was pretty standard over the entire history of the school. And I only laugh because I'm thinking back over the years in my mind of how hard we have tried to work with that number and the incredible life situations that we have witnessed with our students that have been pulling them in and out of school. So it's a very real issue in New Mexico and Albuquerque, and particularly with this population.
Okay, thank you. And then my next one is going to be kind of a similar question about graduation rate, the historical graduation rate. So over the last 3 years. And Ms. Arness, if you know that, you're welcome. And I know CSD will have those numbers for sure as well. So if you don't have them off the top of your head, I can defer to CSD instead.
Thank you. Yeah, so what I will tell you that we have is our graduation recovery rate. And so if you're unfamiliar with re-engagement high schools and some of the ways of accountability for our type of school, 4-year cohorts for a re-engagement high school is not an accurate measure of success, because 95% of our students come to us behind in credits, and the 4-year cohort that we deal with is at our school for an average of about 1.5 years of those 4 years. So, and they're out.
Yeah. And I'll be clear. I'm not looking for it to like base it off of what the number is itself. I'm really looking at has your graduation rate increased or decreased? And understandably, yeah, not the number itself per se is meaningful to me as have more or fewer students historically been graduating over the last 3 years? Like, is it going up or is it going down?
So, again, I only have my graduation recovery rates in front of me because that's what we focus on.
Yeah, totally fine.
And those have gone up. Again, it was like 2019-20. It was higher. It dipped in that first year of the pandemic, and then it went up again last year. So so that's the data that we have on graduation recovery rates. Do you want the actual percentages?
No, it's okay. I can actually, I'll go to CSD because I know PED does have, specific numbers. So I'm okay. I appreciate what you have. That just the trajectory from you is completely fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'll just tell you, in 2020, it was an 86% recovery rate.
Okay.
2021, it dropped to 64. And then 2022, it rose back up to 81%.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Director Chavez, what the PED information?
Right. We're pulling 3-year trend data, but what we did put in the report is the cohort data. So the 4, 5, and 6-year rate
for last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what, so, and really what I, just to be transparent in why I'm asking is I'm just trying to see the data to support the impact on your students, right? Like if the choice this is making is negatively impacting students, that, cause I know one of the approval factors is that there's a demonstrated capacity to successfully implement the requested change, right? And I think for me, it's successfully, like, can you successfully do it? And to me, success is usually outcomes and data and numbers that we can see as well. So I appreciate, that's my intention behind asking for at least the last 3 years, right? And to prove that. One of the other things that, I understood it was interesting when Commissioner Manus brought up, is like the use of COVID to support online learning versus in-person learning. But there's just so much data to show that schools were actually the safest places in communities all throughout the pandemic. From the beginning of the pandemic, all throughout it, it was actually the transmission rate, the getting COVID at school was not where people were getting COVID, because we have, and I'm going to say, because educators and school staff and people at schools care so deeply about the health and safety of kids, that the cleaning and the measures that were taken to keep kids safe across the country were probably at its highest at school. So it actually, there's a lot of data to show that being in person at a school is actually the best place to be in a community. So I'm glad that it's not that people are scared to get COVID at school. That's why we're doing it. I am concerned as well about, I think it's when I've looked at, there are a couple successful blended learning models in our state already for a decade plus. There's one in Taos and there's one in Rio Rancho. They've been doing blended learning for a long time and successfully doing blended learning. However, their students are not given the option of coming in, right? So they're required to come in as well, have that in-person check with a physical teacher, even though they're doing a lot of their instruction online, they're doing their assignments online, they're doing, almost everything online, they're still required to come in and have touch points with adults. And so I think the only thing that my concern with, and especially knowing that, we have some online only campuses who struggle with retention, they struggle with graduation rate, it's a deeper struggle when it's online only with students regardless. And I just look at your students and I'm like, they're coming to you for re-engagement. Like, they need you the most of anyone. Like, I just see your students need the success that you provide more than most kids. And so I want them to have access to that. And so I'm interested in how the conversation went of allowing it to be optional. Why is it optional to do the in-person aspect? Because I'm coming as a mom of teenagers who, if there's an adult and they're like, oh, you tell me, reach out to me if you need help. Yeah, they're never going to do that. That's not going to happen. They're not going to be like, oh, I need, I'm going to willingly go in and get some help. It's just, we're talking about teenagers, right? Like, it's just not that maybe there's some special ones that are going to, right? There are, not mine, not many. So what led to the governing board conversation, your conversation with your school staff about allowing it to be optional, those in-person opportunities?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I 100% agree. This is a key thing that we drill into all new staff at our school, is saying to students, let me know if you need some help, is not an effective intervention. So we 100% agree that you need to come to students with the services. As far as I know, other blended learning schools aren't doing the same Zoom structures that we're doing. And so I think that makes a big difference. Zoom has really changed the landscape to where you do have real connection between teachers and students in that classroom. And so we have found that we are building relationships with students by working collaboratively in those Zoom settings.
Okay. Okay. I think I feel good about it. I actually have Commissioner Chavez has his hand up. And then I can start going back around if we need to. So Commissioner Chavez and then Commissioner Carrillo.
Thank you, Chair Burt. And I just got to say that you took the words right out of my mouth as far as schools being the safest place. And, I think I agree with a lot of those comments. And there's been a lot of talk, just to add to all that. One of the things that we learned from the pandemic is, and being on online virtual instruction, is how far back our kids regressed in their academic performance. And so there's been a lot of talk over the year since then on learning loss. And that's really big from our legislators, just across the board or everywhere. Anyways, I am a big proponent of direct instruction and face-to-face in person. And I think that's where kids belong. But I won't repeat, everything that Chair Bird already talked about. But I do want to ask about, you mentioned that your EL population is about 30, what was it, 34%, 35?
I'm sorry. Our ELL right now, I believe it's 31.
31. Okay. So just under a third of your population is ELs. And as I go through this document and I'm looking at all your different strategies and I see some academic supports for comprehensible input, what I don't see is academic language development. And so when you've got a third of your population that are ELs, I guess my question is because we also know when we talk about learning loss, the kids that regress the most were your at-risk kids, your SPED kids, the kids that need the most support, your SPED kids, your EL kids, your kids of poverty, extreme poverty. But when I look at this, I don't see in your strategies any type of strategies that address that. And so I'm kind of curious because I'm familiar with Edgenuity and I know they don't offer any type of EL support. And so I'd like to just ask, how are you addressing the language needs of kids
Thank you.
in this model?
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a really important question, and we are very focused on our EL students. It's a large part of our school culture. We have an ELD class that we offer on Zoom for English language development, and we also do targeted professional development so that all teachers are trained in SIOP, sheltered instruction practices that they can use in their classrooms to help build language. And it's very interesting. If there were reports that came out, I don't know if you saw them, but Secretary Steinhaus addressed them at one point, with NAEP testing during the pandemic. ELL students in New Mexico, actually scores went up. They outperformed other subgroups, at least the 8th grade ELL courses or group. So that was really interesting to me. There is something, I think, for ELL students about having the screen in front of them where things are interacting in writing. So by sharing the screen, it's very direct, and the teachers can put vocabulary scaffolds right there on their document as they're working. They can put them in their lesson presentation very easily. We also have adopted a new curriculum called Language Tree, where it's a asynchronous English language development program that students can work on, and they are enjoying that. It's something that's being used in California. And so this, we also have pull-out supports. We have an ELL specialist who works with our ELL students to offer one-on-one and small group supports.
Okay, I didn't see any of that. I might have missed it, but I didn't see any of that in your narrative.
You know, I'm trying to remember, and I apologize if I didn't highlight that as well as I should have. We were under a little bit of a time crunch, and I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I may have not mentioned all of these things, so I apologize for that.
Do you have data on your access for ELL scores?
We have a gap in our data for access. We did get our scores from last spring, and we had strong participation in that, but we don't have comparison factors right now because of the gap for a few years before that.
Okay, well, there's two factors with access for ELLs. One is growth, the other is reclassification. And so I understand that you might not have growth data, but what was your reclassification rate?
Ooh, that is a good question, and I would have to look that up and get back with you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Carrillo.
Thank you. So just some notes that I had first that are comments. You had talked about not using canned curriculum, but that's what Ingenuity is canned curriculum. Another note that I have, let's see, I'll get to that. So the governor and PED's order was around 18 months ago. You know, the concern that hasn't been brought up at all by anyone is why are we here at this point, and the defiance of the governor, PED and PEC in just being determined to do your own thing for the last 18 months. And while I appreciate you did the mediation piece, I've done mediations with different schools when I was part of SFPS. It's like we're forgetting that. I mean, to me, as a commissioner, it seems like we're forgetting that that your school was just thumbing your noses at the direction of PED and PEC in coming back. And you know, one of the things we learned this week in doing the renewals is all of these schools stressed and did everything they could under the sun to get kids back together again with their teachers. That was I mean, they bent over backwards to be able to do that. And I think because they know it's better in-person instruction. This is kind of maybe a snarky comment, but given that you haven't been using your facility and you said it's in process relative to your lease reimbursement, what part of your plan is going to be reimbursing the state for monies that you received for a building you weren't using? I don't expect you to have an answer for that, but I'm asking that question because obviously it upsets me. And I know that Commissioner Robbins was even looking into, you know, what we've got to get behind, do something about this because that's wrong. That's taxpayer money for this big building that's not being used, and very intentionally so. You didn't answer Commissioner Manus's question, I think, directly, and I'm going to ask it directly as a yes or no question. Is there a requirement for students to have their camera on?
No, that is left, that is, they are required to participate and they work with the students and teachers, create a plan together in the class for how they are going to do that.
Okay, so that was a no answer. Okay, terrific. And then I'm on the application and I'm looking at the page. It looks like hey, page 7 around surveys. So it's always interesting to me when people publish survey results without enough information. How many were surveyed? And like this says in 2020, 62 reported learning. 62% of what? What was the possible, what was the number of surveys that went out? And then you had, what were the number of surveys that were returned? Because here we then have 62% of those that were returned. So with all due respect, it's funny, somebody was talking about that phrase, with all due respect. Basically, this survey information doesn't mean anything because the other numbers aren't there. That's just, they just don't. When you have 86% reported learning and engaging, as much more, 86% of what? 10 people of 100 could have, returned to the surveys, and 8.6 said, hey, this is great. So my suggestion in the future, anyway, is if you're going to use any kind of survey data, it's got to have those 3 points: number in the pool, number of the pool that responded, and then the percentage of those that answered a question one way or another. Because to me, this just renders the survey of no consequence whatsoever. In here, I don't have the exact page and paragraph. I wrote paragraph 3, but I forgot the page number. The difference between offering online classes and being a virtual school. Okay. What I understand here is that the amendment is really basically to end up being a virtual school, and not being a school where somebody comes to maybe Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and they do online learning at home. Yeah, I have that one too. And I'm glad somebody pulled that up, because those are I don't know if you can see it, Tanya, but there's a high school graduation rate slide up. And those are not great results by any stretch whatsoever. And that kids can actually, or students, because some of them aren't kids, can actually do their learning on their own and at home. Not only is this not a good number at all, because as Commissioner Robbins and I say all the time, graduation is not a reflection of actually being able to fill out a job application and being proficient. And so those scores are really, honestly, terrible. And then when we look at the attendance rate, it's among the lowest attendance rates in the state of New Mexico. So here we have a school where you're making attendance as easy as possible, and you still have among the lowest attendance rates in the entire state. That causes grave concern for me. And what I see over the last 18 months, now it'd be one thing if all these numbers came back and they were just off the charts. It's like, well, my God, they really are doing really well with this format, but they're not. And I just, I think it's kind of clear what direction I'm going relative to the amendment. But the other thing, so I was thinking about this the other day and coming up with kind of an analogy. It's like over the last 18 months, you just kept robbing the bank, and now you're coming to us to ask for a withdrawal. You were just doing your own thing, and now you're coming back. It's easier to say I'm sorry than it is to get permission, right? But this is an egregious situation where it's taxpayer dollars directly affecting kids. And so I take a super duper hard line at that. Just looking at my notes, I mean, that's all I have for now. And I'm very concerned that we are not talking about the last 18 months and anything that is just what price is there to pay. And this is not just your school. What price is there to pay when a school just thumbs its nose at procedure and contract with the PEC? I mean, I kind of take offense to that. We're an elected body. We're the stewards of these children and of taxpayer dollars. And And it's not just Cesar Chavez, there are other schools that we're dealing with, but there's just like, it's what PEC says, but you know what, we'll get around it. And if they press the issue, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna call our attorney. They'll love that. So that's kind of, the way things have been going in the 2 years that I've been on this commission. And it's very disheartening that that is kind of the trend. So none of these were questions, there were statements. A lot of the questions were asked. I appreciate your candor in answering them. I appreciate that you did want to be here in person, because as a commissioner, when people are close by, and I would say 90 minutes or less, I expect them to come before the commission. Hojo, which is 3 hours away, they were in their seats sitting in here, at 8:30 for a 9 o'clock hearing. And I just have a great deal of respect for that. So that's where I am on this. And we'll see what's next.
Okay, I think there is going to be a motion made. And so Commissioner Voigt,
Okay,
or
thank
I was pausing just in case there's any other questions that need to be asked before the motion's made.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the educational plan amendment request for Cesar Chavez Community School, which clarifies the spectrum of learning platforms, modalities, and environments that are utilized at the school, including online learning, and reaffirm all other requirements and agreements in the contract. The school must discuss the school's lease reimbursement funding amount with PSFA to ensure that the school is not receiving lease reimbursement to which it may not be entitled, and shall report the result of that discussion at the January 20th, 2023 PEC meeting.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Creo.
Can you read the sentence again in the motion regarding clarifying?
Sure. Hold on. You want the whole motion?
Sure.
Actually, Cindy, read that back. Well, have Cindy, can you read that back? Hi, Cindy.
Hello, hold on, I'm happy to read it. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the educational plan amendment request for Cesar Chavez Community School, which clarifies the spectrum of learning platforms, modalities, and environments that are utilized at the school, including online learning, and reaffirming all other requirements and agreements in the contract. The school must discuss the school's lease reimbursement funding amount with PSFA to ensure that the school is not receiving lease reimbursement to which it may not be entitled, and shall report the result of that discussion at the January 20th, 2023 PEC meeting.
Thank you. And
You're welcome.
Any commissioner comments? Commissioner Correa.
Well, I just got to hand it to the writer of the motion. In to me, what is a really convoluting the sentence of learning platforms, modalities, and environments. My understanding is you have an amendment to become a virtual school, and that's not what your contract says. And this is a lot of fancy language.
Oh my God.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, the one thing I'll say is for me, the re-enrollment rate, is a reflection of student and family choice. And when I look at re-enrollment rate and I think of what a community is wanting and what a community is choosing, I'm not going to vote against a community. And for the re-enrollment rate to drastically increase after the school used this model and continued it after the pandemic, to me, that shows that this is what the students are choosing. They choose with their feet, right? Students choose, families choose with their feet. The re-enrollment rate has gone up drastically. I will not vote against a community. What I will do is hold this model accountable that to rigorous measures, and it needs to have the best student outcomes, just as if it was the old model. And that for me is what I'm going to care about the most, is that this model shows success for its students in the future. And that's where I feel my accountability responsibility as a commissioner will come into play, that this model needs to serve these students and increase graduation rate, increase student proficiency, increase growth. And that's what I'm going to see myself holding this school accountable for years to come. Commissioner Gibson, then Commissioner Voigt.
So kind of in response to that, we've said time and time again that if a school was a school for the arts and they decided to turn themselves into a STEM school, that's not what they were authorized to do. The school was not now, the community may say, hey, we want them to be a STEM school. That's not what they were authorized and contracted to do. If this school wants to be a virtual school, then we've already said to another school who wanted to create a virtual model, you need to put in an application because it's a whole new school. And that's where I'm concerned. I appreciate the fact that the community may want this, but that's not what the school was contracted to do. And you can't contract and apply to be this school and then say, no, we've changed it and now we want to do this because this best serves this community. That's, I think we're opening ourselves up to a lot for that. So I can't support this amendment for a variety of reasons that I can't support, but this flies in defiance to the governor's order, to the direction that was given by the PEC and CSD for schools to go back in person. And I can't come to grips with that.
Commissioner Voigt, then Commissioner Robbins, then Commissioner Manus, Commissioner Carrillo.
Thank you. So I see this as a major pivot that the school made during a catastrophic time. And I think that the mission of the school is not changing. It's the modality and the environment and the learning platform that is changing, and hence the amendment. I don't feel that it's necessary at this time to go back and shame the school. I think the PEC really needs to move away from that, and that if we're going to grow and as a supporter of our public charter schools, we have to get away from that type of thinking that we can go back and shame our schools. Cesar Chavez is doing what they're needing to do by amending their charter and bravely going forward with a new type of curriculum delivery. And they're doing it by trial and error at our request. So I give them kudos. I think this is very brave of them going forward. They have retained students within their new online method. So I think they're doing a great job. And I would support this motion.
Commissioner Robbins.
Well, I'm conflicted because I understand that they changed modality, but they had a contract for one modality. And they did not work with us in good faith over the last year and a half. The other thing is, we've heard terms here, blended, online, this and that. If they want to be a virtual school, use the term, they're going to be a virtual online school, period. That would clarify a lot. And if the motion were clarified that this school was moving to be a virtual online school, period, that would also help answer the lease assistance question. Because I believe they've been disingenuous with us. I believe they've been disingenuous with the PSFA and PSCOC. An existing lease notwithstanding. So as worded now, I cannot support even though it's just a change in modality, I cannot support the full motion as written.
Commissioner Manus.
One of my biggest concerns with the change in modality is who will be the community that is actually being served.
Commissioner Manus, if you can hear me, we cannot hear you.
Actually be their community at that point.
Commissioner Manus, we lost you for a moment, so you're going to have to restart. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
My biggest concern with this amendment is that who will their community be once they're approved to be a primarily or solely a virtual online school? Because it would be my understanding that anybody in the state of New Mexico that's of age to be in school as part of their school could essentially be part of their school community. So I know we've talked about community a lot, and it might be it may or may not be supporting their community. I think based off some of the data, it's not. But it's concerning that the community is actually could potentially get a lot bigger than the community that they've been serving.
Commissioner Manus, we lost you again. It did seem like at least it ended at a complete sentence. It looks like right now your microphone's muted. Okay, I'm gonna come back to Commissioner Manus if he needs to. But I think we do understand that concern. Commissioner Correa? Yes.
Okay. Since the word, I just jotted this down right now, since the word community was mentioned, I don't see that this school is providing community services that a community school provides online with a virtual school. Because community school means a very specific thing in terms of the wraparound services you provide for your students. One of the things I'm concerned with, and maybe this is something that we speak with, but it led us right here, is in my experience when we did mediation, after I was on the panels, after it, we went then to the board and said what we had decided on, and the board could accept or reject that next step that would have been made. It seemed like that step was missed here, that the people that were in the mediation kind of just made a decision on behalf of the entire commission without giving us the chance. Now, you're there as the three people that were appointed to be in mediation, but then when you come up with what you think is a solution, in my experience, that solution would be brought to whatever board it would be before it would have been brought to the school. And I know that's what we did with Turquoise Trail years ago. Anyway, that was, and we can, I don't know, bat that around later. It is just a concern of mine. Yeah. The community school piece, I don't see how that could even be implemented.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to figure out, because I do think actually the one part of this amendment application that was most clear to me was that there were going to be kids still on campus at times and receiving those services there, that all the same things that the school's been doing, they will continue doing on campus. I mean, that was actually, that piece was clear to me I didn't know about the learning versus online versus in the school. That's like the actual direct instruction, which I think has been clarified today, that the direct instructions online, the wraparound services and support is what's on campus. That seems clear to me. And so once again, I think I just don't want to get into the business of, I think this, to me, this is becoming more clear to me that it's more of a school autonomy piece. I don't think this is a whole new school. I don't see it. If the school is committed to providing the same exact education program and now doing the same exact education that they would have done on campus only, now they're doing it online and then wraparound services at the school, I feel like that is a choice that a charter school should be able to propose to us in an amendment, which, and once again, I think if the education program would have changed, the actual what they're teaching, that would have concerned me. From my understanding in this amendment, what they're teaching is not changing. How they're teaching is what's changing. And so I'm trying to not conflate this to more than what it is. And once again, I mean, I already said this, but there's data to support that they're making this decision based off of the best needs of their kids. And that is what we ask charters to do every day. And that is why we have charter school autonomy, so that they can pivot and move and propose an amendment to us should they need to, when they have evidence to show that there's something that's working for their kids. I understand the frustration of how we got to December. I don't know if we need to necessarily go backwards, but I actually think this should have been proposed last spring. I mean, I do think this should have happened last spring. And I think that would have been more appropriate. I think this should have been thoughtful that going into this school year, we should have had this conversation already. It should have been filed. And then this school year should have started with this amendment having been proposed and gone the right way. I do think that procedure did not get followed appropriately. And that is frustrating to me, because I do think there's processes for reasons and there's reasons why we do things. And I don't think that was followed, but we are here right now. And so if looking at this alone, I don't think this is a new school. I don't think this is a different school. I do think they're providing the same education online that they were in the classroom. And once again, all the same for me, the outcomes, the goals, how they're being measured should stay exactly the same. And if the school doesn't live up to its measurements, then we have accountability places in place to take action that way. But right now, there's nothing that shows that this is harming any students. There's nothing. And actually, even when we saw that graduation rate, you do have to remember that follows exactly what Ms. Arness was saying, that the graduation rate did look like that the previous 2 years. The year of the pandemic, which is the last year that the PED released data, it dropped. And her expectation, and from the tracking she does, is that 2022, which we won't have until the spring next year, it should go back up again. Once again, I don't see any data to show harm to students. So if it's about process or about, I mean, I don't understand using process to go against what the community, and by community, I mean the students at the school want. I think we are going to harm these students by voting against it and telling them they all have to come back in person. I think their re-enrollment rate's going to go down. I think they're going to have dropouts at that time, because we just saw that they went from 53% re-enrollment to 76% re-enrollment last year. I mean, they will have students leave based off of our actions. And I will not support that. Commissioner Voigt and then Commissioner Correa.
I have a general question.
No, you would, if you want to amend the motion, you would need to do that now.
Okay, I would like to amend the motion that I made. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the Cesar Chavez Community School, authorizing the school to provide direct instruction through an online platform with students that reside in the Albuquerque School District and reaffirming all other requirements and agreements in the contract. The school must discuss the school's lease reimbursement funding amount with PSFA to ensure that the school is not receiving lease reimbursement to which it may not be entitled, and shall report the result of the discussion at the January 20th, 2023 PEC meeting.
I'm concerned about they must live in Albuquerque.
It's APS.
They're
They're
in
the
Albuquerque,
district.
but oftentimes we have kids that come from, yes, yes. So I don't think I would support that part of it. I know it's acknowledging Commissioner Manus's concern, but I wouldn't support that.
Well, you're working on a new motion, because I imagine that's what Julia's typing up right now. Chair Burt, using your line of reasoning, Rio Gotha could come back to us next year and say they want to be a STEM school. So what would we do then?
Okay, so one.
Where they're changing the entire nature of their school.
So first of all, I would use data if they have a good reason to support an entire change of their education program. I will
What data are
listen to
you
them.
referring to?
However, sorry, so I'm talking about the re-engagement data that I was given, or the re-enrollment rates over the last 3 years.
Okay.
And so this is not, to me, this is not an entire change from their ed program. They're doing the exact same education programming now using online. They have the same mentorship program. They have the same curriculum that they were using. They're using all the same exact things, just doing it online. If I would be open to listening to a school about we have an education program amendment for a reason. Schools are allowed to change their education program. They're allowed to propose a change. I will consider that from any school.
I hear what you're saying. I disagree with you. And I see as their re-enrollment went up, their graduation also went down. I'm looking at it right here. And
We don't have this last year's data.
I hear what you're saying,
Okay.
but it reflects to me on the performance of the school at large. Did you come up with a? No, sorry.
Commissioner Voigt?
Okay, thank you. I just want to reiterate, though, that this is not a mission change. The school is not amending their mission. They're amending their instructional modality. Okay, granted, this is something that is finally being done, that they're realizing needs to be done. They're doing it. It's an instructional modality change. It is not their mission change. So your example of Rio Gotha, that would be a mission change. This is not a mission change, just to clarify.
Very soon.
Madam Chair, if I could, I'd like to call a question. To end
Commissioner
debate,
Robbins?
to end discussion.
Yeah, we are just waiting on a motion.
I'm not aware that previous motions have actually been tabled or withdrawn,
Commissioner Voigt was amending her motion.
but was that motion either amended or withdrawn?
It's being amended. She is trying to amend her motion currently. There is a motion on the table. Commissioner Voigt is working to amend it.
Hi, Julia. Okay.
All right, Commissioner Voigt.
Okay, thank you. And thank Ms. Barnes. Okay, here is the amended motion. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the Cesar Chavez Community School, authorizing the school to provide direct instruction through an online platform, providing supplemental instruction at the school location, and reaffirming all other requirements and agreements in the contract. The school must discuss the school's lease reimbursement funding amount with PSFA to ensure that the school is not receiving lease reimbursement to which it may not be entitled, and shall report the result of the discussion at the January 20th, 2023 PEC meeting.
Second. All right, there's an amended motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Can I just say one thing?
Commissioner Boyd.
I just want to also reiterate that this is not a virtual school. This is not a virtual school. Blended does not equal
Yeah,
virtual.
sorry, Commissioner. Yeah, we need to vote. Commissioner, Secretary Mijo.
Vice Chair Voigt,
Yes.
Secretary Mijo votes yes. Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
No.
Commissioner Chavez,
No.
Commissioner Gibson,
No.
Commissioner Manus,
No.
Commissioner Robbins.
No.
That does not pass, 5-3.
All right, the motion fails. Thank you, Mr. Hill, for being here. Ms. Arness, thanks for joining us. Mr. Everett, thank you. All right, that will take us to item number 9, discussion and possible action on Hozo Academy Mission Statement Amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Hojo Academy has request PEC approval to amend their mission statement from the one in their contract to the one that they have been using since their governing board. We have another belated amendment situation here, as we discussed at Hojo's renewal hearing. There is a document, the CSD analysis, in the PEC's folder and on the website that lists the original mission in the contract and the proposed mission. And CSD, while obviously a school has the right to revise its mission. And this is a matter of charter autonomy, and CSD wants to be very careful that we are not overstepping, and we are not, suggesting that we have the right to tell a school what its mission statement should be. CSD does have one suggestion, if Hojo might want to consider for their revised mission. There's a line, and this is because when the school was founded, given their demographics, 50% approximately Native American, located very near to the Navajo reservation, even the school's name reflects Navajo culture, Hojo. And so there's the original mission of the school emphasizes student culture, and the mission approved by the governing board in April omits any mention of culture. And so CSD would suggest to the school, which they may choose to ignore, and PEC may choose to tell us that we're overstepping. We would suggest that the school might want to consider replacing the phrase "improve the hearts and strengthen the bodies" with "improve the hearts, strengthen the bodies, and honor the cultures" in that revised mission statement, respectfully.
Chair Burt, I want to further add that the mission statement amendment is for schools that want to do small changes, grammatical changes, the way that the policy reads right now. And we felt that this was significant enough that it wasn't a small grammatical change, which is why it has moved from the consent agenda to a larger decision item. And so I think as Deputy Director Russell explained, and as is evident in our analysis, we feel like this is a significant change. Thank you.
All right. So I think at this time we'll go to Ms. Hillcock, if you want to, Hillock, sorry. If you can go ahead and present your amendment to us.
Thank you. It's good to see you all again so soon. The amendment originally was because there's a couple of things that I wanted to point out. The charter states our mission statement, but it's different than the mission statement that we submitted in our application. And so all of our applications and all of our documents up to the time of the charter being implemented and signed was different. The last portion of the amendment was left off. And so the mission statement used to read, and honor the cultures of our students in the Four Corners area. So that part for us didn't make a lot of sense because we don't serve people in the Four Corners area, specifically just Gallup, because we don't have transportation. And I wasn't exactly sure what that wording was really focused on. And so when we were trying to think about the mission statement, the other portion of the mission statement at the beginning, if you reread it, it's like, we are committed, and the next line says we are committed, and it was repetitive. And I felt like our students didn't know the mission statement and our staff didn't know the mission statement. And so we wanted to make the mission statement something that we could memorize and say on a daily basis. And so we crafted the language to try to reflect and capture what we were trying to do. And honestly, it didn't occur to me that the specific culture piece was left off, because when we say improve the hearts, that's what we're talking about, is honoring each other, respecting each other, being responsible citizens. And that to me felt like it had included that. Other things were left off as well, including rigorous curriculum. But I mean, I don't think that there is a problem. I think CSD didn't make a recommendation about that because perhaps they assumed that that would be covered. But for me, I felt like respecting cultures was something that was a given within that mission statement already. And so I didn't think about saying it specifically because I was just trying to think of a way to craft the mission statement in such a way that people could memorize it and it had some power behind it. And so the wording that we tried to come up with was the wording that we suggested. But whatever the commission recommends, I don't oppose what the CSD's suggestion is to bring that back to the board. But at the same time, it isn't something that I felt like we needed to specifically say, or else we wouldn't otherwise do. But I feel like we already do that and continue to do that. And it's really one of our pillars.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to Commissioner questions and comments. Commissioner Creo.
Thank you. It's very nice to see you again so quickly. Still thinking about Fratelli's Alfredo fries. And I would ask Dr. Russell, if you would please, if you could read that change that you were suggesting one more time.
Of course, Madam Chair and Commissioner Carrillo. The first line of the mission is the mission of Hojo Academy is to train the minds, improve the hearts, and strengthen the bodies of our students through a classical education in et cetera, et cetera. And we recommended, and as I say, it is only a suggestion, adding after changing improve the hearts and strengthen the bodies to find where I have it. improve the hearts, strengthen the bodies, and honor the cultures. So it's an addition of 3 words to the mission. And I understand Ms. Hillock's desire for it to be sort of short and sweet so that kids can memorize it. You know, our thinking at CSD was, well, it's up to the school and the PEC. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ms. Hillock, so I don't know, I kind of like it, the addition. I mean, unless you had a strong opposition to it, I could go either way, but I really kind of like the addition of the 3 words, if that's something that you're amenable to.
We are. It isn't about, we don't object to that. I don't object to that. The only thing is just retraining the students because, you know, we just had started using that mission statement, which I know is another issue that we want to talk about. But I don't object to that because that is what we do. And it was just a matter of trying to find balance with the wording to make it not sound awkward. So
I understand.
I appreciate their contribution. I don't object.
Well, and I have every confidence after hearing the kids recite the pledge in 4 different languages that they will get this in no time flat. All right. Thank you very much. And it is so nice to see you again.
Commissioner Robbins, then Commissioner Voigt.
Yes. Well, unless they're going to withdraw the application, we have the application as is, and I don't think they can change it here without going, you know, getting their board to change. So we either accept or reject this as it stands. But my position is, you know, they've discussed it, their governor's council have discussed it, the students have discussed it. I would accept it the way it is. And if they want to add it next month or the month after to add, you know, culture, that would be fine, or at any time, that would be fine. But I think shortening it to what they have proposed would be a good first step. Consideration of what CSD has proposed would be great, but leave that up to the school if they want to come back. But I support the change as it is because I think it, you know, the hearts and the students were great. I've watched it online and it was just a wonderful, wonderful, heartwarming video that we saw. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Voigt.
I like the addition of it's actually 4 words. But I think in order for that to go forward with the CSD's recommendation, this would have to be tabled for the governing board to approve the new language, correct? And then come back as an amendment. But I think it's the school's choice. But I do feel that the addition of honoring the culture is important. And it should be important to their mission.
Director Chavez.
I was going to suggest that the school could also choose to withdraw at this point and come back next month.
I'll go back to Commissioner Creel, but before I would say I'll support this one. I mean, if the school has a conversation, decides not to, then we just wasted their time. Now they have to come back to us anyway. So I think this is what the school talked about, the governing board approved. I feel comfortable with what it is. If they want to come back and revise it again, I'm also okay with that. But I think it takes the same amount of effort to come back again either way. But if they choose, if the school feels like it's best to leave it as is, I don't want them to have to come back again. And I'm okay with it being as is. So I'll support this one today and then looking into that recommendation and working with the governing board and seeing if that's what's best for the school later. Commissioner Creel.
I concur with you and with Commissioner Robbins. Keep it simple.
All right. So with that, I'll move that the Public Education Commission approve the amendment to Hozo Academy mission.
Second.
Third.
Thank you for a motion and a second. Commissioner Voigt for discussion.
Sure. So thanks. Did the school have an opinion on this? I mean, I know they can't respond. I'm just throwing it out there. So if we leave it up to the school to accept this and or come back next month, I'm just throwing this out there.
I can withdraw my motion to where we can allow for her to respond.
Lots of flexibility. Bob.
Sure.
Okay,
Jesus.
okay, all right, we'll go ahead and any comments or discussion from commissioners? Okay, all right, Secretary Mijo, if you can call roll.
Secretary Mijo votes yes. Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Voigt.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you. All right.
It's nice. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Have a good
Thank you.
weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Happy holidays.
You too.
All right. Okay, item number 11, discussion and possible action on approval of amendment forms and implementation of forms on a temporary basis with final approval of amendment forms at a later time to align with new contract. Ms. Barnes?
Thank you. We discussed this yesterday at the working session. I won't go into much detail. I will let you know that it feels important to allow CSD to take a look at those for non-substantive changes and formatting changes. And I have taken into consideration and made minor changes based on what Matt Paul said this morning and just eliminated those. It was actually in two different sections. And again, we're going to look at this for alignment with the contract, and part of, we'll just see if other issues come up as we use these forms. I am anxious to use these forms ASAP.
All right, any questions from commissioners? All right. Okay, so yeah, with I would say with that modification being made based off the public comment from Matt Paul, then I will move that the Public Education Commission approve the amendment form set forth as documents 11A1 through 11B7 for immediate use. These forms may be revised when a new form of the charter contract is approved as needed, and the CSD is authorized to make formative and non-substantive changes and post these forms on the PEC website.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Any discussion by commissioners?
Well, right this moment, I don't know if KT's on. We don't have a quorum right this second
We,
because two people just got up.
I am here, but I didn't hear the
Okay.
motion.
Okay.
We have 6.
I can repeat the motion, KT. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the amendment form set forth as documents 11A1 through 11B7 for immediate use. These forms may be revised when a new form of the charter contract is approved as needed. The CSD is authorized to make formatting and non-substantive changes and post these forms on the PEC website. That was the motion.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing no hands up, Secretary Armijo, if you could call roll.
Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Voigt,
Yes.
and Secretary Mijo votes yes. That passes 6-0.
All right. That'll bring us to item 12, which is a report from Charter Schools Division. If you don't mind, actually, yeah, go ahead. Well, I was thinking about moving the calendar up just to make sure we have enough people to vote on the calendar, but I think we'll be fine. So, Director Chavez, item number 12, report from Charter Schools Division.
Okay, thank you. I know by the time we get to my report, people are fatigued, but I have great news to share. And if you're looking at the screen, you can see the revised organizational chart for the Charter Schools Division that I wanted to just make sure that you were aware of. I want to thank my staff who have been involved in all the interviews and vetting of candidates, and especially Mr. Louis Torres, who is a powerhouse working with HR. So you'll see that indeed we have been able to increase staff for the division, and we did a little bit of reorg in terms of reporting. But when you come next month, you'll get to meet my brand new administrative assistant, Samantha Ramirez. You'll also get to meet Miss Kimberly Gonzalez, who is taking Melissa Sanchez's place as the data and financial analyst administrator. And you'll get to meet Kyle Wood, who is the authorizing practices coordinator. This is a brand new create position, so we're super excited that there will be 2 administrators in the authorizing team who can focus on financial performance of schools. We also reclassified, if you recall, we reclassified a position so we would have a financial coordinator A, and Miss Ruby James has confirmed that she will be joining our team. We have a vacant position, that's Felicia's BizOps position to fill, and I believe there were interviews today. And the other one is the PEC liaison, which we are moving forward with. So that is the update on the CSD staffing. I wanted to talk about improvement plans for schools renewed with conditions. We are absolutely on track with providing the schools reminders of any documents or plans that they need to provide to us as part of their condition for renewal. And thank Martika for working on that. The 2022 notice of intent form was posted to the website, and we have 4 sessions that are currently planned to provide training and support for anyone that submits a notice of intent. Again, they are due the 2nd Tuesday in January. The training dates are in January, February, March, and April from 9 to 12. I would just like to, in closing, just express my appreciation for the outgoing commissioners. I know this is the last meeting that we will have Commissioner Robbins, Commissioner Chavez, and Commissioner Voigt here. I know Ms. Davis is not here with us, but I just want to thank you all personally for your service on this commission, for all the work that you do, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Director Chavez. All right, the next item is discussion and possible action on the PEC calendar for 2023. So we just made some updates and you can see them in as item number 13 in your drive. The only question I had, we did add, we made sure we feel very confident that we'll be doing contract negotiations in April. So we know that we don't need them in March because we need that time for the performance framework and contract. We did add some optional work days in here. These are going to be, right now, they're specific for the performance framework. And any work we need to do in order on feedback or things that we need to do for performance framework in order to lead up to that March approval. So that's where you'll see those optional work days. We may use them, we may not. The only question I had that I don't know if it got solidified, that we probably need solidified today for sure, is the training date that was decided for new commissioners and if any other commissioners wanted to attend either. I know at first we had on the 11th, we know it's for sure not the 11th. And I know we looked at either January 6th or one other date. And so right now it's on January 6th, but I just wanted to confirm that that's correct before we vote.
I don't believe that that is correct. I think that we, because it is with the 4 new commissioners that are coming on board and not for the entire commission, if we could just remove that, and we would need to work directly with the commissioners that are new. I don't know if they're on Zoom in the audience and able to comment. But I don't think that, we had some people that were sick that were anticipating being here and that sort of a thing. So it was not something that we were able to confirm.
Okay, do you know if there were a couple dates that are being considered that
You
we could
know,
put
I've
onto here
been-
and then figure it out later? Because I do
I
think I know this is a new commissioner training, but we were planning on opening it for any commissioners who needed additional support or wanted a refresher as well. So
Right,
I'm
so-
wondering if I could put like a couple holds and give us some flexibility.
I mean, I think if you want to keep it there with the possibility it would be canceled, but I mean, that's super soon. And, we have not been able to confirm with the candidate, or excuse me, the incoming commissioners, if that date works.
Okay, I would say just for the sake of having it on a calendar and giving flexibility for it to be confirmed later. What if we made the yellow as possible training dates? And then because I remember, I'm trying to remember the date. Okay, Dr. Russell.
Yes, Chair Burt, the dates I wrote down as possible replacements for January 18th were January 6th and January 18th. Those
Okay.
are the dates that we were going to confirm with new commissioners, but we haven't yet.
Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll make both of those as an option. That way we can do that after, but that way it's approved. And I do think, especially I know the changeover in email sometimes or Google Drive or things happen with current commissioners. So we do want to make it to where there could be a possible quorum that day. Like, and if the old commissioners, I hate saying that, but like the older commission, the continuing, for the recurring want to join as well. And even just to have that training with the new commissioners that they're welcome to come, not required. Okay, so we'll do 6th and 18th. Commissioner Creo, any other questions about the calendar?
I'm curious, April 5th and then 7th. So 5th, I know, is the first night of Passover. 6th is the second. The second is the one, not that we have a meeting then, but I'm just curious as to why, is the one that is often observed with Seder and everything else. And I'm just puzzled as to why the 7th is there.
So maybe we should just green the 5th and the 6th then, not the 7th.
That's what I would recommend.
Okay.
We'll do that.
When's Easter?
I don't
Is
know
that
when
Good
Easter's-
Friday?
Easter's always a Sunday, it doesn't matter.
Well, that could be Good Friday.
Sorry,
The 7th
the
is Good Friday.
7th, the 7th is Good Friday.
Okay.
Yes.
So that is, yep, all three. Great.
There you go.
Okay. Number 13. Okay, all right. So I will move to approve the PEC 2023 calendar as seen as item number 13.
Second.
Questions, comments? Great. Secretary Miho, if you could call roll.
Ken, Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Vice Chair Voigt,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes, Chair Burt,
Yes.
and Commissioner Carrillo.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. All right, we're on to item number 14, which is discussion and possible action on PEC legislative recommendations. I did ask, there is a memo, is item number 14 in your drive that is succinct and clear as to what we have already voted on. If we have anything that needs to be updated, that's what this is for. We didn't know if anything would come up between last meeting and this meeting, as we had, a while between the last one. So that's what this agenda item's for, is just for any last minute changes. But I think we do know that, we can't really put new things on at this time. So if there's anything that you've heard about that you believe is coming up into the legislative session that you think the PEC might want to support, I think that would probably be the most appropriate thing to add at this time, but always open for your ideas and discussion. Commissioner Carrillo?
It was brought up yesterday, and Mr. Paul might be able to talk about this. Is there anything to do about a charter that knows they're not going to be renewed with one entity or another, just fleeing and then going to the other, even though the reason they weren't going to be renewed is that they were awful or they had financial challenges or whatever it might be.
So I think it would be a statutory change would be needed in order to do that.
Which that's why I mean, is that something that Mr. Paul and the group would get behind, or is it because they represent all charters? Do they want to give, you know, one of those fleeing charters with their tail between their legs a second chance?
Do you know what we're talking about? Okay, great.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Carrillo, for those kind of things, the devil's in the details. I think the biggest piece that we would be interested in, because this has happened in the past, I don't know if it happened with Cottonwood this time, who switched authorizers, is making sure the application to the new authorizer that they had all the information from the previous one. Because if a new authorizer based on their values and what they want to see in their schools should make a decision based off of that. But if they don't have information from the prior authorizer, that they don't know these kind of things. So we would be more in the realm of wanting authorizers to have full transparency of what the track record was.
Full
and then
disclosure, yeah.
let them make the decision. Because, you know, for example, years ago, we had a number of dropout re-engagement schools flee the PEC to get authorized by APS. APS accepted them because they recognized they're fulfilling a need in their community. Well, I don't know all the reasons, but I do think it was acceptance for those reasons. And so now I don't know if they had their full transparency behind the data sharing, but I think we should let authorizers make their decisions based on their values and then just ensure that they have the information they need.
So then it might just be legislation that says a requirement to disclose. Or if we don't ask, then shame on us, or. I like the idea of a requirement to disclose. Okay. No one can hear you because your mic's off.
He doesn't want to.
Authorizer jumping is not really addressed in statute. And so there might just be kind of something to look into there as far as the authorizer requirements. And then I just say, Madam Chair, Commissioner Carrillo, is just, we'd bring that to our membership to decide if we supported it or not, but I just gave you general parameters for how we view it.
I hear you. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, anything else on legislative agenda that anyone would like to bring up at this time? Commissioner Robbins?
Thank you. I was curious on page 4, and I didn't know we had talked about this, change of legislation to modify travel reimbursement from post of duty to be broadly construed. Is that a PED recommendation? And it's just added on here. I mean, PEC endorsement, but we haven't talked about that. Is that correct?
No, we did discuss it. And I think when we talked about it, we said, if it's something that someone else brought up at the legislature, that we would support it, but we weren't going to be like actively pursuing it on behalf of anyone else. But
was this related to the issue that we had a staff person or a contract person in Las Cruces and everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
I do remember that now. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for that. We don't need a motion and vote with this. It's already been done. So it was only if there was anything updated that needed. So that'll take us to item 14, reports from PEC liaisons. So LESC and LFC. LESC did meet over the last couple months. I know everyone knows they have it in different communities, and one thing I'll say about them is they do a really great job of integrating people from the community into their meetings. So they often have students, they'll always have superintendents, principals, teachers come speak to them. And I think it's just a really valuable way for legislators who, for the next couple, they'll be up in Santa Fe, stuck in the roundhouse, to actually get a better feel for the schools and how they're going. There haven't been specific PEC or charter school topics that they've been broaching. It's really been a lot of teacher retention, a lot of work on teachers and teacher education, the school finances, which obviously all these things affect charters, but there hasn't been, and I would say thankfully, charter specific items that I think are looked at to be negatively impacting the PEC work that we're doing. So we'll be looking at communicating with them in January and continue watching and following what they're doing and seeing if any of their priorities are ending up as bills that are aligning with what we have done in our legislative agenda as well. Next item is item B, the Indian Education Advisory Council, Secretary Miham.
Thank you. So the last meeting we had, there was not a quorum, so we just went over some broad general items. And then there was actually the G2G meet and greet with tribal leaders and education cabinet secretaries, but it happened to be in the same day as the Public Charter Schools of New Mexico conference. So I was not able to attend that, unfortunately. So I look forward to going to our meetings that start in January of 2023.
Thank you. I feel like this next one we should say on hold, just like we do the subcommittees. But the New Mexico NMCEL, Vice Chair Voigt, on hold.
I did, in passing, mention to Tracy Phyllis, who is on the board of NMCEL, that as the PEC liaison to NMCEL, I was never notified of any meetings. And she just said something like, well, she'll see what she can do about it. So there you have it.
All right. Best of luck to who's replacing you next year, correct? All right. PSCOC, Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you. I'll try to keep them brief, but you know, I always have something to say, and I think it's important. Albuquerque Sign Language Academy did receive their additional $6 million. So they now have a total of $28 million from the PSCOC for building. They have a $3 million loan arranged through the Mortgage Finance Authority. So, you know, they are, I think, a go. So I'm very happy for that. And please, the State Education Network, it's called SEN. It's too close to SIN, I think, you know, but anyway, $117 million in federal money for broadband in New Mexico. The Office of Broadband is looking at using a good portion of that for schools and helping schools, which would be good. And using a portion of it to help build out what's called the nodes. A node, you know, you're the last mile, the consumer, you know, when you're here, the last mile gets you here. But then you have a node that you connect to, and then that node connects to the internet, okay, to the World Wide Web. It's the nodes that need to be expanded and everything like that in order for the network to be done. So that's moving forward. The annual report for this last fiscal year is being finalized and should be available for anyone who wants to get a copy of it or anything. They could contact PSFA. We did approve, the PSCOC did approve a joint powers agreement with the Office of Broadband and Access Expansion. They will actually assist the PSFA in executing a contract to get these nodes built out and everything for the State Education Network, which is a big step because PSFA doesn't necessarily have the technical expertise and legal expertise in-house. And so the Office of Broadband will be able to help tremendously with that. And they can provide support. And one of the things that it can be canceled at any time if there's conflicts or things like that. But right now we don't foresee any of that. The legislature is proposing, or there's been proposals made to the legislature to cut local matches from anywhere from 30 to 50%. Right now, there's a formula that says a local school, and charters are eligible for this, local schools that want funding, there's a local match for almost everything. And let's say you have a 50-50, there's the state will put up 50%, the local school puts up 50%. They're looking at cutting that local match. If it's a 30% cut, that instead of being a 50%, it would only be 35%. So they take away 15. That's a huge advantage. And a lot of the local matches for the better well-to-do districts are in the area of 80 or 90%. So if you talk about a 30% reduction of your 80% match, now it becomes more feasible and less burdensome to take advantage. And there's about $1.5 billion over the next couple of years available through the short-term severance bonds that will be available for this funding. So we're hoping schools will apply, and then that would go forward through the legislature. Another proposal is to eliminate offsets. An offset is when a legislator gets money directed to a school, and for whatever reason, PED didn't keep track if it was for an eligible project, school project, or if it was for band uniforms. They just tallied up the total. So it may have been band uniforms, PSCOC and PSFA. They don't fund those things anyway. So that shouldn't have been part of the offset, but it was calculated as part of the offset. They're looking at just doing away with offsets. Now, one of the school districts that will benefit the most from that would be APS, because they have about a $36 million offset right now. I think the next largest school district is only about 9 million, but that will probably be debated and everything. That's all I have for that, except the PSCOC admin committee that I chaired meets on January 3rd. I will not be there unless Chair Burt wants me to stay on until a permanent replacement could stay, even though I won't be a commissioner. You have the discretion to appoint someone. But Stuart Ingman, he was a former project manager with APS. He's shown an interest in doing that. The other thing is the PSCOC will have a meeting. I believe it's the 10th of January. Next meeting will be after the legislature, so it won't be until April. So if you don't appoint someone to go to that meeting, you're going to go, 4 months with no one on the PSCOC, and there will be things that they can interact with PSFA and everything if they are designated liaison. So just to have a discussion with the incoming or existing commissioners to see if anyone wants to be nominated to be selected for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I know your work on PSCOC, I think, is not to diminish all the rest of our work as us being liaisons, but the work that you have done over the course of your term on PSCOC, I think, is like such a bright shining spotlight on behalf of the PEC. Like, I feel like it's really you have made us look good by you being on it and you representing the PEC, and the effect that you have on it is so tangible. And so I know we're all very grateful for that. And once again, the care and passion you have for it, and especially right now, letting me know that we need to get someone on it right now. So actually, I don't want to waste any time doing that. And so is there any way, would you mind promoting Stuart Ingham to the panel real quick?
Are you there, Stuart? Yeah. If I could, while you're doing that, if he's still there.
Yes, please.
I would like to say thank you for that. At the last AMS subcommittee that I chaired for 2.5 years, they gave me a hard hat with everybody's names written on it and everything. I had to be very careful. I took it home and spray painted clear coat on it so they wouldn't rub off. Then they were surprised I didn't wear it to the next meeting. I was like in December a couple of weeks ago, and I said, well, why would I wear it? They said, well, yeah, you're right. We've never given one to anyone else before who had shared the subcommittee.
Very cool.
So that was
cool.
really,
yeah.
And people wrote little things. They gave me a nice card and everything. So, and I felt very privileged that Chair Guillen from New Mexico School Board, who chairs COC, actually had the confidence in me to put me on that committee. And I worked very closely with him and David Abbey, had very good working relationship with them. And I think hopefully, you stated this, but hopefully I elevated the role of the PEC with the PSCOC So thank you.
Absolutely. And I think it's easy for charter schools to be forgotten, you know, if there's not someone there advocating for them. So yeah, thank you. Mr. Ingham, soon to be, or I should say Commissioner-elect Ingham. Are you able to say hi really quick?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. You can hear me. I would love to ask on a temporary basis until appointments are made for the next year, if you would be willing to serve on the PSCOC starting January 3rd and work with Commissioner Robbins on that transition in the meantime.
I would absolutely be privileged. There is only one little problem, and that is that they've scheduled the what do you call it, when I get sworn in for January 3rd, of course. So I don't
Okay.
know how I can work that. We'll figure out a way though. Okay.
Okay, yeah, and you can work with Commissioner. I'm volunteering you past your term, but I know Commissioner Robbins will help you to figure out the timing of that. Hopefully it could overlap in the best way possible. If January 3rd doesn't work, Commissioner Robbins, I would like you to attend on January 3rd. And but by January 10th, Commissioner-elect Ingham, if you could go ahead and represent us on that. And then when we do our next meeting and I ask for roles, we'll do the official appointment for next year at that time.
Thank you. I'd be happy to, and I have been working with Commissioner-elect Ingham and also Commissioner-elect Beck, who will be replacing me in my position from District 2. And he's been texting me during the day about, giving me little comments and things like that. So obviously, anything that I can share, if it's worthwhile, I'd be happy to do that. I will miss working with you, and I'll leave that for later comments, but thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Thank you, Commissioner-elect Ingham. So we'll have you figure that out and get you serving. Like I said, we'll do it on a temporary basis until after the January appointments for the whole year. And that way everyone knows it can still be looked at, but I definitely don't want that representation to be lacking after what Commissioner Robbins has built up over there. So we don't want to miss a beat.
Agreed.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Next is the NMIPSIA and Commissioner Manus.
Thank you. I attended the NIPSIA meeting virtually. This last meeting, it was held last week on Thursday. I don't have much to report other than the majority of our discussion surrounded financial matters and updates on financial reports and rebalancing our investment portfolio given the changes and volatility in the stock market. Thank you.
Thank you. And last we have the NMSBA, Commissioner Carrillo.
Nothing to report.
All right. So that'll take us to the report from the chair. The only updated PEC issue that I'm going to take the next every chance I can, anytime I have the ability to talk about it, is going to be that the draft performance framework is on the website. There is a link right underneath it. Please take a look at that. The performance framework, I do want to say for anyone listening right at this moment, performance framework working group will be meeting on Tuesday to discuss input from the commission that was just heard. So we'll be updating that right away and getting that back out. But yeah, Christmas Eve, gentle reading, if that's what people feel like doing. Please feel free to go ahead and start that process, because we want feedback. We want to continue doing this updating process over the next couple months to make sure we have the buy-in and support and as much collaboration as possible to get it done. And next is the report from Public Charter Schools in New Mexico and Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. It's been a long week. I won't take too long. Our conference was a hit. We have had over 300 folks there. We always strive to do a mix of elevating folks in our community and letting them share what's going on in their schools, but also bringing in some national folks. Dr. Howard Fuller was our keynote speaker, and he is someone who will help you reaffirm the things you believe in, challenge some of the things that you thought you believed in. It was really, really special. We're excited to, and then just I'll also note, people meeting each other for the first time. They've been on Zoom for a year. I mean, it was a really nice event for our schools. And I want to give a shout out to Lauren Hunter and Angela Lopez. You know, we're only 2.5 FTEs. And so lifting up a conference like that is a big deal. And our board really helped out as well. We're excited to amplify the July charter conference from CSD. And we've begun to do that because we want that to be, you know, this cadence of twice a year getting the charter school community together, I think would be really powerful. Wanted to tell you about a couple things on our platform from my presentation in front of LESC. One is there's a lot more things in play with the announcement of a lot more billions of dollars that are now in play this session. And so the scope within K-12 ed seems to be expanding by the day here. And so it's just like a note for all of us to be watching that. Based on member feedback, we've started having this conversation about ensuring that student support staff gets funded in the formula. I'm going to get technical for a second because I know a few of you really know this. Back when we had T&E, you were getting funded for social workers, counselors, all of these kind of student support staff that are still on the 3-tier licensure. The TCI system doesn't do that anymore. So we're literally providing a disincentive to hire experienced social workers and counselors. And when we presented it, it was such an aha for the folks that have been involved with this for a while. I really think there's some potential to provide that funding. And don't be fooled. Some folks will respond to a proposal like this and say, well, we have at-risk funding, like that at-risk money can be used for those students. After the pandemic, every single kid needs access to counselors, to these student support staff. And I think that's something that's resonating and generating a lot of conversation in a short amount of time. Regarding, there's, you know, the battle around what extended school year looks like, you know, the stage is set. I'll just tell you what we think in general principles around that. It does seem we're moving from this idea of tacking on days to switching to hours. That's a positive. That's something we've been advocating for, along with largely the education implementers in the state for the last 3 years. What I would say is when we get to the nitty gritty here, we care that there's local discretion on our school calendars. So the idea that we get to allocate the hours, remember your schools, your highest performing schools don't actually have extended school years by calendar. They have extended school days. And it's just, I mean, this is something we can offer to the conversation. These schools, and some of them you heard from today, they're having longer days and it's purposeful. And I think we should bring that to the conversation. So local discretion on the calendar, and we want this to be above the line. We want to take out the paperwork between PED and school districts and charter schools. I think a lot of other folks feel that way. There are some proposals that say this is kind of like an application process. To me, if the new hours are 1040, let's just do it during the budget process. Okay, you have 1,040 hours for your elementary school students, check, and you get the money. I think it can be that simple, and we should do it simply. Speaking of simple things, you guys kept the simple things simple this week. You had some home run renewals and you just treated them like that. And I just want to tell you that I appreciate that, because that doesn't always happen. Sometimes we can get into the conversation, takes us to wild places. And I just want to note, particularly on the renewals, how it just was really good. It felt like we were scoped in on what you have authority over to hold schools accountable to, and schools felt good after the process. So thank you for those renewals. They were great. Kept the simple things simple, and I think you're giving deep consideration to like some complex problems. Some of them were today. So thank you for that. I also want to thank you for talking about schools about expanding. You know, I think you've now gone through enrollment cap increases to understand that The schools themselves are actually more conservative than I think we gave them credit for in the past. They worry about this. So by the time they come to you, you know, and a little nudge for those schools, the best way we're going to get more kids who really need these educational models are by getting more seats for them to attain that education. So I just appreciate that. It'll be the school's decision whether they bring you an enrollment cap increase, and we'll be there to support them to try and get that portable or the whatever they can facility wise, because we know it's such a challenge. But these are big steps forward for the commission. I just want to commend all of you for that. Thank you to I want to thank Commissioner Robbins. Thank you for your service on the commission. Thank you for, I think it was actually encapsulated really well just a moment ago. Your commitment on the facility side elevated us with that group, and we've made significant strides forward in your tenure. And ASLA is a great beneficiary, like individual beneficiary, but we've all benefited from that. So thank you for your advocacy. And I know you and Commissioner Ingham will work together to continue that tradition with the PSCOC. Commissioner Chavez, thank you. You're bringing the pragmatic perspective of somebody who actually runs a school and talking to folks who are also running school. You run more than one school, but the perspective could be felt with your presence on the commission, and we appreciate that. I also want to thank you for bringing your expertise on English learners every month. It's something that we can never afford to skip over. And when we have somebody that really has that in-depth knowledge, you could tell from your questions, and they were valuable, and they brought a level of spotlight on the issue in a way that we may miss in the future because your expertise is deep. So thank you, Commissioner Chavez, for your service on the commission.
Thank you, Matt.
Commissioner Voigt, thank you for bringing your charter perspective. Thank you for being an advocate for charter autonomy. You all have different opinions on all these things, and that's why there are 10 of you. But Commissioner Voigt, charter schools could really feel something with you up there, having been one of them in the not too distant past. And I know that I'm really thankful for the partnership we've had over the last really 7 or 8 years, and know that we'll continue on in the future, or hope that we'll continue on in the future. So thank you, Commissioner Voigt. I also want to thank Commissioner Gibson. She's been around for a little bit, and she decided to give it another go. There's real value in that. And so I'm saying that to those who are joining us in January and further on, is it's not always pretty up here, and it's a lot of time. To choose to run again is a benefit for our schools. You